This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Anything can happen in Stage 2.
All we can control is the here and now.
It's opening week of Stage 2. You got yourself a new map. You got new rosters. And we're throwing a block party to boot. It's happening all weekend long right here. Hello, everyone, and welcome to VCT Americas. Coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena. As you can see the sky above in sunny Los Angeles, California. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here, currently yelling at you guys right now. We're joined by Ender. We also have Shopify Rebellion's Alexis back again. I did not scare her off this time.
No.
So I'm actually
this time. What happened last time?
We got two other days.
You don't want to know.
Oh, okay.
That got dark very quickly. I wasn't prepared for that one. But did you have fun yesterday, Alexis?
I did. I had a lot of fun. Hoping for more fun today.
Oh, and we do. We have way more fun for you beautiful.
I'll tell you what's fun. The block party outside. Like, people are getting here crazy, or like 30-hour early, even before our show. We still have 30 minutes before a game start. People are getting here, check out the food trucks,
well,
get some
because you
boba.
got free boba. You know, you can get yourself some free crepes. You can hang out with some of the teams. They set up booths outside. It's a good time. It's a vibe. Everyone loves it. So, of course, let's talk about what happened on our stage yesterday, because we came back, right? Stage 2 in full effect, and we started things off with Cloud9 taking on the new Furia. And look, you know, we were going into this one, Alexis, unsure if we were going to get from Cloud9, but we were very ecstatic. Sorry, from Furia, but we were very ecstatic for what Cloud9 showed us.
Yeah, I think the first half of that first map on Haven was a little bit rocky for Cloud9, but they ended up cleaning it up really fast, and they had a clean 2-0.
And then the second series became like really fun, kind of out of nowhere. It's two teams in Leviathan and Loud that made major roster changes, bringing in a whole slew of rookies. And even from the get-go, I thought Sato and Oki were looking so good on that first map. Birdie as well was showing up in a big way.
Definitely the vibe coming out of that game. I think we all went into it a little bit with a lower expectation, and I think coming out of that one, if you're a fan of Lev, a fan of Loud, you got to feel at least somewhat positive about what you saw on that stage, because especially with a guy like Verdi and Robbie BK, they were playing so well.
Yeah, that was cool too, seeing Robbie BK come over from EMEA. He hadn't won a game. He hadn't played a game since January over in kickoff over there, so to get a win right out of the gate is a great sign.
It's huge, absolutely massive. Now, of course, here for similar to stage 1, right, our teams are going to be split up into 2 groups. You got the Alpha and the Omega group. Top 4 from each group will be advancing to the playoffs, and Alexis, Cloud9 and Loud already on the good food. Top 2 teams in the world right now.
I would say myself. Yep, top 2 teams in the world right now.
Does that make Furia and Lev the worst 2 teams in the world?
You're setting
up some nasty things.
We don't got to get into details.
Yeah.
Okay? Why are you throwing me under the bus here? But yeah, I mean, we did see Loud and C9 pick up those big wins here. Good way for them to start the season, right?
I thought Loud especially had a really great showing. I know not everybody on the desk was thinking Loud was going to win, but I was. So I thought they had a great showing. I also feel like going into games where there's a lot of rookies, normally your first thought is, oh, you know, what if one of them's nervous, first time playing on stage? But I feel like the rookies really shined yesterday.
Oh yeah, yesterday was the day of the rookies, without a doubt.
Yeah.
They were looking real good, and it was actually fun. We went out to dinner afterwards and ran in to Sato and Oki and a bunch of the Leviathan crew, and they're like, we felt like we should have won that game. Like they still feel like they had a strong showing, but needed to actually get over that hurdle. They feel like they're the better team.
Well, they will have plenty of opportunities to do so this stage, but you can see the schedule and what's going to be happening here today, because we're going to be starting things off with Evil Geniuses taking on 2G, you know, good old-fashioned EG, 2G. Can't mix those up.
A lot of G's.
Not a G, a lot of G's. They're all G's. Oh,
You're
look
a
at
G.
that. Thanks. Oh, hey, look at that. Now, of course, our other matchup is going to be MIBR versus KRU. That one, I am very excited to see what happens out of that one. MIBR, of course, famously not having the best Toronto crew, looking pretty interesting. We'll have to see, and we'll talk more about that later on. But see, here's folks, anything can happen here at Stage 2, all right? So it's time for everyone's favorite thing in the world. It's time for some hot takes. Who doesn't love some spice? Who doesn't love when people say things with such delusional confidence?
I like a little spice.
Of course, these takes this time, though, are actually coming courtesy of our co-streamers. So we're actually going to take a look and see what they sent in, and then we're going to rate them with these peppers. We got pretty spicy. Yes. Then we got extreme heat, muy caliente. And then mild, you know, in case you like mayo or something like that. Now, first up, Alexis's teammate, Mel, has a hot take.
Oh, we get roasted already.
Let's go ahead and see what this one is.
My hot takes for VCT Americas Split 2 are, number one, Oxy is going to be the MVP of Split 2. And secondly, I'm a big Sato and Oki fan, so I gotta give it to Lev. I think they're gonna qualify for playoffs.
Ooh, okay, so I want to grade this, I think grade them together. She gave us 2, but I want to grade them together. How do we feel with this? I gotta say, that's pretty spicy.
I would say that's mild. With the showing we saw from Oki and Sato yesterday, I feel like they're a shoo-in at this
I think
point.
making playoffs, sure, but they did also lose the game, and your season's not very long, so they're gonna have to figure that out.
True.
I think that is the more mild take, because if Oxy's winning MVP, that means like C9 need to be like the
what was
best
the first
team.
one she said?
Oxy will be
Oxy
MVP.
will be MVP.
Which,
yeah.
like, look, Oxy is going to be a regular season MVP. We have no doubt. C9 are always the best team in the regular season.
Yeah.
But are we going to get Oxy and the rest of the crew in playoffs? I don't know. That's pretty spicy.
Okay, a pretty spicy, mild for Alexis. All right. Next up is a friend of the desk. Here's Saucy with his.
Hello guys, it's Sasi here. I actually have 2 hot takes for this quiz on VCT Americas. The first one is that MIBR are gonna qualify for champs. Please MIBR, do it. VCT offers again on champs. And the second one is that 2 games are gonna qualify for playoffs this split. Why? Because of Spikesin. Spikesin is a great player. He's a flex, he can play initiator, he can play a good neon, and I think he's pretty proactive during mid-round. He's capable of changing the whole playstyle of 2 games. Compared to the last split, I think Spike is gonna be a big change and a better change for 2 games.
Okay, another twofer. We got MIBR qualifying for champs.
That's so mild.
And of course Spike and 2G making it to playoffs.
That's spicier.
Well,
and look, I trust Saucy. Like, if Saucy tells me to do something, I'm gonna do it. You know?
Yeah.
And I believe in Spike, but I don't know. We still have to see them play.
I'm gonna go with extreme heat. I don't know, because honestly, it's like you got to look at it like 2G needs to do a lot to come back into this, and that's really where it goes up. The MIBR one I think is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, agreed. I'm gonna say pretty spicy. I feel like the MIBR one is quite reasonable, but I feel like Spike will have to do a lot for them to make it that far.
I'm with you. Pretty spicy.
Okay, we got 2 pretty spicy, 1 extremely spicy. All right, now let's go ahead and hear from our good friend, another friend of the desk. Here's Sadil.
My hot takes for VCT Americas Split 2. Number 1, G2 is going to win Best in Americas 3rd time in a row. And number 2, Mata is going to be our MVP for Split 2.
Hold up. No. Sadil, my former player, by the way. Like, we just said 2 complete opposite ends of the spectrum there. Because, like, again, if G2 are going to win, that's reasonable.
Sure.
But Mata MVP while G2 win?
He'd have to pop off, you know?
Yeah.
That's extreme. That's extreme.
I gotta say, I'm sticking with extreme. I'm going with extreme out of this one. Also, now, given what we know, I don't know how I feel about G2 winning out on the stage, but we'll see. We'll see.
What do we know?
So we'll see. But I don't know. That's fascinating. So what do you got?
Yeah, I would say extreme heat too.
For you as well. All right, heat across the board, and we're not talking about the player. Okay, now next up we have Mixwell with a hot take. Let's see what it is.
Hello, VCT Americas. My hot take for this year is that all the players that are superstars that switch from duelist to another role, like I think Kesnit is gonna do, they are risking their career and it would damage them in the long run. But I believe Kesnit is gonna do it very well and KRU is gonna qualify for another champions. I believe in their choice and Dantedeus is gonna deliver this year.
That one is a lot was said.
Their careers.
Like changing the role when you're a superstar is a detriment to you. Who wants to go first?
I feel like it can be, but I do feel like a lot of the players, especially players like Kesnet, have such versatility and they can play a lot of roles.
Yeah.
That I feel like it's pretty spicy. I feel like depending on the player, maybe, but I feel like a lot of duelists can play other roles because they're just so mechanically gifted.
Yeah, I'm gonna lean in on the statement about Kesnet being able to pull it off, and I'm gonna say therefore mild.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I was siding more with pretty spicy.
But that was like the realest takeaway from
That really was.
Bro came in with a real opinion and was ready to stand on it.
Like,
You know?
if you're switching roles, it's your fault. You know, like, that's crazy.
I love that.
I respect it. Hey, you know what, Mixwell? Thank you so much for that. In fact, thank you to all of our co-streamers for those hot takes. If you guys like this, we'll be sure to do this again. Make sure you let us know on the social media, all that good stuff. But folks, we're throwing a block party all weekend long for the start of Stage 2. So let's send it over to our homie outside. It's Elizabeth to show us what's going on.
Day 2 of the VCT Americas block party, and I'm here with Becky, and we're here doing some artwork to celebrate Corrode once again, and I believe we're using chalk, pastel. What are we doing?
Yeah, so it's going to be soft pastels. It's kind of the more chalky of the pastels. I'll do a base of the tempera paint that's a water-soluble paint, so it'll be able to just kind of wash right away eventually, or Corrode. We can kind of play with that a little bit, and then I'll do the chalk pastels over it. It's kind of a cool ephemeral way to do a mural that shows things off for a little while, but then eventually will go away.
What's been the hardest part about, because I see you have reference photos here of Corrode, what has been the hardest part about capturing Corrode on the sidewalk in front of the Riot Games arena?
Ooh, I mean, scale is always a little bit difficult, but I also really like working big. My back doesn't thank me, but I think it's really fun and cool. Hardest part is probably the castle itself. It's a lot of lines, and trying to do like straight lines on a big scale is very difficult, but I'm slowly working my way through it, and I think it's coming out pretty cool.
Well, I don't want to stop you because you only have one more day here, including today, so I'll let you work your magic.
Thank you so much.
That's amazing. I was seeing that crew work on the mural outside and instantly felt it in my knees as well as in my lower back. I was like, good Lord, and it's hot. It was too much. I couldn't do it, so I came inside.
That sounds really tough.
Oh, I had a tough life. Those people, though,
the
they're killing it. Really cool stuff there. Now, folks, look. Our arena has been packed with talent in 2025. And right now, we're going to take a closer look at some of the rising stars. It's time for Rookie Watch. And we got some excellent rookies coming in to the field in 2025. First up, you got to talk immediately about Luxo. I mean, Alexis, this kid is insane. The holdover from the Stage 1 Loud roster, he did so well they kept him because he was such a consistent force for the squad.
Yeah, we were talking about him a lot yesterday because even though their Stage 1 run wasn't insane, he was still putting up insane numbers throughout the entire stage. So he's definitely a player to look out for.
And I love the flexibility you see from him, even in yesterday's series. You know, usually going to be playing the Senti role for the squad, but on that Icebox map, he's locking in the Omen and playing so aggressively at the start of rounds. He's a very confident player, ready to take sort of any fight, and just a ton of fun to watch in the server.
Yeah, I love it when you get these cracked out aimers that are like aggressive bromans, you know? Like they're just like constantly pushing fights, TPing into random areas so that this way they can try and force things. And I think, you know, Luxo really showing why so many people fear him in the league. But you also have some other rookies. How about Mata, who we heard from Sadil is going to be the MVP of the stage here. I mean, Ender, that's not a hot take, though, because he is really good.
I think he was looking really sharp in Stage 1 in a similar vein to Luxo, right? Both these guys playing on teams that were struggling, but both of them also being standout players on those rosters. So I think he has a very bright future ahead of him, especially if this NRG team starts to build around him heading into Stage 2, because he had some absolutely pop-off rounds.
Yeah, and Alexis, I mean, you know, Mata brings so much to the table for NRG here. Do you agree with Sadil? Maybe could be competing for an MVP role later on?
I think maybe. I mean, he's been an incredible player since Shopify Rebellion. You know, I've had experience scrimming against him. It's not fun. It's not fun.
But also first-hand experience, right? What was it about him in particular, if there's anything you can remember that made him, you know, stand out for you?
I remember some specific rounds on Icebox where we would do a B main default on attack and he was just already in garage on us. Like he was just running it down. He's a very confident player. Yeah,
the confidence is something that NRG is certainly going to be leaning on here. But here are some more rookies down the list. I mean, you got some great ones. You got Scuba, Sato, Okeanos, and Verdi, who we saw yesterday.
All popping off,
These guys really are looking fantastic. But wait, hold on, I'm actually getting some breaking news. Oh, snap. A hot new talent has entered the VCT Americas Villa. Let's meet Spike.
Bom, pessoal, eu sou o Spike, fiz 18 anos agora recentemente. Eu estou jogando pela 2G e estou atuando como duelista /flex. Estou muito feliz por estar estreando no Stage 2 e vocês vão ver porque eu estou aqui. É só olhar que eu vou amassar todo mundo.
Gotta say, love those videos there. Now, of course, Spike was not 18 during Stage 1, so he had to watch from the sidelines in 2G Stage 1 debut match, conveniently against Evil Geniuses, but it seems like now, Alexis, he has an opportunity for redemption to get this win because EG 2-0'd them last time.
Yeah, I feel like this is a perfect opportunity for him to kind of honeymoon with the team a bit and honestly just show his true skill, because we've all known that he's insane, but I feel like now that he is old enough to play on the stage, we'll actually be able to see it.
Yeah, we've had to sort of tease his arrival to the team because obviously he ground through Ascension to actually qualify his team in, then had to watch from the sidelines. He was actually still coming to the studio week on week though, like Zap was walking him through the halls, making sure he was feeling comfortable. So it's his first time on this stage competing, but it's not his first time in the building. He's had that sort of time to get himself ready.
Yeah, and I think like this is going to be a very interesting matchup because while I'm sure EG knows somewhat to expect with 2G, right? Spike is still an unknown commodity. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities here for 2G to catch him off guard. Now, of course, Evil Geniuses, though, on their end, they actually had a solid Stage 1, right? They made playoffs. They were one win away from qualifying for Master Toronto, and the team that sent them there was G2.
Yeah, that's the thing. It should have been better than solid. This team went on a 4-series win streak to qualify to playoffs, but the situation they found themselves in was really tough because they start in the lower bracket, so it's a single elimination for them. G2 losing early on in the upper bracket meant that they had to play against this, and the fact that it came down to just 2 rounds, a final map in a best-of-3 that went 13-11, Ye is still going to be kicking himself, I think, for that play on round 11-11 when he dashes into the site solo. Like, there's a very real world where this team not just is beating G2 in that series, but is qualifying to Masters, and then we're thinking of them as almost world beaters.
Yeah, Alexis, what is your read on EG as we get ready to see them take the stage here? Because it does feel like they've set themselves up quite nicely for the stage.
Yeah, when you look at the context of all of their matches before, like, it seems like this is a great team. Now, I'm biased because Nature's my favorite player in the world. That's my favorite player, and Potter is my favorite coach in the world. So I'm very biased. I think that
Hold on, Effie's...
Effie is, listen, no.
He's in the mud.
He went bald and I just looked at him differently. You know what I mean?
What is that? I'm here. Just because we're follically challenged doesn't mean that we don't matter.
My fault.
You know? Unbelievable.
Look, she said what she said. She's standing on business.
Hey, but you know what, though? Look, there were a lot of bright spots here for EG, and one of those bright spots, without a doubt, is definitely Ye. We were seeing this guy find himself. I know you mentioned the play that, kind of changed their destiny, so to speak, but you look at the context of everything, and Ye really was bringing it this time, Ender.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the big moments, he was showing up in a big way, but I also just think that, in general, for him, this stage, him coming back to Americas, was a lot about almost reproving himself, because it had been so long since we'd seen Ye on top of the world, going through Tier 2, going through APAC as well, but I think he really hit the ground running and has consistently been the top performer on this team.
Yeah, you think of Ye and you think of like prime Chamber era, and we haven't been there for a while, but I think he's finally now getting back into his own and kind of finding his space on different roles and seeing, what feels best for him that's not Chamber.
Yeah, because they even had, like, towards the end there of playoffs, they had him switching it up, even on, like, the double duelist maps, where it was Ye originally on Yoru and Icy on the other side on Jet. They flipped that towards the end, so it's like Ye back fully in his element on the hypercarry duelist.
Yeah, we'll see, of course, what we get out of Ye here today, but let's actually go ahead and hear from El Diablo, who had an opportunity to catch up with Elizabeth earlier on.
Now, Ye, in Stage 1, we really found the El Diablo that we know and love and have come to know over the past few years, but you guys did not qualify for Masters Toronto. What have you and EG worked on between Stage 1 and Stage 2 to make it to Champions Paris?
I think the main thing is like we want to carry the momentum we had kind of like during the playoffs, where we really started to find, like, I guess, ourselves and our identity as a team. So the main goal is since Champions is also coming up, every match here matters. So the main thing is not to start slow.
I'll start quick and best of luck.
Ain't that the truth? You do not have a lot of matches between now and playoffs. It's the same is going to be applied to their opponents on the other side of the field, right? Because you have 2G, the Ascension squad, who we haven't really had much of an opportunity to really talk about too much because, I mean, the start of their stage 1, Elizabeth, it just wasn't what you would want to see out of a team after what G2 did, you know, coming out of Ascension.
Yeah.
Very different, stark contrast.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they definitely didn't have, I'm sure, the showing that they wanted to even have. But I think now going into it with a fresh new duelist, I feel like they're going to feel a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they've always been waiting for, is eventually Spike is going to get here. But I think the strangeness along their journey was we were expecting when Spike was going to be joining this team, it was going to be this team, the full Ascension team, running it back, right? But you can't forget that in the middle of stage 1, they made the decision to cut Zap from the starting squad, right? So they made big changes in the middle of the year. That didn't quite work out. And now this is the first time 2G have ever had more than a week to actually practice in advance and get ready to play with the 5 players they want on stage today.
Yep, that's right. And one of those players we talked about before was Spike, who's ready to take the stage and play. And of course, we are really going to be seeing this, as you had mentioned, Ender, this core of 2G getting back together, right? Doing the things and bringing them back, right? You got Prize back in the mix here. You got PXS is going to be stepping in. PXS and Askia are out. So it is going to change things up a little bit, Elizabeth, but there is an opportunity.
Elizabeth!
Hi, Elizabeth. My God. Alexis, I apologize. I'm tired and
That's
old.
okay.
Alexis.
And bald.
And bald. Don't forget about bald.
Yeah.
That's actually the most egregious thing. But yeah, I mean, we are seeing, you know, this 2G roster kind of come into this with, you know, like they could do whatever they want, right? Expectations are not the highest for them right now.
Yeah, I think that now they don't have the Ascension jitters on their back where they just qualified, you know, they're trying to make their first appearance. Now they have a stage behind them, and I think now they can go into it just working on what they had and improving with the core that they have.
It is twofold, though, because yes, there's not pressure in the sense of, you know, the higher initial expectations, but there is the pressure now to perform. In a very short season, this team, because of how poorly they did, if they want to stay in our league and not go back down to relegation, this team needs to make playoffs. And that starts with showing up today with a win.
Yeah, this is a critical one for them, without a doubt here. But let's actually go ahead and hear from the birthday boy, because it's Spike ahead of his VCT Americas debut.
Well, Spike, happy birthday! There we go. There we go. Even though Spike. Anyways, but let's get down to business, Spike, because you turned 18 on June 7th. You are finally eligible to play in Americas. We've been waiting for you, the savior of 2G. Is that added pressure for you today?
A pressão, eu acho que é uma coisa que a gente coloca em nós mesmos, então, tipo, a pressão de fora não interfere na gente. Então, com isso, eu não tenho nenhuma pressão, assim, em volta de mim. E o nosso mental tá muito bom para hoje, então é isso.
The pressure is something that we put on ourselves. I don't feel any pressure coming from outside, so I feel very comfortable. No pressure at all around me, and we have a very nice, mindset for today. We prepared for it.
Let's do it. Well, happy birthday! Woo! What was that?
Happy birthday! Oh my, what the hell is this crap? Damn it, Alex! What have you done to us? Yeah, well, screw it. We'll just leave it all here. Yeah, happy birthday! Happy belated birthday, as a matter of fact, this Spike. But, of course, there's no time for celebrations because the pressure is on for this young man. He's got to turn his... try to throw that at me. It did not work. But, yeah, I mean, guys, look, we keep mentioning this, but it needs to be reiterated over and over again, right? Spike is coming into this one. You had noted, right, not a lot of time for them to be able to make playoffs, be able to make champions. They need to do that for their Ascension spot, all that good stuff. So, Ender, there's certainly... a lot weighing on this young man here.
And the thing is, we have heard so much about this guy. We got to see him play back in Ascension, play in Tier 2 as well. And he was always this major force for 2G. My concern coming in is if you look back at those big moments, their games, you know, when they're playing on land, winning in best of fives. Remember how many times we played clips of like Zap's speech to the young 17-year-old kid, Spike, that needed to reset him in tears trying to get ready to get back out on stage for the next game. He does not have that big brother on the team anymore. So the pressure on him is even higher than it's ever been because he's got to step up completely into his own element now.
Yeah, and Alexis, you have a player here that VALORANT is going to be coming into this mid-season, needing to figure out, you know, what are we doing right, what are we doing wrong. But it does feel like they had some time to be able to work through this. It feels like overall it could be some pretty high confidence for 2G.
I think it could be, and especially because they have their core going into it. Normally, you bring in 1 or 2 players, not much changes with your system. Usually, you keep the same system that the IGL has set. So going in for a duelist, it's usually pretty easy because you say, all right, I'm throwing this flash, you're going in, and they follow along.
Yeah, and again, this guy has been sitting in on scrims, on prac all year long, sitting in back with the coaches while games are being played here in the studio.
Exactly. But this is going to be a fun challenge here for Spike because, as we noted earlier, he'll be going up against, on the other side, the veteran Ye, a guy who has lifted trophies, who has experienced success. And Alexis, what a way for Spike to start off his journey here at VCT Americas and going up against El Diablo.
I wouldn't want to be the person that I go up against personally if that was me. But I do think that it's going to be a good head-to-head, and I would like to see if Spike maybe gets a little bit nervous against El Diablo or not.
Yeah, this is sick too because it's not like Spike up against your washed goat. You know, it's not John Cena over here.
I mean, yeah, he's cheating to win matches, but sure.
I watched one match. I don't know what I'm talking about.
He saw WrestleMania 41, so you guys get the context. But yes, makes sense.
No, but genuinely, like Ye has been playing so well this year that if Spike is to come out and perform in this opening match, like you don't have any doubts for the rest of the stage.
Yeah, but also too, I mean, let's not forget, right? Like while Ye obviously is going to be a problem for them, I mean, the bulk of the entirety of that EG lineup, the confidence that they all have right now has to be spoken, and well, we'll see that play out on stage here. But over on our YouTube channel, we've actually got a ton of Valorant content, including a series called Tap In. Here's actually a clip from that episode featuring Spike and Saci.
Espreitador foi para lado, Spike tá do outro, aí vai passar. 2 de costas, vem mais 4K, ele quer o ace. Vai pra cima, Spike! That is filthy stuff from Spike.
Ele é tão novo, gente. Se ele ganhar hoje, ele não vai poder começar jogando Américas ano que vem. Não, assim que ele fizer 18 anos, ele vai jogar. Ele é muito bom. Ele vai ter essa oportunidade.
Spikezinho, pegou o primeiro, tentou o segundo, terceiro na conta dele. Vai pro ace! Que isso, cara?
Você ainda se surpreende com o Spike?
Pô, cara, que jogadaço!
Eu não vou falar pra ele falsificar documento pra jogar logo.
Dina e hoje já, o cara quer ser preso, ele quer ser algemado.
Só pra deixar claro, relaxa, tá? Só pra deixar claro. O Brasil inteiro tá esperando você jogar, mas sem pressão nenhuma. Sem pressão nenhuma. Até só tô te avisando, mas isso aí, né, fica em paz. Mas todo mundo tá realmente esperando você jogar, cara. Então, tomar uns drinks, né, conversar um pouquinho.
There you have it. Check out the full interview on YouTube. The piece also features Xander, who faced off against Spike in that Ascension run. It was pretty dope. Make sure you go ahead and check that out. Celebrations across the board. Now, this week we put out a call on social media for your best clips from from Valorant's new map, Corrode. Yes.
Look at this thing. You can win it!
You can win that because now you guys are gonna, well, look, here's the thing. There's an exclusive gun buddy there. You saw it pop up on screen. Here it is. And what's really cool is that when you guys get featured on the stream, you're gonna get yourself a gun buddy. That's right. So,
Dan the Penguin in a wingman
It's like a rare Labubu.
Yeah, okay, you need to stop now. All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at our first clip. This is, let's see who this is here. Let's jump into it. All right, so we got Zod.
Fire.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, we missed a couple of kills. We're on for the ace. Okay, let your teammate die.
Okay.
That's fine.
That's okay.
Because then you guarantee the ace.
Oh, wow, he knows. They know. They're a knower.
Wait.
Oh, he's trolling him.
Shut up! No way, dude! That's unbelievable.
Okay, that actually was pretty sick.
I love that play.
That was pretty sick.
Because it's the opper too. Like he's like, oh my god, thank you for a gun.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give that one some extreme heat.
That's fire.
Just letting you know right now. All right, up next, let's see our next clip. What do we have here? That was cool though. I do gotta give flowers for that one. All right, this is from Demon Overload.
What?
Ooh. What? Thread the needle.
It's actually a really nice play to throw Util through that window. Like Sova darts, even the deadlock ult can bounce through that window, so it's really cool.
I've never seen a raise rocket like that, though. That's
no,
crazy.
never.
Yeah, that is that one's going to be one people are going to be copying online for sure. All right, we got another one. Let's go ahead and roll it. And remember, all these players are going to be getting some gun buddies. Here's our last clip. It's from Joe V2. Forget the first version. The second version's better. Gets himself 4. Looking for the ace. Bam! Nails him. Gets 5 out of that one. Okay. Clean. Joe V2, I'm excited to see what V3 looks like.
Respect.
You know? Yeah, exactly. Of course, so folks, this is it, guys. Today, you got 4 teams that are going to be making their Stage 2 debut. The question, of course, we want to know is, does EG have what it takes? Does 2G have what it takes? MIBR and KRU as well. An absolute banger of matches on the board today. Who is looking to punch their ticket to Paris? VCT Americas starts right now.
Cara, a partida contra a EG vai ser uma partida muito boa, que de acordo com nossos treinos, se a gente fizer tudo que a gente joga nos treinos, a gente faz no campeonato, dessa vez a gente vai conseguir ter uma boa margem, né, no Split 2.
2G definitely got an upgrade, you know, Spike's in, he brings a lot of firepower into the roster.
Deitador foi pro lado, Spike tá do outro, aí vai passar, 2 de costas, tem mais um, 4K ele quer o ace, vai pra cima Spike! E agora vem a Digi, Spikezinho se complica, dentro da smoke, vai passar o jogador, pela base Spikezinho, era tua, vai Spike, mais uma, vai Spike, 3 kills, pode ser da ultimate, olha aí,
Tô muito animado com a ação do Spike, ele faz uma diferença enorme no time. Vai ser muito bom estar jogando com ele no stage novo e tenho certeza que a gente vai vencer muito junto ainda.
We can't afford to have like the same like slow start that we did at the start of stage 1 where we're only kind of like activating into playoffs when we're all locked in. I think we learned that we can be like a top team.
What is this? Through the back as well, Icy will be pushed out of the way. Nice to the side, right into the side, yay! Shuts it down, slicing and dicing, 4 kills for El Diablo!
Every game matters, and we really have to lock in for these upcoming games if we want to make champs.
Mesmo ele tendo o EA ali, o nosso time completo vai amassar todos eles.
And bring out your first team. Welcome to the stage, 2Game Esports. And like we mentioned before, Spike making his debut with the team Ender. We are expecting him to put up some numbers here, but it is going to be a tough challenge.
Yeah, I hope everyone listening isn't tired of hearing Spike's name already, because I hate to break to you, you're going to keep hearing it for a long, long time to come, and this is the start.
Oh, yeah, indeed it is. And this squad, of course, looking, Alexis, to get themselves into the playoffs here would be a massive achievement for them, given how their stage started out.
Yeah, it definitely would be a massive achievement. I think now they've had time to practice, not just trying to grind out of Ascension to get into the stage, but they have actual time to prep for this stage and for this match.
And now let's bring out their opponents on the other side of the stage. It's Evil Geniuses. Okay, this music's great. Love it. 10 out of 10.
I'm loving it, yeah, you know.
Into the song. There's, of course, the legend Coach Potter. We haven't had a chance to even talk about her, what she brings to the table here, but I think we all know that by now. You know, she is a freaking world champion after all.
Yeah, that is very true. Now it's about making it happen on, you know, yet another iteration of Evil Geniuses. But again, this team was 2 rounds away from defeating and knocking G2 out of the playoffs back in stage 1. So a little bit of a chip on their shoulder for sure to try and right those wrongs this time around.
Yeah, this is another one of those teams that didn't make roster changes after they didn't make it to Toronto. So I feel like this is one of the teams that you have to watch out for.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt, right? Because they have that consistency, they have that comfortability with one another. But here are your maps. Now you got Sunset and Lotus, and if necessary, we'll be taking a trip over toward Ascent. Okay, so what do we think of this this map pool team?
You know what? I think that I disagree with you, Alexis.
Sure.
I'm a generational Potter hater now because she banned Corrode.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
you never know.
Generational.
That's wild.
Yeah,
man.
that one's going to last.
You know what? She has her reasons. All right, let her be, please.
So a reason that she doesn't want to play Corrode?
I think that might be it.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
But we did get Sunset at the start here from 2G, so we haven't seen that one for a little bit. And then, of course, EG picking the Lotus there. We have seen what EG can do on that map, so it's not too much of a surprise, I would say, out of that.
I do think from what I'm seeing of the map pool, it's kind of cool because you have a lot of variety of like duelist agents that you can pick on these maps, right? Like Ascent, probably going to be Jet, but definitely can play stuff like the Yoru. We're looking at Raze and Neon options as well on the earlier maps too. So I want to see Spike on a whole slew of different things to get the full picture of him as a player.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what kind of player he chooses to be for this team, what role he's looking to slot in here. The duelist role obviously, goes without saying here, but what is he looking to try and prioritize, and what does 2G need in order for them to get these wins, right?
I think there's a couple different options for duelists on not only Sunset, but Lotus as well. Lotus is one of those maps that recently teams have been playing that double duelist. I wonder if they'll go in that direction. I'm also curious if
Is it the Jet Yoru?
Yeah, Jet Yoru, and also I've seen ISO Raze.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like the T1 ideas for sure with those agents. Neon still a pick that we don't play a ton of on Lotus in Americas, but like Pacific teams are always.
What do we think on Sunset? What do we think we're going to see there?
Typically, I think Neon that's like one of her best maps.
Yeah, I would say Neon, maybe a Yoru if he's feeling it. We'll see.
Well, he goes with the Neon, so we're going to see Spike getting the zoomies right out of the break here. So that's going to be a fun way for him to start things off. We'll see what he brings to the table there. And yeah, I mean, and like you guys said, right, pretty standard stuff here, right? The Neon, it's all going to kind of work synergistically with the map.
Alexis, how do you feel about Breach in current year?
Ooh, listen, that's my baby. Breach is my baby, but right now he's struggling. He's not doing well. I think the stun nerf actually did a lot for the agent. I think at first people didn't think it would be that impactful, but it's bad.
Yeah, it's tough to play off of that utility nowadays. EG not running it, but 2GR.
All right, well, let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. We've got a brand new duo for this one. Put your hands together for an Evil Doug.
Thank you so much, GV. Yes, it's me alongside A Evil Cat here on the cast. And look, you got to take the focus away from your name because we've got to talk about the debut of Spike, because this is the long-awaited return of the prodigal son. This is what was supposed to be the start for 2G. This is why people were excited about this team.
Yeah, it's finally their full roster. They don't have Zap anymore, but it is this guy showing up, and it couldn't be at a better time because stakes are huge for 2G. Our other Ascension team has already qualified to Champions, which means at minimum they need to make playoffs to stay in this league, to stay in Ascension.
It is time for Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. Evil Geniuses will be starting on the attacking side, and the expectations for this team that was initially put together as a ragtag group of misfits has now become a team that you expect to be challenging for playoffs positions.
Absolutely, top 4. An incredible run from them, from starting in the lowers of Stage 1 to being, just 2 rounds away from beating out G2 to make it to Toronto.
Sniffing towards A. You got a little trap set up with the fault line in hand. Gobera at the ready. And LZ would be the one to pull the trigger. There's the stun. Looked like it was actually sidestepped. Great start for Evil Geniuses. Gobera has to take a step back.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to full give sight here. They do have a good comp for retake with the Neon, but EG take it slow. They still have this lurk in mid. They still have space in B main. And now they can just wait. Try and catch someone else off and get another pick here.
Deep insertion from Prize across the middle of the map to sniff out any sort of late rotations and pick up any cues that may be there.
But this is just going to be a full group from EG. They're heading back towards B. No one's home, and 2G's going to realize soon on this reclear. Rotates, they won't come in time.
Also worth noting how much utility they may use even in just re-clearing elbow.
30 seconds left.
I mean, it's all for naught either way. We'll see what they can use to get back out onto the site.
Pretty fast flank, but he'll have to break the trip to make that one happen.
Spike planted.
If they commit to a Prize waiting on the other side of that pesky little wire. Meanwhile, Evil Geniuses all huddled out onto the site. You see this utility start to come through. It looked like a little bit of friendly fire. Spike down already. Forced to sit back and watch as the rest of the round goes the way of Evil Geniuses.
EG electing to call the cancel there on A means they have so much util when they eventually go into B. They only use their refreshables, so Superman had Paranoia online, is able to immediately send that as the retake comes in, and that just completely cooks Spike. And we've talked a lot about what he can do as an individual,
right?
How excited we are to watch him. But really, when you look at the comps this team is playing, from the mini offseason, watching the Sasi Tashinya Invitational, they're super heavy indexed into this Neon. They are prioritizing getting spiked on that role, which means the biggest win condition for EG is having ideas on how to, hey, we're getting retaked on, how do we shut that down?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the only maps they've won this year have been in Neon Breach comps on the side of 2G. It's been tough sledding otherwise.
And it's interesting because we're in a world where most teams are moving away from the Breach, are kind of looking at other options, are playing more solo initiator. But 2G, they're still trying to prioritize making their young star comfortable.
Take a look at the buy for Evil Geniuses. You got a couple Bulldogs and a Guardian. Pistols around it. They become a very common buy in the second round after you win the pistol. And a contact out from EG. They have made zero noise.
Yeah, Zarg is so deep here.
That one wasn't supposed to go that way. Derek's there on the trade, though. Weapon, scoop back up.
This retake's coming quickly, though.
I'm surprised the spike is rotating here. They're investing the paranoia. They don't have any control over backside, but they're going to try to get this site down no matter what.
Re-wrap around. Still some util on that Breach to fight up.
Spike swinging out. Steady shots from the youngster. And this has not been clean. It hasn't been pretty from Evil Geniuses.
Big pick from Icy. That'll stabilize things for a second, but again, a trade is there.
Look at Prize, 4 HP. Derek commits to getting the spike down. He's not much healthier. Superman waiting on the other side as the rotation comes through. LZ coming through market. A bullet between his eyes will force him into the next, leaving Prize with a sliver of health to figure this 1v2 out on his own. He's gotten it to 1. But Superman settles and wins the round for EG.
That is a nasty anti-eco from EG, but they still win it through, and it comes almost entirely off the back of Superman. And for me, when I'm thinking about EG's turnaround last stage after starting the groups really rough, barely making playoffs, and then going on the run they did, the catalyst for that was Supa.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about that game on Lotus where he takes over, drops like 35 individually playing the controller. He absolutely found himself that stage. Good to see that continuing here as we head into the bonus round with EG on a rough bye.
5-0 start for the veteran. Meanwhile, Spike, aggro, the setups again. You see why they lean into this Breach Neon so often. And now you've got the paranoia to help out as well. Spike with 3 on the round. 1 off of the ult. A flawless round for 2G as they respond. And that was, you often see that setup with the fault line, but they actually flash through the wall. Spike doesn't get hit by it. That's a beautiful setup.
Yeah, really nice stuff. And those are the rounds you want to see early.
Yeah.
Ender was talking about this on the desk, but Spike, he's not playing with Zap, the IGL who did so much to make him feel comfortable on that Ascension stage. The guy who was with him from pretty much the beginning of this whole run that led to 2G getting to play here in Los Angeles. Keeping that mental up, getting comfortable on the stage early. Those are priorities.
He's flashing the lead towards A once more. Combination with the dart. I don't believe he got a tag on LZ, but you'd assume there's some presence there.
Gobera shows the same stun. This time the Neon's not here, and EG will just look to contact up off of this initial space they've grabbed in A.
Yeah, something we haven't talked a ton about is the jet. Not just for Ye, but on Sunset. We don't see that very often. I wonder what EG have in the playbook to activate Ye.
It is interesting because Icy was playing a lot of that role previously. They were switching things around, but Ye always good there. Try and make him comfortable, find that incredible form he achieved last stage.
He and Icy, those two were a force to be reckoned with. But again, here's the acceleration. Nature's good to get his 1, but Gobera, steady hands, and all of a sudden through that we're into a piece.
Look at mid as well. Superman walks up. That's perfectly timed to punish onto silence. And now the defense for 2G is fractured. Prize completely alone here.
EG don't even have the spike in hand.
Omenal, they'll get it now.
More concerned about taking the fights and controlling the middle of the map. That's exactly what they do. The break of the door. Now you see it's going to be a foot race towards B. Prize ahead of it. Just a couple of strides.
Good Noya.
It will tag. Now the TP across. Prize unawares of what's waiting on the other side. Never had a shot at that fight. Clean shot out from Derek.
So the new IGL in a 1v3.
The captain forced to call. Forced to clutch out. This numbers down situation. In a position where they're going to try to keep pace with Evil Geniuses as best as they can.
Reflex too good.
Yeah, never had a shot. You're absolutely right.
Really nice rounds from EG here at a macro level. They're a team that is really good at having that second layer ready to go. And I think that's what made their attack side work during that stage 1 run. It was all about getting an embed, normally someone like Supa somewhere in the map. You go around, you put a lot of pressure with Ye and Icy working in conjunction. And they do a great job of picking these timings to call back in, figuring out the entire map.
Good composure, boys. Good composure.
It's what has made Nature one of the kind of new standout IGL, someone who was never really known as one of those like masterclass, super good macro callers previous.
GD certainly stepped into his role, matured into the position that he has on the team. I think another player who's been a talk of some criticism and some praise has been Derek. He's got a great start so far at this map.
2G setup. Maybe try and go for a re-clear play into mid here with the Neon and Breach both top mid. Stun will be back in about 20 seconds.
Note that cage setup out from Icy at the beginning of the round. Plays on the other side of it now. Essentially serving as a smoke out of market, and now they can scale up on the other side of mid, but be careful because Gobert is here, has some utility, and also has some spam, connects onto Supa.
Look where Ye's found himself though. He walks through this one, it could have a backstab. Icy as well. EG has just blown the map up.
And again, they do it through the middle of the map. Take a close eye on Ye's timing, but it's gotta be faster. It's not quite fast enough. Meanwhile, Icy's all the way back in their spawn. Ye's now dead. Icy's left in 1v3, and he's got LZ nipping at his heels.
30 seconds left.
That's just not going to be enough.
EG really take their time trying to make that one work. Meanwhile, Spike's on the Uma Masame rotation, full sprinting around every corner to make it there in time. He's top mid, taking the fight there to help Gobert. Then he's all the way into the A site, aiding there as well. Even if Neon is falling out of favor a little bit, that agent just makes it so much easier to always have one extra player in the right place at the right time on defense. And Spike just did it perfectly that round.
Great start for him, 6-3. A lot to be excited for on the side of 2G.
Look ahead now again. 2G showing a little bit of a different setup. Can still pressure towards A main, have the breach stun ready there to show, but willing to have some setups where the Neon is separated off. This time starting B is, which maybe looks to split this site.
Trying to clear out some of that Cypher utility. Both trips actually go unchecked. So that's something they're going to have to deal with. Nature's Knife is not going to be in play as well, and you see how far off Silence is.
That's a rough pick though. Spike is alone on site, falls to Ye, and now these lesser guns become less of a problem in the post plant.
They've gotten all of the space they were looking for, and Ye's going to get gifted a free one. Meanwhile, the ult is popped. And EG are flirting with converting around. They really shouldn't be able to. You're just playing for exits here? What's the play?
Have to wait out that KO ult. Now going to have Util back online.
It doesn't look like they're even interested in that. Yeah.
That is brutal. Saving 3v5.
In a thrifty round. I mean, EG had, what, one rifle, maybe two going into that round?
Pretty much nothing to start that one.
Clean shot out from LZ. I think any sort of financial damage here feels like a win. His prize is going to get another.
They should still be able to get a bye together next round for 2G. With two players saving, with that 3,000 credits left behind them. But that is a rough one. Spike is in a position there where he really has to prioritize staying alive, set up backside. I think there might have been either a breach, flash, or stun for him to swing into front sight. There's no one there to actually get the trade, and in losing that duel, it puts his team in a really tough position, and that's one of the difficulties of playing on this Neon. You are oftentimes put in positions where you, sure, have util to set you up, but no one's there for the trade, and your kill is make or break for winning the round. They do have a bye thanks to the few guns saved up, and they're going to maybe get a little more aggressive here in B main, at least standing by to re-clear this space later on as EG does walk in to the trap.
The timing of this is really funny. Spike playing close by. Ye on the other side, the flash with the dart, and now that is the trigger. Ye on the board, gets the best surprise. Now they're going to invest 100 Fury as well. Derek looking to find any sort of target he can. Deals a little bit of damage, but that's all it is.
It's GG though, they're not overcooking this one. Slow down, pop the Cypher ult, re-clear the map, and make sure no one's gotten to walk up on you.
Smoke's refreshed out from LZ from the other side of the map. Surely they hear the rotations coming through. They're not being quiet about it.
LZ should give the site here. He's gonna stick around, try and get one and TP out. It would be huge if he can.
It's a dangerous game he's playing, but he has found success in a tremendous way. Flash traded back, that's 3 for the IGL. And all of a sudden, 2G snatched this round back into a 2v2 though, but Derek might be the one to save it all. Spike pops the ult.
30 seconds left.
Spike gets committed out, but Icy's so far away from the play, he's gonna need a little bit of help. He's gonna need a little bit of support. Spike gets it down to 1v1.
Spike planted.
Can Derek clutch it out on his own? Known for moments like these, known for positions such as these, and it's actually Spike who comes out on top.
The rookie making his debut, winning out the clutch. A showcase of this new 2G roster. The IGL of LZ completely alone. 1 versus 3 in elbow does just enough to make it winnable for their youngster. And that is such a key round for 2G to pick up. They were on the breaking point in terms of money. They had used ults into that round. They come out on top. Thanks to both of those guys' heroics. That Neon wall to isolate the fight is so nice as well.
We were talking about LZ getting 1 and then getting away and how huge that would be. Instead, he just egos the whole thing and gets 3. Blades popped here for EG.
I like the call out of the clutch too. 2G walk a player into mid early. A stun ready to go. A little trap play once Spike has contact.
They don't have a ton over here to clear him out either. Maybe the drone, but it's currently sitting B main. This spells trouble. LZ's dead. Spike is right behind him. Nature knows the flash. He tries to turn it. Doesn't connect quite yet.
Wall's bad.
I thought he might have been faking that he was leaving, but he does actually vacate the space. Meanwhile, the Spike is still sitting over there, and Spike is alone, just playing on the other side of the box.
He's a madman sticking on, and look at A.
Yeah.
Icy has gotten past Gobera. This is a weird round state.
Do they know? I don't think they realize that Gobert is here.
No idea.
This might feel safe. Fancy footwork out from Superman. And Ye puts a blade between the duelist's eyes, and now the site is wide open.
They're so aware, ready to clear that angle for Gobera, watching the flank, and what started off so strong, taking space in mid, getting into an advantage, just ripped away from 2G.
Heady out from Super there.
And look at EG, they've already walked up mid. They will not let these guns be saved again.
They gotta be careful here. It's not like they have a ton of money either, but all is good. Derek gets his 2, EG get up to 5, and you were right, the money is now really awkward for 2G.
It's just basic stuff there from EG. Really nice reactions, being super aware of where anyone could have walked around for 2G and punishing each and every one of those positions. And out of these back and forth rounds that we've had for the last 8, EG come out the big winners. They've broken the economy for 2G. 2G is forced into a timeout, and EG is now, from what was a very close game, in a position to potentially run away with this half.
They have all of the tools they really need, and as you were mentioning, the finances for 2G certainly help that situation. First time for the coach to get involved in the conversation for 2G, a team that, again, the rest of the year for them is pretty simple. You have to make playoffs, otherwise you're auto-relegated, and Mimi, the strength of schedule for them for the rest of the stage is brutal.
Yeah, it is really tough. I think there are games you're looking at as winnable. I think this is one of them. Obviously, EG had a very impressive top 4 in the last one, but if you could win here, that's a great start to your stage. But they're looking at a group where they have 3 of the top 4 teams from stage 1, with Sen, G2, and EG. It is tough to find wins in this group, and they need at least 2. That's the minimum to be able to rely on those tie breaks to make playoffs. They'd love for 3, but if they wanted 3, they basically have to win this EG game today.
Right. The road does not get any easier.
Cloud9 as well looked really good in their debut game.
Yeah, they did.
Makes that group a little scarier for a team like 2G.
light buy for them. It was interesting to listen to them talk in an interview with Pedro Romero earlier this week. They're very calm. Given the stakes, look at this aggression out from LZ.
Spike down A.
Beautifully done. He gets his one and gets away.
They won't be able to pick up that gun, but a clean advantage to play with for 2G. And now you start to think this is an eco round, but maybe we can invest some of these ultimates. A Rolling Thunder, a Sova ult to try and close this one out if they feel confident.
And again, it was LZ to open up the round.
And I love him calling for that walk, but now Ye on one of his own, a fight against Silence, and the Brazilian wins it.
Those are 2 kills that probably should not be going their way. And now, as you were mentioning previously, Mimi, the possibility and the threat of these ults only grows.
You just play passive now. You can retake with the Rolling Thunder. You're in a massively winning position.
Well, everyone's here. They've got all 5 here. Note the Stinger, and there's the Rolling Thunder. We'll try to pop them out. Silence gets another one. This is a mess. It's a disaster for Evil Geniuses.
And it's all Silence. 3 kills with the Sheriff that round. And the walk down mid rewarded. 2G's been playing with different ideas of how to aggro in that space. They figured out that EG, most of these rounds, is not starting heavy mid. Instead, they're showing heavy presence earlier in A or B main, normally going back into a late round mid reclear. So by taking that risk, taking that timing, and feeling the reward, getting the pop off there, they managed to get back into this half.
It seems like it might be an aggro setup at the beginning.
Oh yeah, Paranoia here.
Had the flash at hand, but what's the play setup on the other side? It's a crunch, and Spike gets away with 1, make that 2. A beautiful setup for the youngster. 2G really finding their footing these last couple of rounds.
And you can talk about the changes, you can think about double controller being the meta now. But if you have a good set play with a Breach and a Neon, that is still deadly. EG, how do you fight back out of this? You need a free pick. But 2G's just not giving that away. A passive hold top mid, a passive hold on A.
They're sending off Icy to see what he can find into their spawn, but that total pull will be a problem. Icy gets away with this 1, almost lands the second. Spike with 3. Rotate back towards A, and they may have just caught a timing.
Price walks away. Only LZ here.
Shoulder spotted. Rotation's now starting to come through. LZ again tries to take the TP, but given away by the dart. Very well handled by Derek. And now Prize left alone on the site. Yes, reinforcements are coming through, but it might be too little too late. If they cannot flush him out of this angle, they do. But Silence and Spike have arrived. Derek, again, left alone, 12 seconds left. Waiting for the swing, trying to bait them into it. Steps in front of the stun, but he can't do much more.
Hell of a round for Spike from the set play down mid to start to sliding into Derek's face to close the round there. Really nice stuff from 2G. And now EG, big question. How are we going to deal with the mid aggression? Because on the eco round, you get caught by a Sheriff on a walk. In this round, you get caught by the fast play into mid. I think there are a couple options. Just start way further back, absorb that aggression, then go for mid re-clears. Or you can even toy with the idea of a faster B setup. They're having to put their Breach, their Omen, their Neon, all of these tools into these heavy mid fights, and that does leave those sites just a little bit weaker. Potter calls her first time out of this game.
I think we have highlighted the Breach Neon combo a lot, but I think one of the cool things, and you were just alluding to it, that 2G have done exceptionally well, is introducing the Omen utility into a lot of those traps, into a lot of those sets. I mean, that set play there that we just saw at the beginning of that previous round was a perfect display of that.
Absolutely. They know their win condition.
Yeah.
Let Spike kill. They set it up really well that last round. For EG, I think it also comes back to a question of trying to actually get opening picks. It's been a bit of a rough map for Ye thus far. Man who was back in form when you looked at how he was playing in Stage 1 playoffs. Now 2 rounds remaining. This one on a bit of a rough buy for EG. Looks like they're starting heavier towards B, but so too is Spike. They're not going for another mid play. Instead, 2G ready to brawl on the extremity.
And they've got a lot more weight behind their punches.
It's another set play. Stun ready to go on that line.
No flash to speak of this time. But there's the aggression, there's the stun, and it's actually Ye who's able to neuter a lot of that early push. So well done for EG to handle some of that early aggression.
Another EG cancel, slowed things down. Wait for the refreshables on your KO and your Sova. Going to another hit. They've even netted the null command there. Make things just that much easier.
Interesting here that 2G are not interested in playing around the middle of the map as they have in all of the previous rounds.
And this is a good call for EG. They're going to re-clear that space. Realize mid is completely open, and they're not even using util to do it. Here comes the pop. KO ult, but there's 3 players here, Doug.
But they will not have to deal with the Cypher utility as Silence does get tagged by it. They've got the neural theft as well to make problems even more difficult. The defenses on B crumbled as soon as they got out onto the site, Mimi.
That's the Ye that EG needs. Gets an entry into the site on that re-exec. And poor LZ, he's ready for that one, but it's still a 1v4.
That was a mini-map look if I've ever seen one. LZ Suppress has to take a step back. Poor guy's not allowed to play the game. Has to clear the dart. And he's just looking to, hang on to this weapon? Money seems okay.
I honestly think 2G made the right call out of their opponent's time out there to switch into a dive on B main. Unfortunately, EG was just a little bit more passive, playing together back by the box, and, well, they lose out on that opening pick, and as it goes with these Neon Breach comps, you send your Neon in completely alone, and if he does not go crazy, you're just playing a 4v5 with most of your crucial utility gone early. The stun doesn't catch onto Ye. Just a little foot off there.
Yeah, we're talking a pixel at most.
One enemy remaining. Heartbreaking for 2G. They were just starting to build momentum.
I'm trying to spam his ass. I'm doing the Derek, bro.
And then lose this half by round.
You mentioned Spike needing to be the one to go crazy in this round for them to pull it off. Does have his ult here. And there's that A-fight. The paranoia out, the flash on the other side, but Ye has managed to slip the net. Derek's gonna try to clear the way a little bit more with this Hunter's Fury, but keep a close eye on Ye. A lot on his shoulders here. And he's gonna have to fight 2. Do they know he's here? Do they clear the corner? Yes, Spike does. Ye down.
Now Icy in mid, the lurk activated. But 2G's ready for it. The re-clear coming with the drone.
Prize will spot 2. And they know there's a little bit more behind A. They can feel it. The flash, waiting for the swing. Prize patient with it, not overcommitting, not sending it too far. Ult pop, Prize, Spike gets 3 on the round. And 2G, what a beautiful display.
Icy 1v5. Don't think he has any shot at winning this. A triple high-low setup. And for 2G, you look at this map, and you think that first half you were hitting a lot of your win conditions. Get Spike going early. Be ahead on the ideas for these early set plays.
30 seconds left.
They can be pretty happy about this one.
Yeah, for a team that won 1 series, all stage, to be able to comfortably be sitting at 6-6, and yeah, it's their map pick, but to be sitting here trading blows with EG is really impressive.
And look at that smile, Doug. There's no worries on their faces. They were not lying when they said they weren't feeling the pressure. They were comfortable on this stage. They're competitive out of the first half. And now they get to play attack, where that Neon can do even more. Where Spike can be the man to set the tempo.
Kid's growing up very quickly. Again, they're setting him up exceptionally well. They're giving him all the tools, and he's capitalizing on every single one. A 6-6 half. As both of these teams, with different expectations, come onto the stage, and nothing else matters. We're going to throw it to a very quick break when we return the second half of Sunset.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer, like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick? I'd suggest a classic cat eye. Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
.2G managed to hold serve on their map pick in this opening best of 3 of Sunset. I'm Doug. With me on the call is Mimi, and Mimi, there's been a lot to talk about on the side of 2G, and reasonably so. Spike is dropping 17 in his opening half of his Tier 1 debut, but Evil Geniuses, they're in this fight.
Yeah, they absolutely are. They had a good start to the half. Those last few rounds started to slip away from them. Now going into the second, I'm really looking at Ye playing this Jet again. If they can win a pistol, get him an early op, I think that's going to be one of the key win conditions for EG on defense. But it has to start here as 2G making roads towards mid.
And again, it's Spike so far up.
He's already in the smoke. Doug, this man is not stopping. He is walking into their spawn.
And he's getting away with it. You wouldn't think this is his first rep on the big stage.
And Doug, there was a stun. That was a set play. That is so cool from 2G. And now a 3v3 post plant awarded to them.
They scale up so well. And they're going hunting for more. Now it's LZ who's trying to dip into the same well. Nature falls. Derek and Supa left into 2v3. And so far, so good. But do you check Prize in this position? Supa's been so steady. He's been so strong for EG. And he continues to stand at that point. Now Derek on the swing, and again, it's a clutch. The way of 2G.
Just barely pulling that one out. The IGL asked a lot yet again, but he pulls it off. And I just want to talk about that initial play. Put a little bit of utility into mid. Spike full pushes all the way into that smoke. And then he's going dry, contacting through the left side, taking the risk that at most you're going to be fighting one person there.
Right.
Gets a kill, and then there's a stun ready to go to further that push. Love to see those kind of creative ideas out of 2G.
This has been a clinic on how to set up a duelist. It really has been. EG again on the back foot.
You look at 2G, and it's a team who lost Zap, their emotional leader, their IGL, have to put LZ into that position for the first time midway through the first stage. But they do have more leaders than just that. Faithsort, the coach of this team, he was playing all the way back in 2021, coaching Sasi and Sadak on Team Vikings, going to global events then. I think a lot of people forgot his name, but trying to get back to that level here with his Ascension squad.
Look at, again, the scaling. These two are attached to the hip. Spike and Gobert in for good reason. A flash, allow him to peek. That's...
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just trying to get these guns out of here. Full contain. They don't particularly care about winning the round.
Not really afforded the opportunity to either. And Surprise will be able to get out. A couple of kills found. Spike's already more than halfway to having his ult online in round 3 of the second half. You know, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but you take a look at some of these rookies, some of these youngsters who are performing on this stage for the first time, and again, like, these kids are nuts.
Yeah, quick check-in. Spike's 21-8 in his first ever Tier 1 game.
Right, round 15, by the way.
Did you say the wait was worth it?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, he's living up to the expectations.
Good night.
And that's so big for a player like him. Like,
yeah,
that's a lot of pressure for someone who just turned 18. You heard Saucy say it. Nah, don't worry, man. Only the entire country of Brazil is waiting for you to be able to play. No pressure.
Have to continue to try to set him up. I imagine that'll be a part of the conversation for the rest of the series, really. But primarily this half. far back Derek is playing. Concerned with the mid threat, but it's actually all towards A.
Whew. Well, scary for Supa. Barely escaped.
Yep.
But 2G don't overextend to punish. They're heading back into mid. 2G holding pretty passively in this area.
Nature has his knife up right now. When does he use it? To try to get info? Maybe for the hit? The drone will help.
Could have a flash through the smoke.
Yeah.
They want to give Ye an opportunity to peek.
He's in trouble. He's got to be careful here. He's going to get flushed out and overwhelmed. There were way too many things there for him to deal with. Fully lost control across the middle of the map, and Ye gets punished. And now they're going to continue to close the walls in on B. The defenses, the anchors try to hang on, but they're getting picked apart. This pace from 2G has been too much.
Derek's already out on site, but he's dead immediately. 2G, bonus round converted. They only lose one member. And you hate to say it, but you just needed more from Ye in that position at door. If he gets even one kill, we're talking about a possibly different rounds, but instead gets overwhelmed by the utility, by all these players swinging, and it just snowballs. 2G's pace was just faster than EG were ready for on that B-side hold.
Again, a busted by for Evil Geniuses on the other side of the bonus conversion. 2G looking so comfortable here. Silence has an outlaw.
EG with a re-clear play off the paranoia, or just waiting on the fate of the smoke.
Meanwhile, Ye up close is super close by. And that is where all the threat lies.
Dealt with. Down goes the Sheriff. Supa alone on the site now. 2G, love to see a round like this. Prove they can slow it down, take it easy, and deal with these threats one by one, as Supa just has no hope of holding on the site. This is a clean anti-eco from 2G, Doug.
Prove they can hang on in this round, and also prove that they can hang in Americas. Prove that they can hang in Tier 1. A great shot out from Nature. Still left in a 1v4, but I think this just built so much confidence for this young team leading into the rest of this series and potentially the rest of the stage.
It's the start they wanted. All year thus far, only 3 map wins for 2G.
Yeah.
2 of those coming from the win they got over Loud, the winless team in their group from Stage 1. But now with Spike in the roster, it feels like a team reinvigorated. He's coming up on 30 kills already in regulation, 25 and 8 right now. And EG need to put the brakes on. Potter already having to call her second time out and arrest the fall. If we're talking about happy things for EG, they finally have an op for Ye. Lost the pistol, lost the bonus, couldn't get that going early. Now they have an opportunity. And my big question is, how does that shift their macro? I imagine they're going to want to try and get him embedded early somewhere on a forward line, then call heavier onto the other site and lean into playing more of a heavy on-site setup there. Gives you a lot more choices as a leader in nature. You also have to start to prove that you're still the EG that popped off last stage. Honestly, if you lose this game to 2G, I think that knocks expectations right back down, because we're talking about EG being top 4, being 2 rounds from Toronto. You lose to the Ascension team that only won a series once this year.
For the winless team.
Yeah, and that starts to shift things around.
Yep.
This is the round for EG if they want to win Sunset. They post the op on A. What a very passive angle, in fact. Literally just waiting for the Neon to run at him, I think.
Which I suppose is reasonable, given how Spike has played.
Yeah, look how passive the trips are. The whole game plan for EG is punishing the Neon. They need to kill Spike.
The Rolling Thunder is out, the wall goes up. They're going to try to take out onto the site. Smokes will arrive just in time to provide some cover. Prize. There was an op waiting on the other side of that sight line.
Spike
But they do well to get out onto the site. They do well to get the space. EG don't have any ults on this retake attempt.
And the reposition is great from Spike and Market.
How much further does he push? Meanwhile, they've left Derek there. He has to keep an eye on it. Superman's waiting across the middle of the map as well, concerned with the late flank. And the other remaining members of EG that have to try to get out onto the site just slam their heads into this 2G wall.
The backside fight was so nice there from 2G. Wait for that first wave to come and sit around their smokes and just send it in together at the end. And you see how EG changed out of that timeout. The passive trips, the AWP on a deeper angle, all of these things to try and shut down Spike. But despite that all, he is running into sight off the Rolling Thunder. He's pushing alone into Market, repositioning there. Then he's running around back into their spawn. EG cannot deal with this kid. And that's the discount, just a great utility to fight back sight with a dart, a stun, and the neon stun all combined.
Nice.
They're ecstatic for good reason.
That's 5 rounds in a row. As they continue to push the pace. A lot of noise made towards B. And you're getting to the territory for Evil Geniuses where you're kind of forcing down as much as you can every round. This is gut check time.
Yay dead first again. Feels like it's been a theme in some of these rounds.
8 and 15 for the duelist.
It's tough.
My camera is destroyed.
And GG again.
Cage
Get their opening pick, slow things down a little bit. They didn't even have to use any utility to get the job done.
What a TP.
Yeah, that's it.
I think there are a lot of questions that we had about what would be the plan for the Jet on Sunset, an agent that we haven't seen on here very often. And I think a lot of those questions have been left unanswered.
It's tough to sell when you're looking down the barrel of a Neon performance like this.
Yeah. Nature into the double swing. We'll get 2. Sidesteps the stun, looking for more.
Good trade.
Yeah, Derek over his shoulder.
30 seconds left.
3v2, but Derek's still alone as a flank comes in slowly from Superman. He'll have a Paranoia to support.
How slowly will it be, though? The smoke will actually catch in time, but they're going to try to funnel out on the other side of it anyway. Derek into the swing. The Paranoia now arrives out onto the scene as Icy cannot connect. Prize gets his 2. Superman's left alone. He was the catalyst for them in stage 1. Can he deliver for Evil Geniuses again? In a 1v2, tries to settle, and does. The Red Bull clutch for EG.
If they lose that clutch, EG loses this game.
Yep.
Super, the catalyst. Back at it again, keeping Evil Geniuses in this game. And that round nearly went so wrong.
One enemy remaining.
Leaving a player alone on site.
Push up, push up.
2G navigating it near perfectly. But Super just better in the clutch.
The veteran experience. That's really what you have to rest on in situations like this. Now keep a close eye on this. Blades popped and he's on a high box.
But look at Spike too, fast take into B main. They didn't have to use a whole ton to do that, just the stun.
I wonder if they are continually concerned with this dash into A short from Spike.
Standing ahead.
And that's why they keep putting Ye there.
It is potent, right? Like he's been pretty much every round either into A elbow or into B main. They're going for one of these early plays. But here's another one coming. Hunter Suri combo. The Neon's in alone, but this is a complete fake. In EG, they might be biting on it as the Omen walks down mid.
It's too appetizing and Super not able to connect there.
Gobert is ready for that.
Now Derek's gonna pop an ult of his own and find there is no one B.
So where are they going now? Walk up into mid from 2. Yay! Needed that kill and can't quite find it. Now they'll group towards A and put Nature in a spot of trouble.
Molly will buy a little bit of time, enough for him to stay alive. Ult now popped. What can Spike do? Off the flash, and again, the setup is there, but Nature. I don't believe he was tagged.
Paranoia too late.
Yeah, he's not gonna find it with the blades. Still numbers away at 2G. You see these 2 anchored out onto the site. Nature left alone. Flash looking for the swing, but has to reload. Now just a knife. Forced into this 1v2 with nothing but a gun to play around. Finds this one. 13 seconds left. And Gobert is ahead of it. 2G get to map point.
Same situation, 2 rounds in a row. A 1v2 on A. This time, 2G get the job done. And that round, again, showing more depth than we'd seen before out of 2G. A complete fake play into B. A really weird situation in mid. 2G navigates it all well. And you have to give so much credit to Gobera. He's aware of that walk down mid. He's ready in this 1v1 to win it out. The player that had to come into this roster. Still finding his impact is Yay again trying to get something done early.
This is a bit of a different look. That flash and the dash popped. Yay's gonna try to get away. Will he be allowed out? No. Gobera's there to punish. 2G, even in numbers through that exchange.
3v3 and EG, 2 players isolated on site. This ult is perfect.
Both of them, but super up close with the judge. The gift waiting on the other side. Icy's gonna show up so late though. Thing is, they don't know where he is.
His IGL bleeding out on the floor. And Icy with only a stinger. He'll have to give away his position to recover a rifle. I don't think he even has one. That's a judge to his left.
A Vandal too far away though. In that jump spot, he's found it. He's found a way out.
Gets away.
12 bullets left, has to be careful. Gobera threatening, pushing, swinging, and delivering for 2G as they take map 1.
What a performance from 2G. It's Gobera, the hero at the end. But the statement of the map is the debut of Spike. Almost a year we waited. He shows up on a tier 1 stage and drops 27 kills in his first ever map.
We alluded to the interview earlier, and I think we need to hit on it again because it felt like a theme in the interview with Pedro. They're calm, they're not nervous, they're not anxious about it, they have their goals in place, and when you see a guy like Spike show up on the big stage and drop as many as he did on his debut, yeah, they look pretty damn calm if you ask me.
And the team did so well to set him up. Play a Neon Breach comp, make him perfectly comfortable. Excellent supportive utility from Gobera and LZ. This is the map 2G needed to start with this stage. The question now, Doug, can they finish it? Can they actually get a crucial win on the board to try and stay in the league?
Well, I think the other thing we have to ask here is, given that Lotus is up next, do they run the Neon Breach again? That has been their success. But can they execute that on Lotus? Is there a way to win without that?
I'd expect it, honestly. I think they need to just lean into this. Let this man play Neon, and he will feast.
He did feast on map 1. We'll see if we can do it on map 2. We will be back on the other side of this break. Stay tuned.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yay.
What is this? Side to the side, run into the side. Yay! Shuts it down. 4 kills.
Silence aparece também levando o último daquilo dele pra deixar tudo igual, hein? Bora, Silence! Silence!
Here, the coach of 2G. Sir, you are cooking something, and you know you are cooking something. An amazing map one for you. We're going to the next map, where it is not your pick. So how do we see them confident out there? We see them cheering each other on, dapping each other up, etc. How do we stay calm and make sure your boys stay focused, make this a clean 2-0?
Honestly, it doesn't matter the map. We're doing fine. We had a lot of time to cook a lot of things, so we feel confident. Anything, we are just ready to do everything. Yep.
Well, best luck on map 2.
Well, Coach Faith has a lot of reasons to feel confident because that performance, 13-7 on their map pick of Sunset, gives 2G the win over Evil Geniuses. Welcome back, Golden Boy, alongside with Alexis and Ender here. And I mean, squad, talk about a debut. You couldn't have asked for a better debut of a player than what Spike just pulled off there.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I think Sunset is one of those maps where if you have a good Neon, they're gonna shine, and he's shown today.
He's shown good.
Yeah, it was amazing because he started off early, like here in a 1-on-2 situation, like keeping it calm, collected, winning that round. But then consistently, we saw him fighting alongside the rest of his team in this round 10 as well. It's coming down to the end on 5 HP, just sliding straight past Derek. It's getting silly.
He definitely has the clutch factor. I think he was in a lot of those 2v2s, 1v2 situations where he's just so alpha and just runs at them. Like, look at this. He's running through a KO molly. How do you stop that?
It's crazy too, because like it wasn't just like late round moments from them. They also ran a lot of like start of round like aggro pieces with the breach done, just sending him down towards tiles. And also like in that last clip there, I was really impressed with not just Spike's individual play, but like how 2G were calling for these like mid-round like walk-ups to re-clear into space. Oftentimes it was Spike at the helm on those, and when he's winning the majority of fights he's taking by that much, like your rounds are going to play themselves almost.
And Alexis, it did feel as if EG, didn't feel it, we saw it. I mean, they were struggling to be able to shut him down. It felt like going into that Spike had the reads and also the Neon was giving him so much access.
Yeah, I feel like when you play a KO into a Neon, as a KO player, it's really, really difficult because the timing that it takes for you to throw your knife, stop them from sliding at you, they're already in your face before it pops. So what do you even do? Like we saw in that last clip, he threw a molly on the ground to stop the swing, he slid through it. You know, what do you do in that situation?
Just die.
Yeah, well, that is what he did.
You're just like, well, I guess this is where my grave is. In any case, though, for now, let's go ahead and hear what Coach Potter has to say as we get ready for map 2.
Here, the coach of Evil Geniuses. Now, Potter, that didn't go your way, but it wasn't your map pick. I'm going to ask you for Lotus. What are we fixing for map 2? We're going to see any of that, classic Potter ingenuity. What's the plan?
Well, really, what we told ourselves wouldn't happened to us in map 1. And even though it wasn't our map pick, our hyper focus coming into stage 2 was not having a slow start, and that was an even slower start than I'm used to. So for sure for us, we've got to wake up. We've got to wake up. Lotus is our comfort pick for sure in all of stage 1. So for these guys, it should just be a normal Saturday, hopefully.
A normal Saturday, walk in the park. Best of luck.
Thank you.
I tell you what, though, hearing that and seeing how that half went, Alexis, I mean, look, it was, 6-6 at the half there, right? There was some push and pull on each side, but you can clearly tell, like, EG fizzled out when he got to that second.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like maybe Lotus leans more into the EG playstyle. Like, Sunset is definitely a Neon map. Lotus can kind of go a couple different ways, so maybe if he's on a different agent, it won't get shut down nearly as hard.
Yeah, I also think this Lotus is a map that, even if you look back to, like, last year, with Potter and Evil Geniuses, was a map they loved to play a lot of like slower rounds. When I think about EG, I don't think a team that's like all about like hard execing or like grouping up as 4 or 5 players hitting sites. I think of, the slower lurk looks of a Supa, right? Testing that space front B over towards A, these late round moments. That is very much the wheelhouse of EG and home territory.
Yeah, I mean, we were hearing the casters of both Mimi and Doug talking about what we were maybe going to be seeing here. And Mimi said, I don't know if you change anything. Like maybe you don't have to. Maybe you just kind of let Spike continue to work the field with his comfort pick there.
Yeah, I mean, I think his Neon is fantastically good. And again, this is a map where we don't see a lot of Neon in Americas, but it's still very strong and respected globally.
Oh, yeah. All right, folks. Well, let's go ahead and see if EG can force that map 3. Send it back over to your casters for this one. Here's Doug and Mimi.
Thank you, Golden Boy. I think that's a question on everyone's minds as we turn our attention to Lotus. We talked about it prior to the break. The Desk talked about it prior to the throw. What comp do 2G run on this map?
Yeah, and I think there's a couple options. Spike is a really good Yoru player, as well as the Neon. I think you'll probably want to play the Neon, though. Do they stick to the breach, though? Is I think where it gets interesting, because a lot of teams are really playing into the double smokes here.
Well,
but you look at the locks, and there's the Neon, but there's also something else. Derek is locking a chamber when El Diablo's on the team. What is going on?
We had talked so much off camera about the possibility of a chamber and how it seems to fit this EG team so well, but we weren't talking about Derek.
The question was if Ye would play chamber or not. It turns out neither is true. It's actually just a completely different player. All right. That is a bit of a surprise. So this is basically the comp that they were playing all of last stage with the Clove, Viper, double smokes look, but now subbing in for that Sentinel role, that Chamber instead. And I do think Chamber is very good on this map. There's a lot of great options on defense for where you put up the TP gate. On the attack side, you can kind of walk in and solo contest A in a way no other agent but Yoru really can. So I like the composition, but it is wild to see them sticking by this Clove when no one else really has, and instead putting Derek on that role. You look at 2G as well, and it's comfort over there. Sticking to a
1000%.
double initiator comp, the breach, the fade with that Neon. And I think that's a good choice. But what they're giving up is double smokes, and that makes your attack side macro a little bit more one-dimensional. You oftentimes are going to have to just full commit behind that Neon.
Right.
So EG, it's a similar question of how do you deal with Spike's aggression and actually win out into these retakes once you punish him.
That single controller on a 3-site map. We'll see. We'll see how they execute it. We'll see what the plan is for Evil Geniuses. Potter talked about how they cannot afford a slow start, and that will slow even for their standards. And so they've got to convert on this pistol.
Walk up in B main already.
Aggression waiting on the other side. Rises, Cook. There's not a lot of help here. How much further do they push? Ye comes to life. This is the pistol that they needed. But LZ still might be able to snatch this one back.
1v2. He might be able to get the spike, but no TP. Has to cross in front of Supa.
These are ones. If Supa goes ahead of this, now Derek is showing up. Now Derek is there to help. Still a minute left in the round. A ton of time to think this through.
I think EG are fine to give away the spike. Just play this as a 2v1. Wait for the plant, and don't take any risks.
Ideally, well, given where Ye died too, they can still smoke. And you see it immediately come up on the minimap. So you imagine some of these smokes will come down as soon as you get a cue on where they are.
Bit of a rough timing on the Viper wall going up. That means info is going to be a little later on when LZ contacts in.
"30 seconds left.
EG are on the wrong side of this. They're rotating back towards C. And that's going to give LZ free passage out onto the site.
He has a Paranoia, 2 smokes to work with. But no TP, so it's a bit harder to disengage and get out once you get one. EG, name of the game is just play this completely together, trade each other out, and you should win this easily. But with how good LZ has been, Doug, it's scary.
Nothing is safe. Nothing is secure. Derek with 2 Headhunter bullets. LZ waiting for the threat. He's going to get 1, 2, isn't he? Oh, dinks onto Derek. But Derek gets the kill anyway.
I think in Supa's mind, he thought that the player was wrapping up through stairs and wanted to hold for that, but it gets very worrying when it just comes down to a 1v1. Matters not, EG win it out. And show some good proactivity there. When you're playing with this chamber, you can almost always leave him as a solo side anchor, and instead go for more aggressive looks with your 3 fighters of Icy, Ye, and Nature. And they do it really well there.
I too thought that was really funny, Potter. Oh, great start for Icy, 2-1. Ye also getting a couple kills on the board early in that round. 2G are forcing. They have fully forced into this. They have 4 stingers.
Now you get the spike down. You've seen what G2 and other teams in Americas can do with it. Get your hands in the pot.
It's interesting to listen to that same interview where LZ was talking about how he gets a lot of inspiration from John QT, but from VALORANT as well. And this might be something straight out of their playbook, but you did not account for these two. The Bulldogs and the Outlaws just too good here.
Somehow stunned up, Derek manages to get a kill with the Outlaw backside, and it is a flawless win for Evil Geniuses.
Now, what does this do for 2G, given that they invested in this previous round, that they lost in as bad a fashion as they did?
You're in a bad half by again. You're basically running back Stingers or Sheriff's Light Armor, and you're not going to have a rifle up till round 4. For EG, playing on defense, that is a really big boon to start a half.
Again, they desperately needed to come out of these gates fast, and so far, that's what we've seen for EG.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit about the Clove comp, because most people aren't playing this, but EG's been really hard committed to the idea. The biggest drawbacks are you don't get line control of a Paranoia, because you're also not playing the Breach. But what you get instead is a player who can fight, and maybe Spike's not going to give us an honest eco round, because he's already gotten a kill on the Chamber.
No real threat of having his ult. But I think the threat lies in the Sheriff Silence picking up the Outlaw. And
Nade kill, okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if that was like TPing into it and got caught on a weird timing.
Yeah, perhaps.
Anyways, that levels out the risk just a bit. The Outlaw was recovered, but everyone's got full armor.
C's will connect. And the swings are perfectly timed. Nature getting his 2 on the board. It's just 10 HP left. Well out of the play here is Silence.
But to my point, this is a comp that plays really differently from what EG showed on the last map. They have so many tools to brawl here, with Icy and Ye being able to work in conjunction to fight up whenever they want on defense. And I think that's a really good choice, because you give 3 super strong individuals in Icy, Derek, Ye, all opportunities to be playmakers on their own.
Left.
And in that way, you do make up for some of those drawbacks of not having that Paranoia, not having a stun or any tool like that. I think you'll see the hurt more with having the Clove when we get to attack.
Yeah, I agree.
With those low smoke times, with the longer refresh. But for now, it's all about this defense, and EG are feeling good, up 3-0.
The individual agency on the side of EG was something that I think they were also kind of leaning to a little bit on Sunset, but did not have the same efficacy that we've seen so far.
Entry.
Yeah.
And there's that nade kill again. Oh, it's the metal combo. Decays him down, and it's an easy kill for Icy.
Melts you instantly.
I mean, my point for me, another little thing you get with the Clove. Nice for re-clear plays on A. Just as you saw there. Here's the guns now. And here's the AWP as well.
Not for Derek. Off the mark on the first shot. Meanwhile, Ye has gone exploring up A.
That's exactly how you want to start rounds for 2G. First priority, find the AWP, push him off, and well, getting a kill on the lurk is great too. I'm not sure how that happened. Maybe just spamming into the smoke.
I believe so.
Just past the cage. They'll be happy to have it.
Given some of the threat that we saw of Ye, aggressive on this half-wall line, 2G are going to have to use some utility to re-clear some of this space. And that's utility they're going to want to have for the A hit.
Good timing on this contact re-clear B.
That's what I'm talking about. The eye they have to use here to just clear out past half wall. They won't have it for the site.
I think 2G might have heard a step be made on that swing. They'll have their Cypher player aware of it, as Icy is completely alone here.
The eye didn't tag. Silence does. Ye gets caught. And Nate will provide a little bit of cover, and they can turn their attention back towards B. They know they have that space because Ye got caught on the lurk up mid.
One enemy remaining.
This has been a beautiful round from 2G. It really has.
Spike planted.
Only Derek now stuck out in main. No AWP to work with anymore, as 2G win it out with the rifles. And so much of that round just comes back to that opening pick. Push the AWP off the line. Be super assertive in how they take space on C. Really want to see how that one happened. Here it is. Yeah.
Yes.
Straight up spam. And then the lurker ready to punish onto Ye as EG gets a little bit desperate. Down a man.
Mira, mira, mira. Nice!
EG do still have AWP money, so they get to keep that win condition online. Derek will play around that little sliver in the open door. Or just walk up.
Surely you wait on the other side of the smoke. You don't dry peek this if you're 2G, right? Oh. They were ahead of it. And so the early dip out from Derek finds nothing.
But losing that space in the front of A means this TP gate's a little less strong.
Not finding its mark yet again. Pushed off the op line, as you mentioned in the previous round.
So well dealt with from 2G. EG have to play a retake with the op in hand. Thankfully, they have the Raise Rocket on Icy.
Waiting for the right time to light the fuse.
Look at Spike, he's so far forward. A Paranoia, a stun, all ready to go for him.
But he's been found. The Haunt tagged him. Yeah, he's able to tuck behind the box, but Super gets caught. Silence on the trade, and now the rocket used. Not going to find any. Spike on the swing. EG pushing him back. What can Gobera do in a 1v3 here? Has some utility, but you know they're going to want to flush him out. Time is pretty short here, but that might have been the last bit of bite. Yeah, has to force out into the swing. On the other side of the smoke, the defuse comes through. EG gets a 4.
2G, a great start to the round and getting into that A side early. But the losing fight towards Breakable Door is where it all goes wrong. Drop a couple players there, and then that allows EG to actually have a pinch when they go for the retake. I think LZ was trying to TP forward and recommit into that space. Doesn't quite work out for him.
Oh my god, bro. I saw some shit. I thought it was Neon.
Seeing demons in the walls? They're traumatized after map 1, Doug.
I would be too.
Well, this is fast towards A main.
Here the satchel's popped. Sees nade. Meanwhile, the tour de force used.
Interesting, they show super heavy, which makes 2G think that the chamber is set towards C, but instead they just leave him embedded and walk back.
And note, they have 2 ops here in this setup. Derek used his ult. It was Nature who had the op at the beginning. Now they've given it to Icy. So they have the op on the A line, and they have the op mid as well.
Yeah, these are really good angles to hold. 2G are going to head back that way. If they want to re-clear A, they have to push Derek off the line.
They've been really successful at that. He is in the range of his tether.
But it's only LZ here. They're prioling B first instead. LZ baits a shot, but Derek sticks around, holds his nerve.
They don't realize there's another op on play, I'd imagine. Either way, the due diligence on the side of 2G will find safety. Look at the aggro space from LZ. He's all the way up in their spawn. He's guessing the wrong way. The rest of the retake is coming in from the C side of the map. Yay, gets the best of Gobera. Derek finds some joy, finally. And just like that, LZ's left on the outside looking in.
The round that you've been waiting for from Ye. A great turnaround from him to start map 2 compared to what was honestly a pretty big underperformance to start stage 2.
Yeah, I agree.
Really nice shots there. And EG showing great protocols on their retake. And calling a timeout up 5-1. Okay, that makes more sense. 2G instead the ones to do it.
Controlled by production. I do think, I mean, that if you are 2G here, there are a couple things that seem to be going your way. These rounds, I don't know that the score is necessarily indicative of how this half has gone so far.
No, there have definitely been some close rounds. It's been coming down to these retakes in the last couple. So 2G will get their coach in the conversation and try and figure this one out. I've liked how they've opened these rounds. I think the early set pieces with the breach and fade util to get Spike on a line either in A or C and push the op back has been good. Where it's been falling apart, I think, has been getting kind of caught off guard by some of these rewalks. You think about EG pushing back into B in the mid round. You think about them putting their op forward on A and then having much heavier presence into the C site. So I still want to see them starting the rounds the same way, but just slowing down a little bit, giving more time for Spike, for Silence to work on some of these lurks.
Talked about the op in the previous round. Still in the hands of Derek. 6-2 so far on the chamber. And it's not a great buy for 2G, is it?
No, this is their ego, so they can afford to just step up the pace and see what happens.
Yeah.
Spike is one off his ultimate. He gets a kill, and he becomes a problem for Evil Geniuses.
Icy's alone here.
But he's behind the door. We'll have a bit of safety, bit of time to get away.
Does tap the door right at the very beginning.
He's threatening like the chamber is here, as we've seen in previous rounds.
Oh, he spotted one. You imagine some of the rotations will start to come through. Look at how much space Derek has taken on C. Able to close this off a little bit more. The dink through the box, but Spike dashes his way into the round, and all of a sudden, there's the trouble that you mentioned, Mimi. Spike pops the ult, gets a second kill.
Icy lit the fuse, and I don't know if they can stop this bomb now. The ult popped for Spike, a 4v2 with an operator to try and retake. Have the money to go for it.
I think an op is such a big part of their win condition.
Super could buy it over regardless.
Yeah.
So if they get an early pick, they can definitely make an attempt. But 2G's just not giving anything.
No, it seems like they're going to leave Supa to try to get one, maybe, but what a response from 2G.
Yeah, up 5-1, it's not the end of the world to concede a round like this, but given the context of the bye, that is tough. I think that re-swing from Icy going to be haunting him a little bit at the end of this round. Thought he had a chance to convert off the dink on the Spike, but instead dies, and that starts the snowball of this ultimate getting the second pick.
And you set it up beautifully. He gets one kill, and he's a problem, and that's exactly what he was.
So something cooking here for 2Game. Where do they want to go now? That was just their eco round. They showed something really fast. Do they want to keep that pace up or slow things down again? See the stat there. Spike, the youngest player in VCT Americas, turned 18, what, less than a month ago? Or just over a month now.
Cover going.
It's the same idea from EG.
They're really threatening that there's a chamber here ready to post. That's why he's opening the door every round.
And Derek is going to get all this free space mound again, just like we saw in the previous round. Remember how Icy was punished here.
Rotates are coming in quicker this time. Icy will have help.
Such a good spot. Oh, the dog gives his position away, and he swings ahead of it. Forced into the fight. The Nightfall will buy some space.
2G paused for a second. They're stalled out, but they have a lurk front B. Only the chamber trip is holding that space. So the opportunity to pivot into the B site open as EG posture back into tree.
I think Supa's aware of that, and that's why you see him towards B heaven as well.
Face your fear!
They're faking A, finishing B.
Nightfall will tech 2. There's the break of the door.
EG bites on it.
Yeah, they did. Supa in particular, all rotating back towards A.
30 seconds left.
I think the linchpin of the round is Derek. He's going to open the door, have a fight here.
Misses, and then TP's away. Lives to fight another day.
Second chance, maybe.
Ill-advised.
Cage triggered.
This retake becomes more difficult now. Ye has the ult, so he can send it.
Don't really have any utility to set him up, though.
Maybe a haunt in a couple seconds.
If it even comes up in time.
How do they break this crossfire, Doug?
They don't. The ult will help. It'll create a little bit of space. Supa's there on the trade.
One enemy remaining.
Just the tap. Ye gets enough, but it's just not enough to convert the round.
Great trading from 2G at the end there. Make a high investment play to rip the fade ult on the fake into A right at the end. But they get rewarded for it. Find a completely open B site. And they've been showing some really nice protocols into the post fight. EG has been giving 2G a good amount of respect with this Neon, playing back, playing into a lot of these set retakes. But 2G take it to him that round. Just some fantastic team play. Despite that, though, EG, they do still have money to work with. They still have an off. They still have the win conditions they're thinking about. And after setting up the last couple rounds, they return the chamber to A.
But it looks the same. It's the same tap of the door.
This time he walks out. Last time he tucked in.
Has a line. There is a member of 2G here. It's behind a half wall. This is such a tough spot to play.
Derek just walks away. Doesn't want to risk it.
There's some value out of the op. There's some value out of the chamber. Meanwhile, an acceleration towards C. Ye tries to play ahead of it. Supa tries to swing out too, and the advantage that they have is instantly given away.
They knew the breach util was coming. They wanted to fight ahead of it, but they just die for their troubles. 3 players drop. Again, it's the op alongside Icy to try and retake. But I don't see how they can win this.
Spike planted.
And listen, that financial
Player standing.
that financial backbone that they had is now starting to wear real thin. Now we've got to start talking about we can't really afford the op anymore.
Yeah, it's open season on the Chamber. Derek is not going to get to keep this one for free. Maybe he still will. Has a lot of time to try and stay alive with those shots. They're lovely.
Still has 6 bullets of the Headhunter. Crosses through the C's. Does get tagged by the eye.
Oh, the stun.
One enemy remaining.
That's 4. And Barrett cleans it up.
Maybe the 4 least impactful frags in Valorant history. Doesn't get to keep this off, and TG will have the money to buy back in regardless. It did look nice. Just like you throw those ones in at the end of the montage, and like you make them really quick so they don't notice the round's already lost. And then it looks super impressive. Yeah, EG are broke. 2G, 3 rounds in a row won. And the change of pace has been working. They have picked it up, showing some faster hits in the first 2 rounds they win, and then in this one, slowing things down a little bit. And that engagement towards C was just really rough for EG.
Yeah, it was.
They realized that they kind of have an option. If you play on site, you're getting bullied by Breach Util and a Neon running in. If you play retake, 2G is fighting up, they have a Paranoia, they have all these tools to stay alive in the post plant. So they think, hey, we're going to get inside the Cloudburst, we're going to fight ahead of it instead, and try and catch these players off guard. But the fights just don't go their way, and it's another round loss on the trot. And Potter has to get involved yet again.
And again, that's so tough given that Derek was able to get an opening kill on the opposite side of the map.
Yes.
They were able to find value out of the operator. Just to have it instantly snatched away is so tough. And so as you mentioned, Potter joins the conversation.
You talk about the drawbacks of this comp too. EG doesn't have any flashes, they don't even have an Omen Paranoia because they're playing Clove. So it's way harder to set up those kind of active re-clear plays.
Yeah.
Because the only util they have for it is a Fade Haunter or maybe a Prowler at best.
Yeah.
They'll rummage together some type of buy, decide to use the Viper Pit on C. But all 4 on the other side of the map is 2G. They're excelling B quickly.
Sees him by a little bit of time. Do they know that Derek is there? He has to TP away. Had a great angle there for him, but now forced to sit back on the other side of the Viper wall. Brute forcing his way past all of the utility, straight into Nature's lap. What a beautiful rollout from 2G.
Planted.
Blistering pace from the attack.
Another brutal retake. Their Fade's dead. They have no tools to get back in. But they have to make some kind of stand here. Ye's dead. He was the one who could take a risk.
They're going to swing out onto Icy there. He gets pushed back. Nothing but a sheriff to speak of there. Derek pushing forward. Supa on the other side. 5 HP.
2v1.
That other kill on the other side. Price has no idea! Icy arrives at just the right time! How did they convert that round?
Yeah, he just barely has it too. Couple seconds to spare. And they just take it easy. EG have been going for quicker retake looks in some of these rounds. Here, they just completely slow it down, and it doesn't feel like it should have worked. Everyone is alone fighting on 1v1s from individual angles.
Or 2v1s in Icy's case.
Yeah, and they come out on top of it. Manage to group up on the site together, trade out these kills, and just barely make it happen. That's a round where not a whole ton changed macro to favor EG, but the individuals bailed them out of it. And now a chance to regain control and build upon this half that is already very strong for defense.
Haunt out, Derek with the ult, not connecting.
Despite Derek having some success with these opening picks on the off, I cannot remember a round where they've actually managed to kill Spike early.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I can't either.
For the most part, it has been Spike winning the battle of space early when we talk about the Chamber versus Neon.
Somehow they still find themselves up 2 though.
Another solo A anchor look from Evil Geniuses. This time it's Ye.
All their friends close by. You see Icy starting to rotate over. Nature as well. half of the door and the dash out, so 2G have done well to get tree space. And they've left one behind. Icy's gonna pop his one, ult through. Oh, they passed right by each other. He's gonna try to land one right beneath him, but he can't. Gobert's there on the trade.
Still EG ahead in this one. A 4v3, Chamber's gonna be very late on the rotate. But look at Spike, he is just walking around the map, working through spawn.
I mean, they've let him off the leash, and for good reason. Rolling Thunder will tag 1-1 maybe. A couple more kills traded. Spike again in a really nice spot.
Marked one.
And I fall by a little bit of time. Derek's position is still concealed. Now they know where he is. He's got to find value with the ult, and he does. One kill found. Nature against Spike. As time ticks away, Nature has so much to do, and Spike's just playing with them. Beautifully done.
The rookie player, again, stepping up in these late rounds. He won a clutch on map 1, does it here on map 2 as well. And what a big round that is for 2G. Keeps their chances of making this a 6-6 half alive. And again, it's just really nicely played on how they're setting up these post ones. Look at how mobile Spike was. And he's fighting into heaven. He's running all the way around. Still in the right place as there's a big brawl here, Doug.
Last round of the half. No stone left unturned. Spike with the ult. Gobert with the utility. It's a bloodbath on A. And it's 2G who seem to be walking away unscathed. Again, Spike, full steam ahead. What a round from 2G. Flawless to close out the half.
Switching sides.
The Neon player for 2G takes pace over a game yet again. That half started really rough. They forced spot, lost that round. We're down something like 4-1 at the beginning. With some heroics from Spike, some well-called rounds, and 2G bring things even at the half.
Team like EG were in a position to run away with it. The timeout caused so many problems. We actually have Liz, who's standing by on the stage behind me for an interview with a very special guest. Liz, take it away.
Thank you so much, Doug. And it is a very special guest. I have Superman's fiance, Anna, here with us. And Superman has no idea. He is currently oh, now he does. Hey! So I just talked to you. You have been with Supa for 10 years. And you were telling me, you can cheer for 10 years. That's an excellent milestone. I mean, and you were telling me you've seen him, in his older days when he was trying to, come up, and now he's here. What has that transition been like, watching him, early mornings, like you were saying, and now he's here on the stage at VCT Americas?
It's been inspiring because I've watched him through Crossfire and then through Valorant, seen him through FaZe, Dignitas, even Team Vietnam.
Yeah. Something I also wanted to ask you is I talked about a little bit before. At the end of stage 1, we saw a rather emotional Supa. With Supa, we've known to be very stoic, a very kind of, grounded person, but that was such a close loss to G2. We saw him very emotional. What was that like, and how as a partner do you support him in those moments?
It was a close game, and it was very emotional, especially for our team because they were so close. But as a spouse, I was just there as a emotional support through thick and thin, supporting them through the way.
And one thing I always ask of the partners who are up here, eventually when Supa watches us back, would you like to leave a message for him?
You got this. Let's go to Paris. Let's go, EG.
We love it. Thank you so much, Anna. And Doug and Mimi, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, it turns out she's not the only one who's been kind of looking at Supa for quite a while. I remember, Doug, talking to Potter like 2023 after that year when she was trying to build her team for the next one and was thinking, hey, I really want Supa. She has had a lot of respect for this player since he was back on Rise. Finally gets him on one of her rosters, and he has been an absolute boon for EG.
Really has, and he's one of the players that I look towards here in a position such as this, where you lose map 1 when you're tied at half on map 2 against a team that you probably should be beating. Who's going to be the one to step up? Who's going to turn the tides for EG?
You recall last map, it was a 6-6 half, and EG only won 1 round in the second. Spike in the close corner. Chance to deal a death blow, but he's cleared.
beautifully done by Icy. How often does that box go unchecked? Very well done.
Super thorough stuff. And EG have lurks to reinforce it. Literally don't even have to spike at this point, despite taking C. They'll reset the rounds a bit. Work their way back with a 5-on-3 advantage.
That on-the-call fly there of seeing what utility is C, what personnel is present on the side, and then you can flip the other way, or if obviously it was softer on C, they can go that way as well. So this is a really nice pistol call by nature here.
When I think about EG macro on this map, it's all about calling back into these lurks. And I think that's even more true now that they're playing Derek on the chamber. Let him walk around on B. Let Superman walk into A. You have so many different guys that are so strong in those lurking positions that absolutely help your macro. Done it well this round, but 2G still have a chance. It's a 3v5. They've got a stun. They've got a paranoia. There's a world.
It's a slim chance, but a chance nonetheless. You were talking about Derek on the late lurk.
Maybe less of a chance now.
Yeah.
One enemy
Beautifully timed. An excellent pistol. And Potter talked about it in the halftime break, or in the
after map 1
interview. Thank you. This is their comfort map.
Absolutely.
This is where you expect them to look a lot more loose, and we didn't necessarily see that in the first half, but already seeing that here.
Yeah, we were building all this up in the first map about Super being the catalyst, this huge turnaround from Ye and Icy. That started with their Lotus, which was so strong. They were beating the best teams in Americas on this year map.
One enemy remaining.
And this is a nice start for them. Second pistol they've picked up in the map. This time.
Deep exhale out of Icy there.
Yeah. Deep breath.
An Outlaw and a Guardian. 3 Guardians. Heavy investment into this from EG.
2G feign like it's a heavier walk up on B, but it's just those 2 players. Stun, Neon ready to swing. Yay, this could get a little dicey.
Ah, that's bait. Oh, it's bait. And it's a kill found. A paranoia, a stun, and the dash. Once again, that trio finding value.
But they trade out, have a lurk on A to call back into, and EG managed to avoid the danger for now.
I mean, Gobert is real close behind Derek here. That smoke will provide a little bit of cover from Ye. Nicely done. But all the rotations are at A. Gobert, the one exception. And so this is not a free site. This is not a safe site. There is a welcome committee here. And they may not have the guns for it, but they do have the personnel.
I think you have to call back if you're EG.
Yes.
No way to get into this site. They'll pivot into B. But look what's available. A stun just coming off cooldown for Gobert. A flash as well.
And a Guardian in hand. Well done from Derek to take some of this threat away. Remove some of the bite from the bark.
No smokes to block the spike. The Guardian dropped into another player's hands, and those chances seem to dwindle.
Seems like they've called off the retake attempt. And so what, EG will carry over, at least for now, an Outlaw, a Guardian, perhaps the second one if they can scoop it up, and they might. It's got 4 HP.
Camera taken out.
Just no time for silence.
No. I do think worth noting here, Icy will have his ult into the next round, but for as heavy of an investment as it was for EG to carry over a Guardian and a Stinger, that doesn't feel great.
I think that what you mentioned about the ult being available, though, does make up for it a bit. That can completely change, because, you know, if you're execing onto C with the raised rocket,
right,
having a Stinger kind of becomes a thing you're happy about once you actually get into that post plant. We'll see if it's something as simple as that they want to go for. You can pop B, you can pop C. You have this ult online. But the biggest threat to them has to be Spike. A stun for him ready to go.
Early smoke. And the dash out on the other side. They try to enable him, but only 1 kill found.
And that's a gun that EG can pick up.
Cover going out.
Meanwhile, LZ has a lot of presence on the other side.
Barely makes it out with the TP.
Well, that's one way to clear a smoke.
Now what happens when your initiator player dies with a comp like this?
It's a human dart.
They still have the rocket for Icy.
Question here as time goes on, how much more willing are they going to be to invest that?
The door never got broken. So despite being back-to-back, Gobera and Supa, not a big threat to each other yet.
Look at how much respect LZ's showing on A as well. Fully vacating the space, going all the way back into his spawn.
30 seconds. They don't want to leave anyone in the open to die to that rocket. But EG aren't using it. 2G oh no, now they are. Okay, send it in, take back sight, and push 2G away.
Still have a satchel. They're not going to use it. Rocket goes off, will buy space and will buy time. Derek commits to getting a spike down. Now we'll see what 2G can do on this attempted retake, given that they have the numbers advantage, given that they have weapons to fight back into this. That is certainly going to help the situation. A great shot out from Prize to start things off. And all of a sudden, the hold from EG gets a little bit weaker. The grip slips just a bit. Paranoia out. Fault line on the other side. And yes, Derek TP's away after getting his one, but all of a sudden, left on an island, isolated, flash in his face. The triple swing is too much as 2G get the round.
I really like the way 2G have played around Gobera's utility on both maps now. I think they do a great job of just playing the fundamentals of that agent. Slow things down a little bit, you wait for the flash to come online, you have one player jumping, you're double swinging behind it. They do well to follow up every piece of utility, even in late rounds like that where Spike is dead. And those details to me, in a lot of ways, is what was missing from 2G. They never felt like a complete team when we were watching them in kickoff, watching them in stage 1. It felt like a piece was missing, and there very clearly was with Spike. But him coming back into the roster, it's not just about how good he is individually, but it's about how cohesive the team looks, how well everyone's playing off each other.
Oh,
the throw to force? Okay.
What a shot out from Derek.
Bring them down.
With a flash in his face. Look at all these trips out onto C2. And so maybe Icy can satchel his way through and clear a couple of those along the way. But a freeze from EG. Wonder if they're trying to just give Derek a little bit more space to maybe get another pick.
So just waiting for that haunt to come online. Have it available now. Leave the fade towards C. Possibly trying to sell a fake in this direction as they explore elsewhere on the map.
And they bite, just like that. As soon as the eye goes through, you see the turn from Gobera.
But he doesn't full rotate. Sticks to holding, containing towards B, leaving LZ on an island.
Paranoia will connect. LZ has to get away. Somehow dodges the nade, dodges the spit, stays alive.
But he's around.
30 seconds left.
Perhaps a bit more than he bargained for. LZ's done, and now it's Gobera who's going to arrive. Held onto the fault line on the fake. We'll have that now.
But it's a pivot all the way back into B. Derek was waiting here, containing with the tour de force.
Again, you see some of the comfort. You see how loose EG are, and they're calling on the attacking side in this situation too. They pivot so quickly.
2G 2v5. No hope of winning this retake. They'll fall back instead. Try and hold on to these guns. EG themselves comfy to go for a little hunt.
My camera is destroyed. Cage triggered.
And get that one across the board. And this is just that comfort for EG that Potter was talking about, that you've been alluding back to. They do such a great job on this map of going through their checklist. Okay, figure out where the neon is early. Then we're getting our lurk up on B. We're getting our lurk up on A. We're slowing things down. They're very intentional about what space they're taking off of every refresh of that fade util.
One enemy remaining.
And thus far, Nature has been out-calling LZ on this attack half. Unfortunately, the loss of that gun round means 2G reset onto an eco of their own. Only shares to speak of, EG a chance to pull into 10.
And Derek quietly at 21 and 10, by the way. Great performance out of him.
Yeah. Lock in Ye's chamber, you better put up 20 kills.
Yeah. LZ again in a position to play this really aggressive angle as he has a couple of times, and this time Evil Genius is ready for it. You've seen some of the adaptations on the side of EG two here, just in the opening moments of this round. Expecting LZ on that cheeky little angle that he was in A main, and then also as soon as the tap of the orb happens, Ye was expecting a swing, much like we'd seen in previous rounds. EG
Every
adapting
step.
on the fly, yeah.
Just working through their checklist. 2G are going to go for a gamble stack on C. That's wrong. And so, EG, we don't know quite yet, but have a pretty easy path to winning this round out. And playing a comp like this forces a very different style. And I want to, just for a second, pull wider here. Because we're looking at a meta where a lot of teams are really heavily looking at double controller as the future. And when I think about the teams in Americas, I think that EG is one of the teams that is best suited to thrive in that kind of environment. It's exactly the way they like to play. Slow things down, work your lurks, get Superman on that Viper that he's so good at. Beyond just their strength there, they can also have players like Derek or Ye locking in the chamber. They can look into double senties. EG as a team, to me, feels primed to look at this open meta and be able to go so many different directions with players being strong on a myriad of roles.
To have the depth to play a Derek on Chamber and a Clove on Ye, I think it's just a perfect testament to what you were saying.
Yeah, but you flip to 2G and you think, okay, you don't feel like there's a huge amount of depth in what comps they can do.
Yeah.
Right? You're looking more at, hey, you have a Star Duelist player who doesn't really play Raze. He's a solid Jet, but he's a great Neon in your room.
Right.
And it feels like you have to, almost, heavily index into just making him feel comfortable.
Yep.
You're locked into him succeeding on the Neon, which is a great thing, but it also can be kind of a limitation. And a lot of this season for 2G, I think, has to be figuring out if they have something extra, or if in the second half of 2025 they can make it work locking Breach Neon comps.
Yeah, how deep is that bag? How many tricks are in there? I think it's something that has certainly lacked on Lotus, especially when compared to how it looked on Sunset, in large part due to Derek being 24 and 10, sure. But I do feel like there's not nearly the same amount of bite.
Yeah, looking at this timeout now for 2G, biggest thing I'm looking at is for them to show more of these mid-round re-clear plays. I think EG is getting away with having an embed in B and in A, like literally every round.
Yeah.
I'd love to see them on the second refresh of this Breach Fade util, having ideas to flush the front B lurk, to flush the front A lurk. If they're getting kills onto Derek or Supa, that makes Nature's job as a caller so much harder at the macro level.
We'll see if they can do just that. Prize does have his ult this round. But it doesn't look very different, to be honest.
And I'm fine with them starting the same way. I think the crux of these rounds is coming like a minute in with that second layer of util.
What is this?
This one might be decided earlier.
LZ, you sneaky devil. What can he get away with here? Gets his one, TP's away. I mean...
Does he live, though? Stuck in this corner, second cage. Means he gets to escape.
Cover going out.
That regen armor, too, will help. Meanwhile, a dog confirming some of that mid lurk that you were talking about previously.
Toxin screen down.
Supa's forcing two players to keep their full attention on him. The presence a lurk player like him demands.
And this goes back again to what you were just saying, because now Nature's calling job is significantly harder.
Yeah, dissuade him a little bit. They kept Spike posted on A, so there's no lurk to call back into there. And EG, with Nature dead and not great options to re-clear, they're going to feign C with Icy alone and look to walk into the A space.
Clear one trip, clear a cam two, and draw a Paranoia out. I mean, early, but those are wins.
It both rotates. But how long does 2G really believe this for?
Yeah.
Not long. They're rotating back already.
Not enough noise here. Big kill out from Icy. And what now? Tap of the door to make it look like they're going B, but they're not biting on it. 2G are all eyes set towards A. Spike not winning an early duel. How rare has that been? Derek and Ye holding the site down, holding the round down. And Silence leapt out.
Has to be a mistake there from 2G. They have a full belt of breach utility. They have a stun ready to go. They have all these tools to try and either excel quickly if that's the idea they want to go for and play that flood retake, or to just hang back and play a set retake with the team. They do neither. Instead, the two players just dribble into the site and die with the most important tools to win that round. And to me, that honestly feels like it might be Lotus slipping away. EG's going to be up 11-7. The money's going to be rough going into this next round. And 2G's chances on this map feel like they rely on a crazy Spike Neon ult round.
Even then, you're only really good for one of those. I think the other thing worth mentioning is that was off of an advantage for them. Remember, the idea that LZ had on tucking in the smoke, getting his kill, and then TPing away, just like that. To have an advantage like that and then to see that slip out is tough. There's the trickle you were mentioning.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I didn't notice they even used the fade ult there. That is a big tool to lose. They're 26-10 to this point. Impact last round, impact all game on the chamber. It's a fight for A. Here comes that ult, Doug.
Off the stun, LZ there, and Spike done already. No ult to speak of in this round. Ye's gonna pop the ult. Gonna look for a little bit more. Following the blood trail of the dog and just waltzing right into his death once more.
They lose their star Neon, but trade out favorably. 2G up 4v2 in a round they weren't favored in.
After losing their duelist too, we thought that was their win condition. But Super Nature forced to freeze. Forced to slow things down and look for any advantage they can find. There are two on the other side, tries to flush his lane to one. Prize is there with two on the Stinger. And 2G get to 8.
EG looked really prepared for that to be a heavy A fight with the Neon, with the ult coming in. They punish him, but where it goes a little wrong is Ye with that res. Trying to swing in. And it's fine that he dies. Like, he has the right to die when he's playing Clove. You can run in, you can do whatever. But dropping Icy there is such a big swing in from the Omen on site. And that keeps 2G in this map, keeps the hope of a 2-0 alive.
Op in the hands of Derek here on the attack side. Immediately has to TP away. Meanwhile, despite pop the ult, no, he wants to take the fight with the Phantom!
Spike Dean! He is here, he has won this opener. And now what do EG do? A 3v5 barely 10 seconds into the round.
2G not going quietly here on Lotus. And all of a sudden, Mimi, these ults are going to start stacking for the defensive side. Gobert's one ult off of his. Spike still has his ult.
And for clarity, in that last round where we're talking about Spike dying with ult, he did not rip it. He hadn't used it yet, so he still has that tool available. They're going to have a Rolling Thunder in this next round. And it's all looking good for 2G as long as they can close out this 5v3.
Much easier said than done. Icy has snuck closer and closer. Silence wasn't very healthy. Spike isn't either. They're really investing into this. EG think they have a shot at winning this round.
Yay.
He's up really far. This fight is everything, and again, Ye struggles on these fights.
He's had better moments this map, but doesn't deliver when he was needed. Now it's Icy and Nature to win this out. And look how passive 2G's playing. Paranoia, stun, all of this ready to go to win a retake.
And remember, Nature invested the Nightfall just a couple of moments ago. Still playing on the other side of the wall, now stunned up. And that's around for 2G.
Really nicely played. Lean into their win condition at the end. Don't overextend. Punish the lurks and win out. What a gift Spike has been for this team. It is crazy that this guy is willing to run into two players, one of whom was not stunned, Supa's whole job was to kill the Neon who runs down his chamber. Unfortunately, Spike is just a psycho, and he wins that fight. Doubles up, and things start to flip, and look a bit more grim for EG.
This is post-nerf, too.
Yes.
I mean, do you imagine?
One slide, no longer perfectly accurate.
Unreal.
He doesn't really care.
You wouldn't believe it. LZ taking a little high ground at the beginning of the round. Deep smoke. And an eye.
Bring them down.
Pushing him back on multiple fronts.
Here's the ult snowball you mentioned. Neon ult, breach ult. That's ready to go for a late retake.
There's LZ on the high ground. There's LZ. Good for 2.
He gets 2. Oh, that should have been illegal. Needed a trade there from EG, but instead, it's a second round in a row where 2G are up 5v3 cleanly.
Without investing the ults.
Yes.
That's the icing on the cake, Mimi.
And now this is exactly the position they want to play. Up in numbers, set up passively, hold on to your initiator utility, and just win a retake.
This formula is getting too easy for 2G. And I don't remember if EG have another timeout to speak of. They've invested the Rolling Thunder here.
Yeah, he's gotten one though. Buys himself some safety in breakable door.
Spike was planted instantly. Those 2 kills come through for 2G. Yay. In a 1v4. There's no shot.
Nicely done. I respect using the ult there. Confirm the round. Don't let anything get too risky. Even if there is that argument to save it, have it for a later day. I don't think EG have a timeout.
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering, trying to rack my head at. Remember if they've burned both.
Had to use one early. So they'll just go straight back into this one. Those kills from LZ were just gross.
And remember, he TP'd up there prior to the barriers going down.
Yeah, didn't hear it. You just got to be ready. And they are excited about it.
Remember, an Ascension team that won 1 series in Stage 1.
Literally 3 maps to this point. Now they've got a 4th, looking for their 5th.
Threatening a team that was 2 rounds away from Toronto.
EG open towards B, put pressure there. But they don't have any lurk set up as we've seen in previous rounds. No presence on A, just a passive contain from their chamber on C. Now they'll fully establish in mount.
They commit to this, they're sitting on these 2 trips. The cam has been in the same place.
But Silence has a passive setup. He's willing to fall back, play a retake. The retakes that 2G have been so successful with in this half.
I see one away from the ult. Prize takes a little bit of damage, but trades back a little bit of his own.
He gets out there. That's big.
Meanwhile, this fight on the other side of the map is big. LZ, I believe he landed the paranoia, still TP's away.
They're not biting on this. 2G is sticking to the C side. They're not buying this fake. Now rotates coming, but LZ, he doesn't need help!
How does he get away with 2 again? Another 5v3. Another massive advantage for 2G. Oh, and it's gone from bad to worse. Evil Genius is crumbling.
I have the spike.
The comfort is all gone, Mimi.
10 seconds left.
I don't know how they keep getting away with it, but 2G have made it look effortless these last couple of rounds. We're tied.
11-11. 2G, 4 rounds won in a row. And back-to-back heroics from LZ. Just holding it down and winning another late round retake. EG feel this game slipping. Potter calls on her last time out to talk to this team again.
Last on either side of the stage, too.
And EG, they started this half very strong. They were getting massive success in getting embeds from Derek and Supa and playing these really slow mid-rounds without giving picks. In most rounds, it was going till like 40 seconds on the clock before anyone had dropped from either team. Now, 2G have been picking up the pace. They've been punishing people earlier. They've been playing more off angles, realizing that EG doesn't actually have a lot of utility to re-clear. All they have is 2 Fade Dogs and a Haunt to take space. So if you are asserting yourself, playing up, it makes it so much harder for those EG lurkers to get embedded. And that's been the win condition in this little comeback for 2G. The question is, does Potter have the change? What do they switch up to arrest this one? How do they stay in control on their comfort map?
Who's here?
Icy has his ult.
Yes, this should do.
Supa has his ult. They have a couple of tools here to invest. LZ again. Up in this aggro line.
You see it again, that smoke shuts down the chamber on A.
Look at that trip.
They have a double hold set up on B to banish Supa from walking up in that area.
That's a second dog invested to clear out B. First one was almost at the beginning of the round. If they go into this, there are 2 trips. Remember the higher one. If Icy decides to pop the satchels, if he decides to pop the ult, there's a good chance he slams right into that thing. And it certainly has all the makings of it. Spike having to take a step back. Manages to get across somehow. Slips the net. Ye gets his 2 on the round. EG in firm control.
There they are. The men who made it happen for EG on their run last stage. Ye and Icy eviscerate 2G's hold on C.
And they do so with 2G expecting it.
Yes.
They were set up for that hit.
And now a backstab coming. Derek on the way.
One enemy remaining.
And he ends the round 12-11. They were sliding for a while, but EG wrestle back control and secure map point.
Take a look at it one more time. That rollout was exactly what they needed. Again, it was in the face of a defensive setup that was intentionally designed to stop that hit. But somehow, EG find a way.
And you see how EG is adjusted. They're not sending these lurkers early. Instead, Derek waits till there's an entire site hit to walk up.
Attack side up again.
Round 24. Overtime or map 3.
Derek, 1 off of 30. Make that 30.
A huge opener. The smoke's gone. They don't have a Viper to back this up.
One thing we've been talking about a little bit here has been Spike's ult. Still sitting on it. Look at how far back they're playing. Look at the respect.
Does 2G get desperate? Does anyone walk up and lose their life early? Doesn't look it for now. Instead, EG group back towards C.
Where Spike is.
A high-low setup.
The breach is on the other side. There is no stun to help him out. These 2 have to figure it out on their own. Footsteps have been made. They realize what's on the other side. Derek drops. Silence has to take a step back. While Icy satchels into their faces. The site is theirs. And the map presumably is too. Heroics from Gobert and Prize notwithstanding, and that's certainly going to help. As the pick goes up, utility source through 4 bullets left. And that's it, just like that. EG stay alive, we're going to map 3.
It got so close for Evil Geniuses. But they figure it out just in the nick of time. A Potter timeout, 2 rounds won, and they stay in the series. And what credit you have to give to Derek.
Yeah.
The man who is known as Valorant's best chamber player steps aside, lets Derek take the role, and he drops 30.
Yeah, any questions about whether or not that was a wise decision?
No, seems good
They've
to
been
me.
answered. Yeah, me, no longer questioning at all. I mean, they sure did wait until the very last second to pull that thing off, though, didn't they?
Yes, they did. What was it, 4 or 5 rounds that 2G won in a row? Credit to them. Their adaptation was good. Their coach's timeout. But not quite enough to close this map. So now, in the debut of their rookie player, in a win that they need to keep on pace to make playoffs.
They're going to have to do it on Ascent, the decider here. And again, I think questions abound. What composition will 2G run on this?
It's not a Neon map. I would be shocked if Spike locks that agent in. What other layers do they have? It's a very different beast. and it's going to have to prove a lot for what depth this 2G team has.
We saw yesterday the meta shift back to vanilla for Ascent. We'll see if that's the case for 2G. We will see if that's the case for Evil Geniuses. We'll be right back.
One enemy remaining.
Yay, what is this? Knife to the side, run into the side, yay! Shuts it down, 4 kills!
Silence aparece também levando o segunda kill dele pra deixar tudo igual, hein? Bora, Silence! Silence!
Welcome back, and we are all knotted up 1-1 in this series as we get ready for Ascent. And there you can see 2G, you know, well, I guess they're embracing the sun, you know, channeling a little bit of the powers from Superman, right? You know, he famously needs the sun to heal, whereas...
Or like plants.
Or plants.
Photosynthesizing.
Yes, it's very true. It's very true. But of course, EG managing to pick up that one with a unique composition as well, right? I think it's a way to put it, right, Ender?
Saying it very lightly, the clove and the chamber. We were like joking backstage, like those are kind of two fake agents, and usually you can only get away with picking one of them, but EG now have played those agents on multiple maps throughout the year.
Maybe not as fake as we would believe.
Not when they're shooting like that.
Clearly, but this was a strong start for them, Alexis, and this is exactly what Evil Geniuses needed after losing out in Sunset the way they did.
I definitely wasn't a believer of the Chamber Clove comp, but Chamber is one of those agents where if you have somebody farming on it, it can be disgusting, and Derek was definitely farming today.
And it was such a weird game, too, because Evil Geniuses got out to such an early lead because 2G went for this round 2 force after losing Pistol.
Yeah.
Then here Nature catches Spike going into the site with a nice seize. And so they get out to this huge early game lead. You can see down at the bottom there, sort of the flip-flopping between EG winning those rounds in orange, 2G taking the rounds in white. But that's really what the game came down to, is a bunch of these like different like sprints of momentum for the two teams. But ultimately, with EG winning both pistols and those first 3 rounds, they take everything.
Yeah, and also too, let's not forget, I mean, you were seeing some really good ideas from 2G, just having to adapt things on the fly, recognizing like some of the earlier approaches that they had, the ways that they were leaning on Spike was definitely getting punished, right?
Yeah, the best part of getting that early lead is that EG can get the op up so fast, and then 2G now has to kind of figure out how to work around the op and punish him. And I feel like at first they didn't really know how to do that, but towards the end of that first half, they kind of got their footing a little bit.
Yeah, it seemed like they started winning a lot more of the opening engagements as well. And even when they went over onto the defensive side too, I think once they started playing like more aggro, like immediately at round starts, and Spike was getting involved in those fights, they were able to string a few together that nearly made it look like they were coming back for a win.
But the story of this map, and you see it on the right side of your screen there, Derek popping off, not just popping off on a Chamber on the same team as the guy who made Chamber practically a household name with Ye. We were confused, Alexis. We were like, wait a minute, there's an opportunity here for Ye to play Chamber. Instead, no. They're going to throw a spanner into the works. Let's see, though, whether or not 2G can get revenge, start the stage off with a win, send it back over to your casters, Mimi and Doug, for the call.
An ever-needed win, Golden Boy again. Mimi, we got to talk about stakes for 2G because they're the Ascended team and they need to qualify for playoffs, just to even have a chance to fight in Ascension. Otherwise, they're auto-relegated.
Yeah, it's kind of tough when G2's the other Ascension team, because you have to make it to playoffs at least to have the right to play in Ascension. But anything more than that, you know, you make it champs, you have to outplace G2. Let's take a look at our agent selected, already locking in silence on the Jet. Spike showing that he doesn't have that depth in his agent pool of duelists. He is a Neon Yoru player, and he doesn't really play the Jet. He doesn't really play the Raze. So they put Silence, the man who is stepping into his role, there instead.
Much like the agent select in map 2, I have so many questions about this approach. I think given how electric Spike has been, you'd want to continue to feed the kid, right? Continue to put him in positions to go off. And
the two issues is he's not really an opper, and he's clearly not very comfortable on Jet or Raze. When you look at his time in Tier 2, it has been all about the Neon on that meteoric run the team had to win Ascension last year.
Meanwhile, Vanilla on the other side of the stage to match. Yay, back on the Jet.
Yeah, it seems like the majority of our teams are choosing to go back to default, just that Cypher there, instead of the Killjoy that was pretty much always the #1 on this map. Can go either way, though.
I'm glad we caught that on camera. Into Ascent we go. Here in just a couple of moments, the decider in this best of 3. Evil Geniuses looked really comfortable on Lotus. Derek had an incredible performance, But this is back to where we expect EA to be the one to kind of take over.
Had a rough first game on Jet.
Yeah,
now on the roll again. Trying to show up for his team as 2G start out on defense. This one looks aggressive.
boy.
Paranoia ready in B main. A Jet dashing down mid too.
Right off the bat, the flash, the dash, a Shark's attack on the pistol.
And they're rewarded.
What an aggressive call. And now Ye's in this awkward spot.
Volleyed off, cut down by Spike. And that is a clean pistol for 2G. Nature already revealed in Sabrosa. And he'll go too. That is bold. 2025.
Yes, it is.
Calling a mid-crunch on your pistol round. Works out though. Really nicely done on the utility. Silence showing up on the Jet early on. I want to make something quick, right? That like this guy, he has been playing the Jet a lot before. When they didn't have Spike in the team, he was the one who was playing that as well. So it is normal for this to be the way they're going, but I still understand why you're a little disappointed, right? Because I'd love to see a Spike that's willing to lock in that Jet, that's willing to lock in that Raze as well. It just doesn't seem to be the way it's going for 2G.
Well, so far, it seems to be working out just fine. Off that early aggression, Evil Genius is just bringing a Sheriff into the round for Ye. Spike taking some damage. Spam not connecting. Meanwhile, Silence is taking B main for free. That's a clean shot. That'll start things off quite nicely. But a reset. And again, B main is not theirs. Look at how far up Silence is. Paranoia will push him off the angle. A little bit off the mark, but second time's a charm, or so they say. And now they have to rotate back into this Marshall. And that's not really an option.
This map to me feels like a really big test for 2G. They're a team that is known for those explosive maps, the Neon, the Breach, the stuff that we saw both on Lotus and Sunset that they nearly won this series 2-0 on. What they've never really been known for is a team that can really slow things down, has super high-level macro, especially since they had to just recently put LZ into the IGL role after Zap's dramatic departure in Stage 1. So if they can beat a team like EG that is known for that is super fundamentally sound, that is great at these slow, honestly boring comps, then that's a big statement for them to start their year beyond just getting the series win.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you.
10 seconds left.
They try to push their way into the teeth of the defense from 2G, and Silence gets his 4. The Marshall pops off. 2G holds serve.
Yeah, only 2 off his Blade Storm to start this one. Couldn't ask for much more from your Jet. Has enough to buy it off this round if he wants to go that direction. And now our first look at how EG wants to play this one out. Don't expect to see quite as much flair early on. Instead, what I'm looking for is when they're playing this slow, consistent game, you need to see a Ye that is delivering in the first picks, because he was struggling in that department when he played the Jet map 1. Gotta see more out of this guy as Silence, the Jet on the other side, already has an op.
And Ye is here. Eyes on him to get an aggro line, and Silence gets the best of him right off the bat.
Huge pick. Already EG stalled out. Now still gonna have a chance to go for this one. Paranoid to get their Omen into market, but Silence is ready.
I wonder how much they know, because the trip is still up. Derek is forced on the other side of it. Are they expecting Supa, who has TP'd past the trip?
You see the caution ping in spawn. They heard the TP, but they haven't figured out exactly where he is yet.
Yeah. The smoke will go out towards B main. You mentioned Gobera at the ready with the Marshall.
Okay.
Supa gets the best of him. Takes some damage for it, though. And now Derek can get a little bit more active.
No flashes for Nature. No Paranoia. They have nothing to deal with the player's backside.
And the player's backside were the problem. Now Silence is going to try to hang on to this as best as he can and will succeed.
I have the spike.
Derek has no way through. So they carry the op into the next round. Prize gets 3 kills that round. He's more than halfway to having his ult online now, too.
And that's exactly what you're worried about, what we were setting up, right? That you needed to see a Ye locking in here, but gets caught by the op. Really nice pick on where Silence wanted to play there. Re-swings in right after that KO flash. Gets the opener. And then all of this util had to be expended just to get out. That by the time they're pushing into backside, it's easy pickings for 2G.
And I want to be clear about something because I agree with you. Ye is the one who has to open things up, but the life of a Jet on a map like Ascent is miserable.
On attack, it's wonderful on defense.
yeah.
To be clear.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And so there's a lot on his shoulders, but I mean, it is Ye. LZ waiting on the other side of the smoke. You hear the orb, plenty of threat there. Really nice flash. But LZ cannot connect.
Well, LZ, paranoia still to try and hold on to this one. Getting overwhelmed now, Doug.
See what he can do to keep them back. A couple of big kills out from the Sheriff. Spike dancing around. 8 HP. Swings into the second fight.
Cage triggered.
Derek, door in his face. Too late to have huge impact on this round. Maybe a chance in having. Oh, he made a step. They're watching.
They know.
They're ready.
Well, or so we thought.
Was that not his step I heard? Might not have been. There are
Spike.
shock darts.
Spike is weak, has been weak all around. Finally falls.
30 seconds left.
Prize feels walls closing in. It's a thrifty round as Derek gets 3 and EG get on the board.
Gets away with some devious work in heaven. Walks his way up, gets the opener, recovers a gun, and does it himself. Derek, always the initiator player for EG. Got to see him drop 30 on Chamber last map. And he keeps that form. Back on his usual roll.
Steady out from Icy.
It's truly a best case scenario round for EG after getting bonused in the previous. Immediately right back in. Your ult start to roll. You feel a little better about this one.
Silence still has the op. A peek out from tree this time around with a flash to set him up on it.
Can Ye win the opener here?
With a Phantom and no help.
Not quite.
No.
They're gonna rip the ult, but they've already lost their dive, so it's still tough to get out on site with Gobera stuck in hell.
Those trades those fights have to start going the way of EG if they want a shot at this. As soon as that goes down, everything else crumbles. I don't even know where he is. The flash out to try to punish.
One enemy remaining.
Derek's left in a 1v5.
I know exactly where he is. Dart in his face.
Unfortunately, this feels inevitable. As 2G will very likely get on to 4.
And it's rough, both gun rounds now. 2G gets an off opener to start onto Ye. EG still try and continue into their execute and lose out on it. I'd like to see an EG that slows things down a little bit, be a little more thorough in how we're clearing out this op. Because right now, Silence is 10-1. Not even the main duelist player for this team. Still frying on the Jet. But unfortunately, they're broke this round. It's an eco for EG.
They don't even have blades at this point.
No. He only has the 6 orbs from kills and deaths.
Standing ahead.
We'll carry a Guardian into this round. A bold line out from Silence. Box a dash. No one there on the other side, but the trip has been cleared. It does not look like there will be a re-aggress.
Yay with the Hero Guardian.
Dash is ready too. There's a lot behind the defense here for 2G. And the dash is expired. So he had no way out. He just had to dry swing into that. Now they've invested the Hunter's Fury too. The Paranoia out. Meanwhile, the op still focused on the other side.
How is he alive? No!
Oh.
Doug, that shouldn't happen!
No. No, it should not. No, it should not. Somehow EG still up in numbers in this. Prize tries to find a window. Nature pulls off the plant, still gets a kill on the Prize.
Spike planted.
How are they winning this round?
Is he gonna save? It looks like he's saving.
Yeah, he is. Keep the op.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to get a look at that one more time.
Yeah, they get the opening pick and then get a second with just the 360 no-scope on the operator. Okay. EG win the round, though. Honestly, not sure how. A little bit more attentive on what was happening B main. But it is Derek again finding impact. He's having a really great day for EG.
Thrifty.
So it looks like the op will be carried over. Still Blades for Silence. Spike one off of his ult.
Watch them run when lit by my
And Prize has his ult too.
Okay, okay. Put the no-scope in the bag, EVS. Show us the replay.
One more time.
Okay.
There was the try swing out from Ye.
Yep.
Right.
Just some nice sheriff shots from Nature. Okay, whiffs. In a cloudburst, 360. No scope.
Right. Yes.
Literally MW2 montage. Yeah, my reaction too.
Silence this time posted up across mid. And that seems like exactly where EG's headed.
I like the slower approach. Start heavy into mid, walk up. They think there's a gap in tree room. Second round in a row where they're going to try and exploit that.
Remember, Prize has his ult.
Deploying drone.
He's leaning towards tree. Now they know where the op is.
Yeah, that's great. But Silence is not leaving. Here. Sticks around on the line.
Dart to make sure the market is clear. But they're not fully committing either which way. The spike is leaning towards Cat, and now the ult is used. Bedlam across the middle of the map while Ye dashes forward. Derek is down. And it's on Ye to try to open it up. They wait to see if he will find success, and he does.
That pick was everything. Opens up the B side, allows the Omen to TP in. Still, the spike is not forded the river. That is a long ways away in the hands of Nature. And his teammates just have to hold on for the next 10 seconds to let him get into this site.
30 seconds
I
left.
believe the knife tagged the two members outside of market. Icy's gonna have a lot to deal with. There is some help on lane. The flash. No swing yet. Spike will have a second. But instead, they choose not to use it. They swing dry, and Icy's there to greet them. With a sliver of HP, the Sentinel holds the line.
There was a dart, there was a flash. It just comes a second too late, and Icy does well. Trades are there, and EG finally winning out an honest round here. Rifle v rifle.
Another save situation for Silence with the op. But well handled from EG, and again, I think we talked so much about Ye and how Ye needs to be the one to open it up. Ye needs to be the one to kind of activate for Evil Geniuses. The pick that you mentioned on B really was the catalyst for that. Really did allow that to happen.
Absolutely. If he dies there, there's still an anchor backside. They don't actually have the utils to clear him out. And
right.
It's a completely different character of a round. I like the util pattern from EG in this round. Very thorough in putting down that smoke, having a dart to clear into market. Every step was well considered by them. That's more of the EG I would expect on this map. Coming out now in round 7 as we get into this next one. Again, thanks to that save, Silence has his op.
Still has only died once as we load into round 8. Same spot as the previous round too, the mid line. Cannot TP out, waiting for the threat that will not come. At least not yet.
Revealing area.
EG's whole thing here is just figuring out where the op is. Taking their time, pushing Silence off his angle, burning that dash. They'll block him off in mid. Dash proc, Silence wants to go through, but there's no one there to reward his risk.
He's expecting, oh. He is close by. Derek has to be careful.
But off of that smoke fading, Derek's going to be aware of this now. At least he should be.
Get out of my way!
Ye pops the knives. Started this round with an attacking op. Now gearing up for an execute.
It's not B. They drop a trip, which will suggest that they're headed A. Silence has the cross.
Spike is stuck in this corner, has the ult to rip, but that's a big kill. Icy's down, and now EG have to excel into Spike.
They're going to be able to get back to Eve and get the Spike in time, much less deal with actual Spike and Tree. A 5v2 now, 13 seconds left. The round is done.
Save. No way to win this round anymore.
And the attack side up here is gone. I don't even think they're in a position to recover it. They're not.
Fades away. And 2G get a round back. In that one, EG, you saw how long they were waiting, just holding, hoping that Silence would take some kind of risk, give them an opportunity. But he's more patient, has a very late punish onto Icy, and because they just let so much time drain away, not quite thorough enough to clear Spike in that off angle. Which, to be fair, it's kind of wild to see.
Yo, that guy catches us off a lot.
Yeah, exactly. It's weird to see a KO with ult holding in that corner. And Soup is absolutely right. I'm gonna have to take a moment to talk, figure things out here.
Now, Mimi, we often talk about how in these vanilla comps, the defensive side tends to be favored on Ascent.
Big time.
Do you feel like that is the case here as well, or is there something you're seeing that would suggest otherwise?
Yeah, for sure. And I think one of the biggest reasons you're seeing that is just how much impact you can have as a defensive jet op. Like the majority of EG's macro this map, thus far, since we've gotten into rival rounds, has just been about figure out where the off is, either punish him, burn the dash, and then avoid him and try and go into a late execute. It is always going to be an advantage for those defenders. And to GG's credit, I think they've been playing that pretty well. Silence has been having big impact, but EG has still gotten a couple rounds across the board. Already 3 at this point is a solid start. They're going to need more going into the second half. I like the way they started that round. I think they just have to be a bit more proactive with what they're doing with that second layer of util. Let's hold on. 2G, they've switched the op into Gobert's hands. This is going to be another one of those mid pinches.
It's the pistol. It's the pistol. Again, the flash, the dash. Soup has to TP away. And Silence is ready for it. Derek, really nicely done to change back. And now Evil Geniuses on stable footing.
That was a great flash from Nature. Sends it high over the top. Sets up Supa to go 1-for-1. And now EG in control here. A 4v3 man advantage. And time working in their favor.
So many options here. LZ has to be careful. I understand the need, the desire to try to
this is weird.
Get things back in your favor, given that you're down in numbers, but this is where danger often rears its ugly head.
I know it's not anyway.
Given back as quickly as this found, and now the neural theft used. You're gonna find that B is soft, and they can fully turn attention that way and do so quickly.
Prize stays on the site. 1v3, rounds on him.
You imagine Gobert is gonna try to play real safe with the op, never mind. And so now you're right, the round is on Prize. And instead of dealing with the devil that they know, they rotate away. They're gonna go to A.
The devil that they don't is to update, there's no devil on A. They've got that site for free. We'll get a plant down, close the door, play an advantage post, percentage Valorant from EG.
Spike planted.
And Prize looking at the money. Is Ethan gonna go for this? He's taking his sweet time. Probably looking to just save though.
Yeah, I think if Nop is still a part of the win condition on the defensive side, you would expect that to be the case.
Who had it? Gobert, I think. You see, EG
Yes.
is pinging the op in spawn. They're gonna go try and police that.
They don't seem too interested.
Or maybe they're at least thinking about it. Not for now. A really bold call out of a timeout for 2G. Run back their piss around that they found such success with. But it comes back to the supportive util for EG. Both Supa and Nature were really on point with the util they were using for each other. I talked about Nature's splash. Supa had a well-timed paranoia as well to keep himself in control, and EG trades out, gets an advantage, and they're a team that's really strong at playing out those advantage situations and winning a round like this one.
One enemy.
It was a really nice setup by LZ, but again, just a little bit too far. So EG get to 4, which is often discussed as the magic number if you're going to play the attack side Ascent. We'll see if that is enough.
Look at the ults, though. They are wealthy. Got the KO ult ready to go.
Yep.
Omen ult to combo on some kind of exec with that as well on the defensive side. But, I mean, EG, they're happy with what they have as well. Can just rip and execute off Nature's Own.
That trip just got put back down outside of B main. Same one that was cleared at the beginning of the round.
Some of the little micro you get to have with the Cypher versus playing the Killjoy, where you have a refresh when you pull back your alarm bot. Avoid getting your util shocked early on. One of the small advantages that Cypher has. Silence just prowling with this AWP in mid yet again.
Take flight.
That paranoia is going to be off the mark. Silence has a lot to do here. Still finds one. You see Nature jump across mid.
But now the team is separated. Silence is still holding this line, locking EG out.
You have to wait for anything to try to get across. Supa, there, dead. There's a little bit more here. Now they know.
30 seconds.
Derek has given his position away. Somehow stays alive. Is he going to re-swing this? Yes, he is. Silence gets his 3.
But a 2v1 on site.
Yeah, but help is on the way.
One enemy
And
remaining.
Gobert does such a beautiful job at buying time. 10 seconds left on the
10
round.
seconds left.
Nature, not many options. The tap is just bait.
6 for 2G. Nice supportive util from Spike there, hurling flashes over the top onto B. Gobert just dancing around for what feels like years back sight. And all of that is to discount the individual impact Silence is finding. He catches his timing literally half a second before that KO ult would have Ajaxed his dash, and he would have been stuck and died. Like, that's so well timed.
And to be able to find a target when there are 3 in front of you is so much easier said than done. That smoke goes down, you've got options. How often do you see players whipping that?
Not Silence.
Target selection was great, 16-2 for him. Still has the op. This time on the receiving end of some damage.
Just a B split for EG. They're going quick here.
Paranoia will attempt to clear. The TP out from LZ, back B. Gobert is dead. The flash will buy a little bit of time. They've stalled out a bit here, EG
They're
have.
fighting into CT.
They're gonna try to take this fight, try to scale up.
Spike!
Spike gets his 2. There's the op with the 3rd. Silence, Blades online. Round 11 and the Spike out of reach. Has to win this fight and cannot. It's a free one for Derek.
1v2, he's got a minute.
This makes this a little bit more possible.
2G are split up. A 1v1 against LZ.
He can't cross. LZ's here, and that's such a deep angle. Do you really check it that far? Yes. Oh, Derek!
How the hell did Derek just win that?
The Red Bull clutch for EG!
Unbelievable.
I can't believe he won that out.
Those last 2 shots are near instantaneous for Derek. To check your watch, is it 2021? LCQ Derek back in action.
Oh.
And what a big round that is. Gets 5 on the board on the attacking side, keeps the money up. Going into the last round of the half.
Derek has his ult too. LC pushed, challenged, and that challenge was not wise. LZ's there to greet, but again, Evil Geniuses punch back. As soon as there's an advantage, it's gone. And so now the round slows down at 3 apiece. And op still in the hands of Silence.
Supa still 2 off Omen ult, so no easy way to recover that spike. But it's in a shallow enough position. If that smoke stays up, you can grab it and jump away pretty quickly.
Cover going out.
Really nicely played by LZ there. Derek has a dart.
2G's gonna concede this spike, just play a 3v3 instead grouped up. But EG doesn't know that. They still have to take a lot of time to clear out this area in Catwalk, to pick up that spike before they even decide where to head.
And the problem is there isn't a ton of time left, Mimi.
At this point, they're gonna have to just turn it into an A hit, I think. No, still a moment, but they have to go now if they're pivoting into B. And look who's here, 2G, ready with 2 players on site.
Prize will greet the first, all 3 spotted, 13 seconds left. And the defense has been bolstered.
Time.
Op is still here. They just can't find their way
5
in.
seconds, it's over.
No real way out. Terran's left alone. Silence hits the shot. 2G gets a 7.
EG let it trickle a bit too long on the clock. And what a heads-up play from 2G. Concede the spike at just the right moment, pivot 2 players into B to hold that site, and set up for a retake on A. That was really nicely done, and secures them a critical 7th round. Despite that, though, EG get 5 on attack. They win a pistol, and they are still primed to run away with the defensive side.
Yeah, and again, we got to re-hit this now. It's going to be EA on defense.
Boys. No?
We'll see what he can do. 19-3 for Silence. We'll see if he can keep up that pace on attack as well. We're going to throw it to a very quick break when we return to the conclusion of Ascent.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
.2G desperately trying to clutch onto a 2-round lead to win potentially their 2nd series in franchise history. I'm Doug, with me on the call is Mimi, and now we've got to see, Mimi, what EG do on defense.
The stakes are obvious for 2G to stay in the league, to get their slot in Ascension by making it to the playoffs in Stage 2. For EG, though, I think there's a lot of pressure. This is a team that went from extremely low expectations to top 4 in Stage 1, trying to hold on to that as they start on defense against what looks to be a fast pop towards B.
These pistols have delivered every single map, hasn't it? This time fast. LZ and Prize get the advantage.
Really interesting there. They feign like it's an incredibly quick hit into the B site, but then are running back and are ready to punish the players quick rotating through mid. Good stuff from 2G. Now a 5-on-3 advantage to play with.
If they are able to get away with this pistol, all of a sudden, they have a real shot at this.
EG won both the pistols last map. But remember, on map 1, 2G had some great ideas with the Neon. Show it here too. Fortunately, Gobera falling there. Put their advantage down a little still. Like, B is open. They're going to have a 4v3 post plant. This is a great spot for them.
See what kind of utility they have. A Frenzy and a Ghost. Prize weak. I mean, Spike and LZ are too. There's not a lot of health to go around. And how often have we seen 2G scale up in these positions? This time, they decide to take a step back. LZ playing in main, Silent up close. There's that Frenzy. He's right next to him. Oh, Nature gets the best of him. And now weapon upgraded. Time becomes a serious factor here. That knife will not tag, and now LZ has to make a move. Here's the footstep, spots a target, and it's messy. Oh, it's so messy, but it's all good. 2G holds it down.
Rewarded for a nice set piece at the beginning. And well, it did get a little close there. Hold strong. Show some nice crossfires in that late B post plant. And win a pistol here. Those are few and far between on map 1.
You mentioned it. I love that call. To make it look like you're accelerating B and then turn back around knowing there's going to be pace on the other side.
Yeah, because they're literally hearing 4 players.
Right.
EG is like thinking that the risk is at most they're going to be facing 1 person in mid, and that works out for him there. EG don't buy anything into this round other than a Sheriff for Ye. And so they're in a position with another rough start to the half. Lost the bonus in the first one. Despite that, pulled together an impressive attack side.
Flash to re-clear. Even with a knife. Surprised. Wanting to confirm the information that they could have had there. And now they don't like what they see, they don't like what they feel, and they head towards B. A trip is up. Icy is here. And he's playing back sight. Oh yes, it's a classic. That Shock not going to find the first trip. EA will find a little bit of something there with the Sheriff, but the gun difference will secure the round for 2G.
Simple stuff for them. Just take that B site, trade things out nicely, and show another half where Silence gets a lot of kills on the board early. Hoping to maybe get a round 3 Bladestorm. I think he's going to be too far away for that, even if he gets this last kill onto Nature. But this is a great start for them. I love to see that 2G is still really setting the pace. They're still going for a lot of these like aggressive set ideas that they had on their Neon maps, even while it's Silence locking into that role. And to be honest, I think Spike has been really solid on the KO. It's not the 30 bomb takeover in his first ever game that we saw on Sunset, but his util's been solid. He's been all right individually. This is a team that is showing they can hang in the slow, default, macro-heavy maps too.
Which was a question that we had. It was a question that you posed. And for them to be able to respond in the face of EG and answer that question has been very impressive to watch. 3 rounds in a row now, going back to the previous half.
But I think where that question really has to be answered is on this attack side, is in the rifle rounds. If that newly minted IGL LZ can make the right calls, get his team into these winning positions, and close out these last 4 they need to secure the series.
Early flash dart setup. A lot of presence towards A. Soup immediately has to take a step back, has struggled in this map. And it's actually Derek who gets bested, but Soupa holds it with 2.
Now a 3-on-3. Nature has util to make this retake happen. A flash, a molly, a knife still available. And EG grouped up towards heaven.
Spike one off his ult after that plant. Playing down low, eats the flash, can't see a damn thing, and Nature gets 3. Leading from the front as EG get around.
Just a perfect flash from Nature, dives in, tucks behind Generator, and manages to swing in for all 3 kills himself. Lovely stuff for a round that started rough. Losing Derek in Treat.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, just getting spammed there through the corner. It's all about Supa and Nature. Keep this one home for EG. They won't lose both bonus rounds this game.
Big round out from Nature.
Yeah, now he has a KO for this round as well.
But the money's weird.
I'm interested to see where they set up their Cypher. 2G has a KO ult this round, and you see he's leaving his util on B, but falling all the way back to shift into that anti-KO setup, which means trips will be online even if they elect to slam into B late for 2G.
I believe that knife was sidestep too. Yeah, Supa doesn't get tagged.
And look, that's exactly what's happening. 2G is grouping back towards B. They're going to try and pop this one with the KO, and those trips are still online.
They've got to expect this. They've got to realize this is a possibility. This is a threat. Not only is all the utility here, but they have 3 members from the defense just waiting for the swing, and they don't accelerate out of it, but it doesn't seem to matter. They're the trips. They are the problem. Silence able to get one. Derek swinging behind the smoke, looking for a little more, and the solo mission will not come to fruition. But through that, there's still a shot at this. And that shot just got significantly less likely. Prize left in a 1v3. He's hearing the jump spot. Finds a little safety. But Superman's Guardian's waiting for him on the other side.
That round went exactly the way EG thought it did, or thought it would, and exactly the way that they wanted to. Switch into the anti-KO setup, have their trips online, have 3 players ready to anchor, and even their Supa, I believe, throwing down an anchor smoke while he was still out of range. You see it coming in there. That does so much to help Derek stay alive backside. Beautifully done by EG. That is going to break the bank for 2G. Just a hero rifle on Silence this round.
Early knife at the beginning of the round. Supa's ahead of this. He heard the drop. He gets the kill onto Silence. They're going to be able to pick that weapon back up. Goes into the hands of Prize. But this hit is already stalled out so much, and there really isn't a plan B. There's no real other option on the other side, as you're going to have a late lurk out from Gobera. But through all of that, they still manage to get out onto the site.
4v3 now. This is a tough one to hold for 2G. A flash and a paranoia, maybe their only hope. But EG all grouped, ready to play out this retake.
Paranoia will buy a little bit of time. I don't know that it's going to be enough, though. LZ falls. Nature tries flooding out of heaven. Wait a second. Couple kills go away, but EG secure the round.
It was a good counter flash to stay up for a second there from 2G, but not enough to win the round here. EG, again, showing a pretty good setup, willing to give ground against the eco, play their set retakes, and now they're around the way from evening this game. And my question now is this going to be the round we get to see Ye's off come online? Because we haven't actually seen that being bought in thus far. And, you know, he's obviously known for his history.
I saw him on the jiggle and I was like, you were never going to turn around.
His history on that weapon, and as we get out the replay, we do see it bought up for Ye. That's going to add an extra challenge to what 2G is trying to do on their attack side here.
Not unaware to it. All the success 2G had in that exact same play.
2G has largely been showing really fast hits, couple A slams in a row, so they start this off really passive, just holding for an A execute. So they're not going to give away that weapon is in play just yet. My question is, at what point does Ye get antsy and reposition somewhere else?
Cage triggered.
A one-way cage, give him a chance to scale up a little bit further. Meanwhile, there's a really passive holdout B. Playing behind the trips.
Supa's walking up so far here on A. LZ somehow escapes with his life.
Does he realize there's help on the other side? That's now 2 members of 2G that have been tagged up.
And remember the op dog, it's still here on A.
Can Ye find a mark? Yes, he can. And now everything slows down. This has been a bit of a mess for 2G.
Gobera is in spawn. He has walked all the way around through mid and has a backstab onto Ye. But Ye's aware of it, watching with the Blade Storm in heaven.
Realizing the threat that's waiting on the other side. Did that knife tag him? Yeah, he did. So Blade's not in play, and now the paranoia has to be dealt with too. But Ye may have just bought enough time. 13 seconds left. The spike's still not out on site.
10 seconds
Patience left. Out from the duelist. Not really forcing the fight, not pushing the pace. That's 2 found, 3 on the round for him. What can Gobera and Prize do? In the face of the Blades, they will fall as it's an ace for Ye.
He's back. A rough start to this series on the Jet, but shows up with the Blade Storm in a critical round. Outside of just his mechanics there, the way he navigates that situation is really nice. Tucking in towards hell, staying alive, repositioning on the operator. It nets a 4th round in a row for EG.
Friendly reminder to follow at @iBuyPower on social media. Use hashtag #UnlockYourAce for a chance to win some goodies in the way of a $100 Riot gift card and a $100 gift card in iBuyPower rewards. Beautifully played by Ye. You mentioned his stall. Doesn't force anything, gets hit by the knife, doesn't fully commit out onto forcing a bad situation. Very well done. And just like that, that's 4 rounds in a row for EG. They're tied.
And now I'm back to asking for a 2G who can show me that they can slow the game down, that they can play more of these mid rounds and find a solution. Because thus far this has largely been harder executes that have ended up in some close rounds, to be fair, but have largely been lost from EG playing advantageous retakes right at the end.
I think it's also hard to call through some of these mid-round situations where you're losing a lot of these early engagements. Maybe not necessarily as far as kills go, but you think about this last round, you had 2 members that were down to, what, 20 HP?
Yeah.
As soon as the round had started.
Yeah, they started that one really slow, right? Got full walked up on by EG, but had to invest so much util to clear that first layer of the players in main, but by the time they're actually executing into the operator, don't have anything in the tank to deal with him.
Right.
They're investing into this round. Around Silence Bladestorm. And I'm asking for the macro, I'm asking for the slow rounds, but they might just be ready to show us a win on a quicker one.
Now, Spike is 1 off of his ult. If he grabs the orb, take a look at where IC's playing. All of those trips will be dealt with.
And the Cypher is on site to eat that null command this time.
Exactly. Shadows traveling. Smoke through, it's actually the knife. The dash, Silence backside. Ye close by, he got a kill with the op, still playing inside the smoke, trying to stay alive. Meanwhile, the Hunter's Fury causes problems. Nature just waiting on the other side. Patience is a virtue! And Ye tees off again! Evil Genius to slaughter 2G.
Where has this Ye been? He had his resurgence last stage, but now he's showing up on the jet, showing up with the op, and proving why he's here. At the beginning of the year, Potter talked about this EG as a squad of second chances. A team that no one chose to be on. That no one had as their first choice.
I know scuffed his ass.
He did.
And he did.
But now, months on from that, after already proving themselves last stage, they're showing up here again. In control of this series. And 3 rounds away from shutting down their opponent from Ascension.
And to be clear, there were questions. There were doubts throughout the series. But you're right, EG have settled.
Ye was literally on teams where he did not win a series. Pretty much for 2 years. It was brutal on Bleed in Pacific, on DSG in Tier 2. Now finally back, showing us the player that he was in 2022. Here again, 3 years on.
Standing ahead.
Dart will confirm a little bit of presence. Not fully revealing what's on the other side. Now they're going to try. Now they're going to try the null command to try to get in through tree, but Nature and Derek spam through it all.
Will be able to get the res online, but it's still just brutal. Supa locks down main. 2G shut down completely here. A flawless round from Evil Geniuses as they make their way to 11.
I think you asked for 2G to deliver on some of this slower rounds, on some of this more default mid-round calling, and what can LZ do to get 2G into position to close this map out? And I think maybe that question has by and large gone off unanswered.
They've been banging their heads into the wall on these executes, and EG has been winning it.
Let's go. We just spammed the shit out of them.
Pretty much. You see the reaction there. The coach of 2G. What do they have up their sleeves? A round of last chances here.
Must win for 2G. Yay, with the op already up tree. No real threat, but I don't know how they're going to cross on this.
He is so confident, just walking down mid.
There is help on the other side. That flash is nice. Nature was there with him. The spam to make sure nobody swings out from tiles. Beautifully done. And a very quick glance at the money for 2G. If they lose this, EG are on series point and 2G are on scraps.
And already your KO player gone. The star you were so excited to debut here today. The walk back into A, but Ye is there, holds the line. I think they have to save.
Yep.
No money left in the bank, no way to win this round in a 3v5. And EG are rich. They will hunt. Just a matter of when.
Such a deflating half for 2G. Last couple of rounds, really. And so you're right, they have to clutch onto their pearls and hope they can carry those into the next round.
Silence was 7-0 on opening kills in the first half. He has not opened a round for them thus far on attack. They have just not found a way to get in. They've been asking their duelists, their whole team, to slam into these execs in so many of these rounds.
10 seconds left.
Here again, make some attempt, but they don't even get a chance to execute. Instead, it's just Ye walking down mid. It's A main getting held, and Doug, here comes the hunt. 6 seconds to hold these guns.
I don't know that Gobert will be able to. Meanwhile, there's a threat on the other side. Yeah, Gobert falls, but Silence will keep his. So 2 rifles carried into the next round on series point, and 7 rounds in a row for EG.
So they only get 2 full guns this round. Couple Guardians, a Stinger. It is bad, facing down series point. And since Ye got this off online on defense, he has been tearing it up. Another opening pick from him in that round. This is an EG steamrolling their way to a win. Now 1 round away.
And honestly, I don't see what stops this train. Such a miserable position to have to call from. But LZ has to find a way. A Stinger for Spike. I don't believe the drone caught anyone there.
It's a slower round now. 2G take their time and bed Silence up mid. But EG's just not giving away a pick. Ye again on a very passive angle. Supa just jiggling in main.
He's
now,
up there.
oh, nearly loses his head. Does Silence in mid.
Knife will confirm just 1. There's a lot more waiting on the other side, though. Do they try to split into this? They've got the op they're going to have to deal with and all the Cypher util.
Nature has no command to rip too.
Ye pushed back off the line. Providing a little bit more cover. That's a second miss from Ye. These are rare. Meanwhile, Nature now down. Ye strikes. Tries to get across the paranoia. He's going to buy a little bit of time, too.
3 players backside for EG. How does 2G break this? Only 20 seconds.
They have to push the pace. That's 2 down. Nature and Ye fall. Supa trying to spam through. That's 1 kill. Make that 2 as Icy delivers. Silence and LZ, they had the advantage. And now they're outnumbered. Huge out from Silence. Getting things down to a 2v2, but now it's all on the duelist to answer the call for 2G. Can he deliver? No. Evil Geniuses come back with a perfect second half on a set and take down 2G.
Just an impeccable defense side from EG. Series got close, nearly lost on Lotus. But instead, they dig deep and show that this team that made it to top 4 had that nearly qualifying run to Toronto last stage. Still has it, especially for Ye. The map he had here on Ascent, that second half, so impactful. And that is a massive heartbreak for 2G. You think about them needing at least 2 wins this stage to make playoffs, to book their slot to Ascension. And that is one they would love to have back, just a few rounds away in their debut from taking down EG.
They needed that one. A lot to be excited about, but EG, for as much as we talked about, there were some questions. They looked like they struggled a little bit. Potter even mentioned it. A slow start even by their standards.
But the depth was there. This is not going to be another stage where EG has to bounce back at the very end. They get a win early. And they show a really great Ascent. You're perfect on the defense to close this one out. And get a win that I think is very important for them. This is a hard group. You got Sen, you got G2 standing by. If you're not beating the teams like 2G, things get a little bit scarier in the standings.
Agreed.
This is what they needed. They've got it on the board. They've got the jitters from the earlier maps out of the way, and they're ready for the rest of this stage.
I think it's important to talk about how they did it too. Ye had a couple of really big performances. Derek looked like he was back to performing some of the clutches he had. Nature called a really good series.
Yeah, I mean, that was also after Ye that really struggled on map 1 to bounce back and show us this at the end. Icy, who stepped up as well. Great resurgence from them. And I mean, Derek locked Chamber today when Ye's on the team. Had a 30 bomb out of him. That is just not something I had on my bingo card for today. Also, 2 off no-scopes in this game. How often do you see that?
Let's go.
EG flirted with it. They almost lost it a couple of times, but I think, again, the experience comes through. You see how this is the team that made that run, that lower bracket run in playoffs last year. Last stage, excuse me. This is the EG that was 2 rounds away from making it to Toronto. We're going to throw it down to Elizabeth on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Derek.
Thank you so much, Doug and Mimi. And yes, it is Mr. Derek himself from Evil Geniuses. Now, sir, you have some explaining to do because you've confused us, you confused the crowd. Anyone in the crowd, did we expect to see Derek on Chamber? No, right? But you went off 30 bomb, I believe.
Yeah.
That is, but as the desk and the casters were saying, that is Ye's like famous agent. He made Chamber the Chamber that we all love and know to hate. But you took that and you popped off. Talk to me about that decision.
Oh, I did not take it. My coach told me to play it. El Diablo is an insane chamber, but just the way our Lotus works, like he's very good on Clove. And one day coaches told me to play chamber. I was like, I bet.
Wait, is that like a nervous thing? Because again, Ye's chamber is so infamous around the world. And then Potter says, your chamber, you go for it. Is that not a terrifying prospect?
Yeah, low-key, if I didn't pop off like I did, I'm pretty sure the Reddit threads were gonna ream me, but I'm glad I played well.
Would you like to say anything to those Reddit threads now that you played well?
Nah, I'm top 2 chamber on the team. I'm not saying which number.
Fair enough. I want to talk to you about something else that Potter said to me just now, was talking about those slow starts that you guys need to work on. She talked about the very slow start on the first map, even though it was a 6-6 half. From your perspective, how do we work on those slow starts? You were behind in the last map too, and had, I believe, an 8-round comeback to make it here. Where do we fix that? How are we working on it?
I feel like slow starts, especially at the beginning of the season, is just like a part of us, to be honest. But closing out this game though in the fashion that we did, I'm hopeful for the future.
Hopeful future where you are a clutch god. Give it up for Derek one more time, everyone. But stay right there. We're gonna head to a break, but it is KRU versus MIBR next.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in road. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal, I will give it my all.
Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me through.
Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip the society. Underdog overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
Who gives you wings?
La verdad que creo que contra ese partido de MIBR es una revancha obviamente que venimos esperando. Nos sacaron de la Master Toronto y nada, creo que con la nueva incorporación vamos a tener mucho más fight power e mostrar uma mucha mejor versão.
A KRU acredito que tenha melhorado, porque eles treinaram bastante. Acho que o conjunto deles e a adição de uma pessoa jovem que tá com muita vontade de vencer pode ajudar bastante.
Dante Deus, like he's like, I don't know. I just know he played like Neon in Ascension, I think. He was like running around on Neon.
Es un niño, un joven de 18 años que se quiere comer el mundo. Quiere como hacer todo lo posible para que sepan quién es. Y yo creo que eso lo va a lograr.
Tengo muchas ganas de jugar contra ellos y obviamente mis expectativas son altas ya que considero que tienen jugadores súper buenos. Aspas, Ferno, siento que son jugadores que resaltan mucho. A estreia, né? A estreia é sempre muito importante para criar confiança, começar com o pé direito no campeonato.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second match on this gorgeous Saturday. It's going to be a good one, a banger, some might say. MIBR versus KRU Visa. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here, back again with Ender and Shopify Rebellion's Alexis as we look to jump into this. And this is going to be a fun one because, as you heard from our players before, this is a rematch, right? These two teams have met before in the past. It was Stage 1 playoffs. MIBR was able to pick up that win and lock themselves a chip to Toronto, and unfortunately didn't go that well after the fact.
Yeah, no, the Toronto one was
We'll ignore that part.
We'll ignore that part for now because
these
matches have been close between the two teams. It's always fun to see Ospas and Kesnit face off in the server.
Yeah, for sure. I think that this will kind of light a fire under them. The performance that they had in Toronto, I feel like Ospas definitely has something to prove going back into this, and Verno as well. I felt like he was playing well in Toronto, but I feel like his team is going to have his back this time.
Well, and we also saw what happened with the likes of Sentinels after Bangkok, right? The rebound that they had in Toronto.
Because everyone thought it was like cooked for Sentinels. They're like, oh, give up on them. They end up being one of our best teams.
And that was kind of the conversation for MIBR. Everyone was like, whoa, these guys might be cooked. This might be bad.
And it makes sense because, I mean, so much of the focus going into even qualifying for Toronto, competing there was, oh, Ospas missed out on Bangkok, but now we're going to get to see one of the best players in Valorant history back on the international stage.
Yep.
And he played some of his worst games ever on that stage. Like, this is a guy that is supposed to be a world beater. He did not live up to his own name. So like you're saying, he has a lot to find back in himself, back here domestically, to reprove himself once again.
Yeah, this team has gone on a journey, right? I mean, you know, coming into this one, right, they had to pick up a new roster. They bring Verno into the fold here, as we had noted before. And we said, like, yeah, you know, some great performances there for sure. But I really do look like, Alexis, that the sum of the parts for MIBR give me confidence, despite what happened in Canada. I still look at this team and I'm still seeing 5 monsters that are very capable of being able to pop off in a moment's notice.
Yeah, I definitely noticed a lot of improvement with the addition of Verno, and I do feel like Ospas is going to prove why he is still the GOAT, even though his showing in Toronto wasn't, you know, probably what he wanted it to be, but I feel like he's going to show why he still has that name.
Yeah, because he played a whole great Stage 1 here back in Americas, and, you know, you're also highlighting Verno. I think that he was, like, by far and away the standout player. Like, this team got 2-0'd by Genji, by Team Liquid, and Verno the entire time is the one that was playing like so well individually. I also had the chance to like listen in on MIBR's comms in a couple of those matches, and he was super vocal at trying to like get his team to take the aggressive fights that he was also looking for. So it felt like he, finding his way onto a global stage for the first time, felt completely at home.
Yeah, it really did. And if anything, it goes to show just how good of a career Verno is looking to have if he's still managing to find success in those moments where his team maybe aren't doing the same thing. But let's keep the conversation with Verno going forward here. We have Elizabeth standing by for a quick chat.
Here with Verno from MIBR. Now, Masters Toronto did not go as planned for MIBR. What were the lessons learned from, you know, being knocked out in that tournament, and how we're going to take them to Stage 2?
I think we gained a lot of experience as a team. I think at Toronto we were like experimenting with like certain things, and like we had like certain ideas, and I think we've like learned and like we're growing like from the experience. So I think overall we'll come back stronger.
Best luck today.
Well, let's go ahead, though, and talk about Verno's BFF. Of course, that's Aspas here. And you're hearing him earlier talking about some of the things that they had learned. Well, I hope one of those lessons, Elizabeth, Dios mío, Alexis, again.
You can't help it. You see Elizabeth
all over the list. I see Liz on the screen.
Let's get her on the desk, shall we?
Yeah. Let's just join up, Jay up. But let's talk about Aspas, though, Alexis, because you got to get the op in this guy's hands. Otherwise, it might be cooked in some of these situations.
Yeah, no, Aspas, he's one of the best players in the world. We agree on that for sure. Even with his showing in Toronto, I think he's going to go back into his stage 1 roots where he's relaxing during tech pauses, chilling, and then getting in the zone, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we can hope for. But, on the other side, though, right, Ender, you're going to be dealing with Kesnet. We always talk about him on this crew lineup. It's going to be a tall task. These two have faced off against one another, so there is familiarity.
And when you look back, we were showing some of the highlights before, but when these guys have played against each other in the past, it is highlight round from one guy, traded back to the other, the immediate next one. These rounds get crazy when the knives are busting out and they're having a lot of fun.
Good call, Wyatt. See, I'm trying to balance it out.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll take it.
No, you're so right.
You want to be Rossi so bad.
Now, of course, over on the other side, as we talked about, you got Kesnet and KRU. This is a squad that looked great winning the Alpha group, but unfortunately, Ender, they really fizzled out toward the end, which, I guess kind of justifies why they decided to make some adjustments.
Yeah, it was kind of the reverse run in a way, right? Where KRU were looking hot and then fell off a little bit. But no, their changes are coming in very last second, coming in after some losses in the between season 1 to 2 here. But it's a little bit odd because I think that KRU were a team that so many people had finally started believing in them. This is an organization that historically everyone doubts them until they're the last one boarding the train, and it's too late. It's like, no, sorry, there's no more.
You're not allowed
left
on this train.
But this time it was the other story, and I think that really hurt them and made them search out to find some changes.
I think KRU is one of the most mechanically gifted rosters, especially with the addition of Dantes. He is an insane duelist, and also Shy, especially, I think is one of the most mechanically gifted players ever.
Well, you had mentioned him there before, and well, here you see on screen Dante Deuce, or Dante, is going to be joining this squad. And I also do love the fact that him and Kesnet will be trading out on that duelist role, and they both have the Deuce name. It's cool, it's cute, okay? But there he is. He comes in the roster, and he's going to be replacing Adverso. But the reason why they made this change, and it's a significant one, because Adverso was the IGL. He was the one that was making the plays happen. But instead, what they end up doing is getting in this guy who can play the duelist, who can do the roles that they need, that can support Kesnet in those high-pressure situations. I think overall, this could be a big change, a good change for them.
Yeah, and you'll remember Dante if you were watching Ascension, right? He was playing for All Knights. They made it to the lower final. Just fell short versus M80 last year in a best of 5. This guy was dominating round after round. And, well, in a very similar situation to what we saw in the previous match with Spike being able to play, Dante also turned 18.
It's his birthday
now.
And also, we did say that what was it? Spike was the youngest player, but also Dante's 18. So
because they have the exact same birthday, the day, the year, June 2nd, 2007, the greatest day for Valorant. We wouldn't know. It would be 13 years until Valorant even released, but eventually we would find out that this is just, if you were born on that day, you were insanely talented.
They're 1 year older than my marriage.
Oh, wow.
That is actually nuts when you think about it. Oh, it's a horrifying thought.
Hooray for marriage.
Hey, marriage is fun. All right, everyone. Well, we have Melzer standing by with Elizabeth to get his thoughts earlier on today.
Melzer!
Now, Melzer, KRU seems incredibly close. I think you all went on vacation together. Is that an edge going into today's game?
El equipo se ve muy junto, de hecho fueron de vacaciones juntos. ¿Crees que esa da ventaja para la partida del día de hoy?
O sea, creo que todos los equipos tienen que tener un poco de conocerse entre ellos. Creo que es como un deber también que puede potenciar a cualquier equipo, así que todos deberían ser así. Así que no creo que haga la diferencia, creo que todos tienen que hacer eso. Eso sí, nosotros lo demostramos mucho más, creo que de nuestra parte es mucho más natural y obviamente eso genera un poco más de timple y conexión dentro del juego, así que puede ser que haya un poco de diferencia.
it feels like it's something that all the teams have to do. You need to have that connection with the team. So I don't really feel like it's an advantage, but we definitely do show it more. And when we go into the game, you do see like the little things that do make a difference. But it's something that everybody should be doing.
All right, well, best of luck today.
Yeah, of course, this squad is close with one another. That has been a thing with the crew lineup for a super long time here. And, you know, some could say it gives them an advantage because they trust one another quite a bit, and bringing in Dante is going to help him to be a bit more, you know, comfortable in this system. But, you know, Alexis, you were talking earlier about some of the players who you feel like really have shined. And, well, Shy is one of those guys who has really been, as you mentioned, a mechanically gifted player for this team. What else can you tell me about him?
Well, scrimming against him isn't fun. Let's just say that. It's not a fun experience. He's a great Sentinel player. I feel like when you have a Sentinel player, you have to have someone that has good aim, because a lot of the time they just gotta hit those shots. And he is a perfect example of a great Sentinel player because he does hit those shots. Like, his mechanics are truly out of this world.
I think what impresses me so much is how often he is successful when he's solo anchoring a site, when there's like no supportive utility coming in to help him out, anything like that. He's often finding multiple kills, like getting a kill and still being able to escape and play for the retake with the rest of his team. That's always the challenge, I think, when you are on the attacking side versus a team with Shy on, is figuring out how to actually hit his sites, because he's got so many different looks in terms of how he's going to play it himself on top of just that raw tech power.
Yeah, a lot is put on the pressure of the Sentinel in that situation, but you're usually going to be the last man standing as well in a lot of these fights. So to be the guy, as you mentioned, to hit those shots, to be the person that can come up clutch in those scenarios, you're definitely going to be keeping your eye on Shy here today. Now, earlier on, we did get an opportunity to catch up with Shy about why this opening matchup is so important for Crew Visa.
Estoy súper ansioso por jugar. Quiero volver como a medirme contra ellos, ya que es un equipo que yo considero fuerte, ya que en su pasado nos ganaron 2 veces una clasificación y bueno, también nos dejaron eliminados en esa instancia. Y la tercera es la vencida, dicen por ahí, y espero que sea un gran partido. Tengo muchas ganas de jugar contra ellos y obviamente mis expectativas son altas, ya que considero que tienen jugadores súper buenos. Aspas, Ferno, siento que son jugadores que resaltan mucho, y que sea un gran partido y que gane el mejor.
It's always a great match when we get to see Crew Visa going up against MIBR, but of course there is always going to be that added pressure, right? You got the Brazilian squad going up against the Latin American team. There's always that ingrained rivalry there amongst the community, which is always going to be a fun one. But let's actually see what our talent team thinks, who is walking away as the winner of this matchup.
Those guys.
And look at this. Okay, Alexis, you're back again. Just... Dog, you make some friends, and then I feel like we gotta pay attention.
I was right yesterday, all right?
Right.
Don't doubt me here. It goes back to what I was saying earlier about I feel like Ospas has a fire under him. I feel like he's just gonna have one of those pop-off moments to just prove this is why I'm the GOAT, and this is why I deserve to be here, and why I'm gonna make champs.
And you're not wrong. Crew winning, look, betting against Ospas is usually trolling, but this weekend it's kind of all been about the rookies. So I think it's just a Dante masterclass is the truth.
Well, I saw someone on Twitch saying the same thing, right? They were like, I think I'm ready for a Dante masterclass. Oh, yeah. It really has been the weekend of the rookies here.
Yesterday with Loud and Lev, earlier today with Spike, just a monster.
Yeah, you honestly couldn't have asked for a better start for a lot of these young players on stage here, and a great opportunity for them to be able to do this, Ender, because if anything, it just goes to show you that there's so much talent out there.
There's so much talent. There's players that are constantly aging up to be able to play, people proving
themselves
back
got talent right here.
Literally. Hey,
it's all over the place.
Comes my job.
Sorry.
You keep playing.
You keep playing. You keep playing. All right, folks. While she's banished to the nether realm, let's go ahead and send out our new teams. Here comes Crew Visa and MIBR. All right, let's bring out your first squad. It's Crew Visa. And of course, Crew Visa This team has a lot of fans. The Croupers come out in full force
that what
here.
they're called, the
I call them
Croupers?
the
They
Croupers.
are. I'm a
Okay.
Crooper.
Oh, very nice.
We've called them the Croupers. I don't know if that's the official name or
Okay,
not, but
okay.
we're rolling with it.
We made it official, I think is the way that works.
But they definitely are coming into this with a lot of, they have to, feeling quite good about themselves. Even with the change, I do think like they feel like this is not just an upgrade, if anything, for them.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they must have known going into this, we have some of the best aimers in the world on this team. The addition of Dante's, it only upgraded that as well. So I feel like they're probably pretty confident going into this game.
It's going to be exciting to see Crew Visa when they finally get into the server here, but let's go ahead and bring out their opponents. Welcome to the stage, MIBR. And of course, led by the man himself, Aspas, you know, Ender, he's always, the pressure's always on Aspas, but even though you can't tell sometimes.
Yeah, he always keeps it light somehow.
But what's great is that, and we mentioned this many times now, there's just so much he can lean on with this MIBR team.
100%. We saw Verno performing very well on the global stage, but the rest of MIBR did not step up to that challenge. We need to see them hitting the ground running here in week 1. This is one of our top teams back in stage 1. It's time to remind everyone why they were.
Yeah, I'm trying to hopefully see what Coach Fraud has cooked up here with the squad, whether or not we get some new ideas. One thing that they did notice, or noted rather, Verno said was that, you know, Crew have been putting in the work.
Corrode!
And Corrode is going to be Crew's first pick. Then we go to Ascent, and then if necessary, we'll take a trip over to Haven here. Corrode starting things off the way.
That is fire. And Alexis, I'm sure you've been playing some Corrode. You've been seeing what other teams playing. Like, do you have a read right now on the meta and like what your favorite types of comps are to play on the map?
I think the double smokes is really good. I am kind of surprised from MIBR. I thought they would go for maybe a map that's more aim focused. Corrode is more, you know, by double Odin, by judge, and I feel like yes, and I feel like that's maybe not MIBR's play style, but maybe they're looking to pull out something interesting. I'm excited to see.
Yeah, I think what we've been seeing a lot, like globally, like China was playing it. I think the first region to start playing it on the professional stage. We saw a lot of double smokes, like you're saying, with like Viper plus an Omen, put a Sentinel behind that as well, like more older style, like Control type comps. That's a little bit slower pace. We've been seeing that on a lot of other maps too, but on such a wide map like Corrode, I think it makes sense.
Well, let's see what they end up locking in here. And remember, this is going to be Crew's pick. They get Dante on the Neon, Kesnet working the Omen here, so he doesn't have to worry about being that solo duelist anymore, Alexis. This is exciting for Crew.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think I've seen the Vice played on this map yet. I'm really interested to see how that plays.
It's a big map here, so you know there's going to be a lot of space to be able to throw down some of that utility, try and slow things down a little bit. Maybe it's going to be good for the wall as well, right, to try and break things off.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting that it's double duelist on the other side. Art's in on the Yor. We're going to keep our eyes on that one.
Good note on that one, Ender. But let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. One does not have hair. The other is going to hold it for as long as he possibly can. Here's Brennan Sideshow.
Yeah, got to get on that Finasteride ASAP, I'm telling you now. But we got Corrode for our opener here between these two teams, Crew and MIBR. And this is such an interesting matchup between both these teams, honestly, because Crew have been making some adjustments over the course of that little break that they've had. Yeah. And it's almost like the passing of the guard. The torch has gone down to this new up-and-comer that everyone's raving about. Yeah. Dante Deus and this guy stepping up and even, you know, not shoving, but Kesnet taking a sidestep away from the duelist role himself, playing more supportive roles as well to really highlight this youngster. And they're going up against MIBR. They want to take their revenge against this squad. They've been taking chunks out of each other all year long.
Crew yet to beat MIBR this year. And a fun fact to open, Dante Deus, the reason he's got the Deus is because he was a fan of Kesnet. So that's sick, getting to play alongside the rival, and in fact, as you were saying, taking his duelist spot.
We're seeing early start here, Cotizia. Oh, he wants some info, doesn't he? But just backs himself away, possibly hearing the footsteps. And now, Util in your face, going to spell it all out. There's thorns at your feet. You're going to have to at least show a bit of discipline, slowing it down, trying to buy time here for rotates to come through.
This Cubby's so good, though, to slow the pace and wait for the teammates.
Trying to face this one all together now, adjusting and trying to be steady with that aim again, but that's overwhelming presence. The body's just overloading the one section, so B side is opened up entirely. Crew have it under lock.
MIBR with a very long rotate. These three players now have to clear out elbow. It's a difficult spot. especially with that flash.
Flash, what a shot though, Burno. Immediate answer back, Horns over the shoulder, and a peek from Aspas. They're doing damage. Cracking open the site. Melzer taking point. Quick Horn just trying to delay this. Season and aid rebounding there. Aspas from on high trying to look for the angles, and steadily, slowly but surely, they are dissecting away in the retake. MIBR take up that pistol.
A lot of people talking about the fact that B seems like the slightly easier side to retake, but KRU had so much control there of what was going on. Hadn't got a player up into heaven, but MIBR had to respect it as a threat, and yet the shooting just really nice. Verno and Aspas stepping up early, getting themselves on the board. And listen, Aspas he's just never going to be as bad as he was in Toronto. No. People love the idea of a fall from grace, an Icarus-like story where the GOAT is washed, but it's just not going to happen. Look at this. Aspas is 15 kills away from reaching 2,500 kills in Americas. First player in any region to do so. Only tournament he's ever played badly in, honestly, was Toronto. But because it was recent, that's all that's on everyone's mind. But it's just, I'd be gobsmacked if it happens again.
Yeah, can't imagine it.
He's been so consistent across his career.
The Guardian in hand, Shaneham's just going to be shutting out any approach. A bit of exploration from KRU. Across the board, working the map.
Yeah, it's actually a bit of a different opener. KRU did play this in a off-season event just a couple weeks ago, and they were heavily focused on mid. Oh, there we go. They don't realize how close that timing was, and Artesine, he flies across the map and is able to pick up 2 on the other side of things. But KRU were putting a heavy emphasis on mid that time. And already just based on how they played the pistol, I think they're trying to play with MIBR's expectations. They know that MIBR will have gone and looked at those VODs, looked at the footage. The KRU are playing really heavy 1-3-1 on both sides of the map. So they're trying to mix that up slightly, but controlling mid is massively important here on Corrode.
There's nice shots early on. MIBR definitely shooting. We've seen a bounce back in that form that we were looking for, because we're all hoping that Toronto was just a slight blip, I think, on the record.
I mean, it was despicably poor what they put up at Toronto. It was, they in fact set a record for the worst appearance for any team at any global event. So, you know, only getting 19 rounds, that's astonishing, but it's an outlier, it has to be.
Fight's being taken again. Heavy prio from KRU up towards mid. Re-exploration, re-clearing. Mazzino's going to be postured and pushed back, but these players in A main might be getting squeezed. Look at this, order edict from the side. I mean, they've lost control of it. I'm going to use a bit of util haunt up towards the top, but it is putting pincer moves onto them. Nowhere to stand and nowhere to really hide just from your own smokes, but look at it. Just encased in it. And the A side is cracked open wide.
And this is a really nice way of playing KRU's composition. The Viper controlling that A main kind of area, and the rest of KRU going up through mid. A splits are super powerful. And you saw MIBR's reaction was to push out through B, but this map is so big.
Yeah.
What are you going to do with that B main control? You can try to flank on the retake, but there's 3 players dead already.
20 years later, you'll get to the fight.
Yeah. Very clean response here from KRU. And going back to playing the kind of style that we saw from them during the Sasi Teshinya off-season event, which looked very, very good. They played against 2G there, and they crushed them into dust. It wasn't close. But that, of course, was with Kesnit playing the Neon, and now Dante's coming in to play it himself.
Switch up the roles. So going for a peek towards the end there. Now,
the future maps are going to be insanely interesting as well, because what do they play on Ascent and Haven? Are they going to run double duelist at any point here, KRU? I think a lot of people would have been expecting them to run double duelist, and yet it's MIBR who are pulling out the Raze and the Yoru. Not something that they're unfamiliar with, though. Seen plenty of it.
Yeah.
Retrieving thorn trap.
There he is, Dante, the youngest player in VCT Americas. A lot of excitement behind this guy.
Wait, also, what, born on the same day? Is that accurate? Dante and Spike born on the same day. They're both as young as each other.
It's kind of crazy. Asfasto operator. Taking a look down mid. This is fast. This is rapid, in fact. Verno is going to be feeling that heat. Has to try and evacuate. Alongside his teammates, Artesine is going to be going down there. That was just from the top section. Kesnit taking a peek of his own.
What a wild distraction. They make it feel like a fast A hit. And Kesnit, aggressive, on Omen though, goes up through mid and picks a player on B. What a sick idea from KRU. And Aspas, he's been pushed back onto a deep line. There are tons of ways in which you can play a rolling retreat style with an op. But he's already so far back, he needs help. Some util to get posted up slightly more aggressively.
Cut noise, calling for the pause. Aspas is eager to regain some information here in that util though. Should signal it. Kesnet has to cancel that one here. Still Thorns drop down. The shot just goes wide there. Nada's going to rebound and reinforcements are needed. Steadily, slowly, it's a siege just taking place. KRU trying to get past this one, but it's a single smoke that just holds them back. Flash up towards the top, going for the pivot. Into the arms of Cortesia. Look at this guy, still trying to lock down that mid angle. KRU running out of options.
Yeah, Kesnet was waiting to try to catch Cortesia, but the patience was perfect. And KRU now have to go back in the way, but look at Mazzino activating beautifully.
Lurk in off the back of his wall being up, just trying to hide that intent. Again, the wall's going to be dropping.
Oh, and the
neon wall to replace.
Beautiful stuff.
That goes down.
Really well orchestrated from KRU here. Mazzino's in a difficult spot to root out. MIBR were good for the retake on the pistol, but this one's tough.
Yeah.
And they're looking for a lurk up through mid. Aspas is still watching that with the op.
Just from the control that they lost prior here. Horn into the back. Pulls forwards, flash up towards the top there. Crossfire setups though from KRU should be immaculate. Trying to swing and just release with the bullets there. Mazzino is making short work of them time. Being dragged all the way out. Cortesia's got to do it all. And against Mazzino, cheeky three-piece. 2-2 is what they brought it towards.
Retaking A is almost impossible unless you go through mid and through the A connector. I think unless you've got some level of a flank going on, if you're trying to do a retake like this where you're all coming through spawn, it's a nightmare. So mid, again, super important. And you've got a replay there of Kesnet's play to open up the round. Brilliant little idea. They bring the score level at 2-2, but the economy is anything but. KRU in control.
Barra's going to be dropping down. Looks like, again, all emphasis being placed towards mid.
And I think until teams figure out a way of being able to deal with KRU here, it's going to be very difficult to stop them on attack or defense. Their comps, good for it. You've got Paranoia, you've got Neon Stun to work with. All of the Fade util can be dumped at any point too. But MIBR, maybe with the right gamble, and that is a whiff from Mazzino that's costly, because 3 players detected by that.
Maybe more, mate. I mean, that's...
4?
Absurd, yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Big reveal.
And look at Ardazine. Ardazine has actually managed to make his way. Oh, for a moment there, he was actually past the wall, deep.
Sent the clone in, I believe. Let's put a bit of fear into the back of the KRU players' minds, because realize that B main's compromised. Sending a bit of util forwards now. There's 45 seconds to do this work here. Even Nightfall being committed. There's danger here still. C's going to be, again, slow in the approach. And slow going against an eco round is not really what you want. KRU wants something a bit more decisive. Now trying to at least piece up, partition up the site, going for the plant now. Mauser sticks it. Full committal. No more danger there. And everybody backing away steadily, but they still haven't claimed much of the map. Especially the site here tucked to the corner. How diligent will they be? Off angle! Oh, Shenham just can't get it done. Players are swarming in though. MIBR trying to make a good go of things, but just tiptoeing around it. Trying to get going, still without the rifles. Dante just lets loose.
First 2 for him.
Yeah, first 2 for him.
Getting on the board, getting a little bit of confidence. And Aspas plays it slowly, plays it cautiously, but he's still not quite up to that showstopper. Very calm, even in the panicked situation there of it being low time on the clock. We saw from Mazzino's point of view, just really diligently holding onto elbow, and then waiting to make sure that they were doubled up with Mazzino and Shy before they actually went forward. Reminiscent of KRU in previous years and how they were able to get to champs, playing very strict 1-3-1 kind of setups, where they methodically take a bit of mid-control and then split into sites.
We talk about KRU making champs in the past as well. Melzer being thrusted into the IGL position. He's made it pretty apparent, you know, he doesn't want to be IGLing for this squad, but he's filled up the shoes and taken up the mantle many times before. Previous iterations as well. He's typically led them to champs, actually.
Yeah, it's the 3rd time that he's had to take over the calling halfway through the year, and both of the times he made it to champs.
Yeah.
So See if he can be 3 for 3 here. And I think the pickup of Dante has got a lot of people pretty excited that KRU might actually be able to do it. And Americas looks wide open.
It is.
It's hard to say who looks definitively better than KRU. MIBR, though, have been the gatekeepers for them all year long. KRU have yet to be able to beat them. MIBR have been, I know everybody's focused on their terrible flop at Toronto, but they have just straight up been the 3rd best team in Americas this year.
Yeah.
3rd at kickoff, 3rd in stage 1. Went to 1 out of 2 of the Masters events because obviously only 2 teams able to go to Bangkok, but it's been remarkably consistent. And here, the first Odin on Corrode. Let's have a look at these paper-thin walls and see how much work Verno's put in. And it also looks like they're actually going to challenge mid, right? You've got both duelists here, an Op and an Odin.
Time drops down with the barriers alongside it. That Odin looks like ADS straight down mid, Haunt forwards, up on top of the boxes. And Corrode have opened it, they can just peek over it and raining down bullets. Trying to make it a bit more easier. KRU are hunting in a different direction though. This time B main control. Steadily being gained. They're going to have to break past. They really want to full commit to it, but they got no signs of that one. The spike is dropped down.
Yeah, after 30 seconds, MIBR have actually left their mid control. Like, kind of using the timing of the gate crash for Arzine to be able to escape. KRU, as we saw, were never actually going to commit to a fast B pop there.
Just working the map steadily.
And now that MIBR's defense has lessened somewhat in mid, KRU are taking up that space.
It's a half-baked really hold, I think, with the Odin straight down mid because it hasn't really stopped KRU from scaling, but that might. Operator in the hands of Aspas, and now KRU are definitely having second thoughts about approaching towards that section. A side off limits unless Mazzino can get something done, but MIBR are clearing up the rest of the map and just spotting the back towards it. Shaynum is going to get a second chance and will take it wholeheartedly.
Shy dying over towards B main as well. So both lurks tried to activate in order to give Melzer options to call. Do we go A, do we go B? And in fact, Melzer and Kesnit just end up getting stranded in the middle. Both of their lurker players, the extremity controllers, ended up getting caught. If either of them had been able to find space or a pick, you would have seen something pretty decisive, I think, called there from Kesnit and Melzer, but MIBR hold on, hold strong. And Aspas did have to hit a pretty nasty shot to deny Dante there.
It's a hard one.
Dante, though, hasn't really been able to get online so far. The only 2 kills he got were on the anti-eco, I think, right?
Yeah.
So he's now 2 and 4. Slightly slower pace, maybe not suiting him as much on the Neon. I think getting him activated and feeling it in his opening game. Remember, he's still quite young, quite inexperienced. Could be major for KRU's chances of success.
MIBR back into it. Bit of presence in mid. I mean, MIBR are deep, taking that space. Haunt to push past and forwards even more. Arzine not respecting them.
B looks a bit of a nightmare to push into. You have to bait out the wall, and then I mean, there's a Vice ult on the other side here as well. Cortezia can respond.
Just overlapping it, man.
It does bait out both of the Thorns, though, so...
Neon wall over towards the top. It's a paranoia.
Might be able to go again.
Stun. Wall's out in the open, though. They didn't bait out that piece. So, yeah, Dante left out on an island. The rest of his team now just kind of loitering around the choke point, trying to make a go of things. Cortezia is just lighting them up. Sharp shooting before he's eventually shut down. And Arzine creeping right round the back and not anticipated. Mazzino, he answers and gets the trade, but at this point, might just be a done job.
45 seconds. And not immediately under pressure. The MIBR defense is going to have to spread out a little bit. So he'll have moments to try to take his ones, but he's got to find this one on Aspas perfectly.
Aspas is locked in on the angle.
He's also weak. Could die to a little bit of spam, but it's an unusual angle. He's not quite on the normal on angle, I think. Slightly off to the left.
I think he's just holding his nerve. Might not even want to make a play for it at this point.
Yeah, with the time running down this low.
Yeah.
He's just looking to save the weapon.
10 seconds left.
But that B site, what a nightmare to get through.
The Vice util.
Vice is really powerful on this map at stopping fast pops.
Yeah.
I mean, it is on every map, isn't it? But then you combo it with Shaynom's Astra, and you've got a very difficult site to get into, no matter where the Vice is playing. not many teams are running double duelist on this map. It's not particularly popular. There have been a couple that have tried it. But I think it's early days for Corrode. Nobody really knows what's best.
Yeah. Certainly so. KRU opting into a timeout of their own because the options they're going for not really working out whatsoever. I mean, when they've been working mid, fair enough. But even in that previous round, we've seen adjustments from MIBR. They putting a heavy priority on clearing it out with a haunt, getting Artazine pushed up deep, and trying to heavy fast pop into these sites with the map. The way it is, how big it is, it's awkward. Because if you get stalled out by that Vice util, you don't have mid control to threaten like you could be coming from a different angle, you're just going to get completely shut out.
I think at some point here we're going to see KRU just decide to contest MIBR's control of middle, and then you'll see the round potentially over in the first 20 seconds. Because when those big brawls happen down mid, 2, 3, 4 people end up falling, hitting the deck, and suddenly options open up massively in one direction or the other, depending on the execution of that fight. Verno so far with some decent value from the Odin, but I'm yet to see anything exceptionally nerdy. I know that there's some horrendous stuff you could do.
Some crazy stuff, yeah.
But a lot of it's just like shooting through corners where they can't shoot you back.
Yeah.
And you're doing huge damage.
Shuts out early angles, early taking a space here, but the barriers are going to be falling.
And Aspas maybe looking for an aggressive peek from A-Link.
Knives out from Artazine. Waits it out for now, waits for the horn to get cleared. Prowler takes up a bullet, reveals a few of the positionings here, but again, look at this from Artazine. I mean, just full disrespect when you have the gate crash to get out. Willing to take that deep space, needs to win that fight out though, and Shy takes him out. That's going to clear up a few question marks. KRU grouped up though, ready to try and pop out towards A here. It's Aspas smoked off. Aid in his hands is going to rebound. Shanum off to the side, definitely just isolated completely. It's a pull alongside the nades. What a combo, just to unleash and a reposition of Aspas, completely unanticipated.
He's even popped his showstopper at the end here. Looking to try to hunt down Shy, who's just stuck in a 1v4. His job was simply to control mid. He managed it, took down Artazine, but MIBR crushed that A push. I think the pull was utterly unexpected for them. Yeah. Maybe they haven't played against too many Astras here. Maybe they didn't realize exactly what that star was intended to do. But I think it also led Dante to miss the stun that he was throwing. They knew that there was a player tucked behind those bricks, but the stun ended up rebounding kind of like onto the rest of KRU, and then, as you said, the pull and the nade combo is a great protocol for shutting that down.
And again, seeing signs that KRU,
10 seconds left.
if you don't really have that threat of mid control, they did break and kill Artazine early on, but
they weren't splitting when they actually went in.
Yeah, so it doesn't put the pressure from two different sides.
Yeah, I think Aspas just wasn't really that worried, to be honest. Yeah. He was still able to throw the nade. He backed off into a more passive position, but honestly, they're just sending too many players there through A main without realizing that the nade into the pull is such a devastating combo. Let's take a look at this on the replay.
It's been a while since I've seen one of those.
Yeah, pull stuck inside of it. And pull has been nerfed since the glory days of Astra. You don't often see that. So this is now 3 rounds in a row that MIBR have been able to win.
Dante sitting at the bottom. All expectations on this young player's shoulders to really put up the work, and now he's going to be sending it full throttle with the overdrive all the way up the gut through mid, over towards A now, and this is that combined pressure that we were talking about. Aspas will have to respect that though. Double Satchel to try and get the hell out. There's players, plenty of them, chomping at the bit to try and get a hold of him.
Not really though. I mean, they are taking it slow and cautious here from KRU.
And Shanum hard committed onto that angle. Plays it once more. It's a Prowler forwards, a bit of spam with the Prowler, okay. Aspas forwards, a flash in your face. Artazine taking liberties.
Really nice aggressive control there from MIBR. Refighting back through the smokes. There's the value from the Yoru. Xeno, Shy, left to do it all. These 3 players that are supposed to be controlling the center of the stack are just getting denied by KRU.
Giving anything away for free, although with that spam, there's damage done. Actually cleaning them up. Shy, though, immediately just slips his way all the way back in. Now, this is a 1v2, but Shy has an opening. Waiting for the plant. With the damage done to Aspas, very much winnable. MIBR be reeling if they end up losing this one, but locked onto the angle. It's all Aspas needs. That one chance to shine.
He's so good with low HP at playing these off angles that you don't expect. No reason to be kind of fast clearing them or spamming through the wall to try to clear somebody off them. And he's aggressive too. He went for an aggro peek in the middle of that round off the back of Ardazine's flash. Xenom drops. And Aspas just re-peeks there at the same time, or just before, Ardazine himself goes for the flash peek.
Nice!
But they're constantly contesting Crew. Crew actually were really timid. Like when they forced Aspas off the line with the Prowler, I was expecting them to run in and actually get Dante into the fight, and instead they're crawling forwards, worried about Aspas constantly.
Tiptoeing.
He's 8-3 because they're giving them all the respect.
A steady lead by MIBR, just being cemented now. Difference of 3 rounds, but if Crew let this get out of hand even further, could be just a done deal for the map.
Bold from Crew to be going back into the area that they got pulled and naded before, but nobody home this time.
Contacting.
MIBR with 2 controlling A-Link.
No one home on the site.
Now they're going to be able to get a free pit down here.
Contacted most of the way. Artisan's missed his timing.
But remember what I said earlier, retakes on A are doable if you actually control this A-Link area. So the retake won't all be coming in through spawn.
Hit's going to be laid down on top of it. Makes the retake that much harder. MIBR struggling. Nightfall's going to be hard committed. They were waiting for that. Anticipating the way that Shy likes to play. That TP forwards. Dante just turned to dust. And Verno with a bit of random spam, raw bullets just being sent flying forwards. They find the exact target they needed. Mazzino gone, the pit drops down. Nightfall expended. This is desperation now from Crew. Anything to hold on to this advantage that they once had. The flash in your face, that is cheeky work.
That's such a nice flash from Ardazine. And also just a gorgeous retake setup from MIBR.
Yeah.
It's against the pit, but they have Ardazine's ultimate. A Fade ult comes down as well. So Fade ult cancels all of the audio. Ardazine gets to pop out of his ult, and Dante doesn't have a clue where he is. Adds another death onto Dante's tally. 2 and 8, the only 2 kills on that anti-eco. Cleaning up players with pistols. Look at this. He's just got no hope. And then the spam through. And this, you can't really blame the fact that Corrode has paper-thin walls. Nice. He's just spamming straight into the pit where he knows a player has to be. Got to be somewhere in that.
MIBR are running away with this half. The money's good. Knockdown Crew just down to the weaker weapons. Scraps, odds and ends. Looking to do something about this round here, but a stun. Ricochets misses, and they've got coverage on every single angle. Paranoia glides way past the mark. MIBR, just complete totality. Just owning this map right now.
Crew pasting an opponent in the offseason, feeling gassed up maybe from scrims as well. Decide to go into Corrode, and they are getting a lesson here. They're getting taught. Dante's having a nightmare out here too.
Struggling.
On his agent. I mean, he won't be playing Neon on all of these maps. Or at least I'd be very surprised if he's playing it on Ascent and Haven.
A lot of pressure on the young player's shoulder though, just to perform. Realizing, I think, that Tier 1, big stage and a big step up, I think.
And also a slower pace that I don't think he's as used to.
Yeah.
Because it really has been slow from Crew.
Back down, and yes, Util out into the hands. Mazzino's gone. Forwards, Kesnet, good adjustment. It's there, TP's forwards, wants to just try and take that space all the way up. Verno ran out of bullets, gonna have to back away, but he is being pressured now, steadily, slowly. Kesnet creeps up behind. Claiming a few kills for them now, the impetus in his hands. Speeding up at the right moments, but just missed that timing. Shy's forwards. Steel Garden forces the respect.
Cortesia swaps out the op for a Vandal.
He's got it now with the right forwards, but that is a lovely jump peek. Bait and switch sets up Shy beautifully.
Kesney repositioning completely for B main control. Here we go then. Aspas, Shenham, looking to try to see what they can get done.
Need that back.
Aspas himself also swapping out the operator for a Vandal.
They've got enough money to potentially make a go with it. Steadily clearing most of the corners. There's a lot of tricky positions you have to be worried about. From Heaven, nade, primed. signaling, at least with the rest of the util. Here it is, a stun offloaded along with the ult, committing all of it. What a shot by Melzer. Necessary one. Dante out wide, time ticking onto that spike, and KRU seal it up 8-4.
A nice round at the end from KRU to be able to get themselves a bit more of a respectable scoreline, but that 6 in a row from MIBR dominating the defense has defined this half so far. Everywhere they went, it felt like they were stuck.
Bien! Vamos!
But I suppose they still believe.
Yeah, still believing, and maybe when those sides swap, which they will be, they've earned themselves enough of a foothold. We'll find out.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Here we go into the second half here of Corrode. Between these two teams, MIBR have one hell of a lead by 4 rounds right now, and if they keep up the momentum that they have, not just, oh, not again. Down and out, gone, finished. They'll be talking about this though. They'll be unionizing if they keep this up, I'm telling you.
The Tactibears?
Yeah.
The Tactibears are in this map, and they have been unionizing.
They've been talking.
If you go and look around Corrode,
push comes to shove. Look, there they are.
Yeah, there they are.
That's what you get.
Be careful. What are they? Are they worshipping like an octopus or something?
I don't know what it is.
What is that thing in the back?
Something. We're not really going to get a glimpse, I don't think. Okay, I was concentrating so hard.
Okay, let's take a look at the pistol then. MIBR looking like they want to take some mid-control. First time that we're seeing a big scrap.
Yeah, massive scrap, really. Just all in from both sides, but smokes in the face to hide most of the bodies. A lot of damage done, though. Peppering down. Artisan.
And they both actually called it off. Neither team really extending in front of their opponent's smoke.
See the wall, though. Going to be triggered. Wall held up over it. That's mistimed. Cortesia's way ahead of the rest of his team.
Miscom.
Followed up. Shy just steps forwards. Happy to just mop this one up. Paranoia sweeps past, and that's second wave and second layer of things here. MIBR getting stunted ever so slightly.
I think the comm there must have been to go forwards through the wall together, but when the flash came through from Shy, everyone in MIBR just reactively walked backwards, apart from Cortesia. I think Cortesia was probably doing the thing that the rest of the team was telling him to do.
Now it's a slow march. Back up through mid. Prowler got caught onto the corner there by Melzer, so he didn't get entirely all the information he was looking for. Players are low.
A lot of these players could die to a right click.
Definitely could. Melzer's low himself, though, as well. Just spots out of one body, and he's just trying to play it at the off angle. Overcome, though. Clone in your face. Blind as anything. And what is that by MIBR? It's just explosive when they least expect it.
A little bit of RNG going the wrong way there with the right click. And also, you got to feel for Dante. He's 2-11, and he shoots the clone. And just perfectly blinds himself. A 4v1. Mazzino has to do far too much here, I think. MIBR should be able to take a very comfortable lead.
He's softened up, shot to the body.
I think the chance of Artesine ripping that is about 0.
Unlikely.
I mean, I would do it in rank.
Zeno still, of course, no reason not to make a play for it. But MIBR, all year long, the exception really being Toronto, this team has been hyper consistent at winning pistol rounds. You could argue, I think, is one of the major reasons why they've been so dominant in this gatekeeper team, I think, in Americas. They haven't slowed down, not here in stage 2.
Zeno going for the spike denial, I suppose. You know, making sure that Aspas can't get closer to a showstopper, but, you know, not really even going for that one. 9-4 the lead for MIBR.
This one went, yeah, just fight's being taken by KRU here, but
it's these ones that were rough though. Melzer did have a chance with a right click. And Dante, it's sad honestly watching his POV here because he does look uncomfortable. He is getting unlucky a couple of times, but he's just never really getting a chance to take fights the way that he would want them. And when you see a rookie making a debut, especially a young 18-year-old that we've seen be so good in Ascension, you want it to work out the first time. You don't want them to be crushed confidence-wise when they first step onto the stage.
I hard agree with that. B is just wide open. Only Mazzino home, and he just has a classic perched up towards heaven. Verna's going to be sticking that one now. A step closer to his ult.
I love the positioning from Cortesia here, actually. You know, he's all the way down at the bottom, just watching this push from mid.
Unlucky timing. Cortesia, yeah, set to contain.
Redundant.
He's got the information.
Yeah, got the information. Melzer will take him out here. Definitely a bit of a threat coming from the flank, but KRU don't really have any odds and chances to win at this point.
Flank retakes, really powerful on this map. So the fact that Cortesia is already positioning himself in spawn, anticipating that from KRU, I think shows a pretty good understanding of what the enemy's going to want to go for and how you can position to shut that down. When we see Corrode in Americas, or any region to be honest with you, there's a pretty decent chance that one of the teams just doesn't have a clue because it's a brand new map and some teams are going to have an idea on it that just doesn't work. But here, KRU clearly feeling confident, and MIBR just taking them to the cleaners.
They are. It's a 6-round difference now. Inspect the mouse. What are we seeing?
Is that the problem?
Gears out of order. Are there gears in mice? I don't think so. I don't think so.
You have a steampunk mouse?
We'll see, though, because right now MIBR are just fully running away with it, man. Aspas train in action.
By the way, Aspas are rebounding massively, 14-4.
Yeah, he's dominating now. So close to breaking a record. Artisan just spammed down. Before you know it, wall in your face. This is aggressive, aggro play.
Yeah, nice control from KRU. Mid, super important to keep an eye on. And Artisan would have wanted to teleport out of that situation if he'd seen that level of aggression. Just couldn't quite get it.
Bit by bit, piece by piece, just trying to break past defensive setup.
And actually quite a similar attacking idea, protocol, to the way that KRU was calling on their side. And again, the attacking team not being in control of mid, which from a macro perspective does look rough here for MIBR.
Rough Shy. Takes the timing off of his own flash. An easy win for him. Thorns at your feet. Shanum can't step forwards. He's going to fade away though, and he's been given an opportunity. Heaven's open wide. Has he just seen that one? I think he's missed it.
Could have been on the minimap.
Mazzino's seen it though. Locked onto the corner. Calling it out for the rest of his team. Oh my goodness, they were trying to combo up that util. Straight for the choke though. That'll do the job. And MIBR, steam is running out. Farm up the orb and look towards the next, I think, for MIBR. That's what they're calling.
Yeah, both teams have had quite similar ideas actually on their attack sides. At least so far. It's very early in the attack side for MIBR. But it's not working when they don't have mid. I mean, as soon as they get locked out of mid, it just all comes down to, can one of your players find a lurk into a site? And MIBR are going to find it even more difficult if it does end up being the win condition, because they don't have a Viper.
Yeah.
And it was already tough for KRU. I'm not saying that the comeback's going to happen, but, you know, we already saw that this approach is pretty tough to pull off.
Yeah. Typically, a new map as well, where you're not as versed, it's always easier to defend and attack. There's outliers, of course, but... MIBR. They have the rifles. It's pretty split up, honestly. All across towards B main, A main, extremities. No real focus on towards mid.
Toxin screen down.
Slightest of angles for Mazzino to work with.
Nice pullback smoke there to be able to get you across that B main angle. And they're using the clone to bait out the Vice wall. So Shy, under quite a bit of pressure, his setup's really getting tested over on A. At the moment, though, KRU still with that mid control.
Yeah.
And MIBR now looking like they want to go and fight.
Dislodge starts up, though. Signals what's about to happen. Dante, it's your time to step up. Your time in the sun, perhaps. Look for the Yuto to try and make a play work. Pops up on top of the box. Good night, Aspas. There's backflips from it. Kesnit shuts him down.
Some very bold swings there from KRU's powerhouse duo, at least potentially, from Dante and Kesnit. Going into that mostly dry. Dante hit some nasty flicks, and Cortezia himself almost going for one there.
See how uncomfortable I think some of these players are on the map. Not aware of the angles.
But it's also just... Oh, hello.
Shane
off. This is Malza.
Okay.
30 seconds left.
Catches that. Is he going to be able to make a play forwards? Here's the footsteps, sees Kesnit. Acknowledgement there. Kesnit, never shy. Never one to step down and away from a fight. Shy himself as well has got this one locked all the way down through that choke. So
I gotta say, this looks like a nightmare for MIBR on their attack side because they just don't have the smokes to be able to get into places.
No Viper, you can't slowly pressure.
Yeah, they're dry walking into A. They're playing at the tempo as if they have a Viper, but it's even harder for them than it was for KRU, and we already saw. KRU only able to get 4 rounds on their attack side. This does actually look like KRU have a serious chance at tying this up.
And the money's knocked. Smiles. And laughter. KRU in high spirits. Fight to be taken though, up towards B main.
Paranoia.
Back, so that's a paranoia and a stun on top of it. Dante wants to really let loose and get going.
There's a set play. There's a faster tempo play.
Can't be whiffing that one though. Kesnit just gets a hold and control of the rifle once more. Puts down Artisan.
And if I had to guess, I think that's the kind of speed that Dante would rather be playing at.
Yeah.
He's a younger player. He's still the rookie. So I don't think he's really got the chance to tell Melzer, like, speed up a bit, would you, man?
Come on, guys.
But
get proactive.
I think if he had it his way, a couple more rounds like that.
And again, another just shutout round here for MIBR. It's been slow going, to be honest. Almost every single round that we've seen so far.
It really has.
There's no honest fights to be taken.
Honest fights on this map?
It's a lot of spamming through smokes.
The Odin Judge map and you want honest fights?
Not going to get it. It's wishful thinking. MIBR going to have to take a long look, I think. But perhaps time for a timeout as well.
Yeah, I think
discussion.
The attack ideas here need some adjustment. It might just be the case of wait until we have ult. It might just be as simple as that. Where once Aspas has a showstopper to work with, or more likely when Artazine actually has his dimensional drift online, they can start really speeding up the game. And they can go for a pop or an A split just off barrier
10
drop.
seconds left.
They have chances for it, but they are running out. Just like the time will be. KRU, another round for them. Getting it together. Slowly adding it all up here, so not that far behind. Just 3 rounds.
I think they've got to be considering a timeout at some point here soon. But looking at things, they'll have enough money to be able to buy for the next. Artazine, though, is really far away from his Fiora ult. If that's the ultimate that you're hoping to bank on, he's only halfway there. And yeah, we're right, actually. MIBR are taking a tactical timeout here.
It's the best time for it. MIBR, they need answers. They need it now. Honestly, looking from what we've seen so far, a fast take towards mid would do wonders.
Well, I think even a fast A split would be really nice, because if you send people up through mid and KRU decide to fight it, Aspas can pop his showstopper. And then you're actually in a pretty decent position because, what tools are KRU going to be able to use to evacuate that? It's not like they have a Yoru that can, disappear, bait out the showstopper and vanish into thin air. Sure. So Aspas is probably going to get value out of that if KRU fight you through mid. And if they don't, if they just give you that A connector control, well, now you're splitting into A, and then the showstopper's already closed the gap, you're getting close. Yeah, the A main players might get locked out a little bit by a Vice Wall, but the main body of your team is going to be up onto the side pretty quickly. So those are the kind of strats that I'd like to see them go for. Utilizing the showstopper as a tool that just says, well, you can't actually fight us early round. A B pop. Well, the Vice is not usually putting a wall here. Normally, it's going to be a Viper orb in your face, maybe a Seize behind it, though Melza's in mid this round. There are Thorns on the ground, though. I don't think it's a bad choice,
no,
but I do want them to have a bit of gusto behind it.
Bring them down.
So flash forwards. Tizia just trying to condition, but that deep haunt not broken. And disrespect shown again by KRU. Look at it, pushed all the way down to the bottom section of mid. Zeno just trying to see if he can play to delay. TP4's Addison has passed most of this util. It's an all offloaded. Such a forwards, but yeah, that's why it's just slow to a crawl for most of it, and it's going to be clearing out most of the players. No one is going to be trying to show up in front of it.
It's the flank retake that you need to be paying attention to here as well. They need to be worried about Cortezia if he was in spawn, and so they're holding angles for each other now. But KRU coming from both sides.
It'll be a brawl, and already Dante, look at that, showing them the business. Just glides to the side, sets his team up nicely. Shaynham looking to see if he can slip into the gap that potentially is there, and he's need to at least buy some space and time. Cortezia is feeling so much of the heat. Paranoid up into his face. He's got players on multiple avenues already approaching. With Shaynham falling, collapsing, the house of cards might just be crumbling now. Verno just drifting from site to site, but he just cannot find any respite.
Well orchestrated retake attempt. I think there, MIBR just needed one extra layer, and it was to try to stop that retake flank from coming through. If they had some way of causing a delay for that, making it obvious what direction, what timing KRU were going to be taking, then maybe MIBR would have been able to clog that up. As it is, both teams actually demonstrated some pretty decent protocols on the B retakes. This comeback is on.
It is. We are hanging on the basis of, I think, just really winning these pistol rounds. Makes the scoreline look nice, but Zeno deletes the Prowler, retreats as well, back to a bit of safety. MIBR are fully grouped up. 5 of them now, Steel Garden. So we're going to be using to see if they can set the pace, put things into motion. TP forwards, Artisan skips past a lot of that util, but the Thorns again catching, slowing it down, and time has been bought again. Look at it. Avenues that KRU don't need to really worry about. Giving up the side entirely, full confidence in the retake. Towards heaven, smoke's fading. Zeno's being pressured. KRU quick to scurry as well, trying to fill up those gaps.
That's a huge one.
That's monstrous. Sidestepping, dodging, but he just jumps straight into the stun, but it's a slow. The Thorns at their feet. KRU a bit of a pause into the round now, but trying to, again, steadily move forwards again. How these fights go. KRU comes down to the rightful play. Finally, these honest fights that MIBR have just been hunting for, hoping for. They get it, Melza. It's heroics from him towards the end, but Verno puts them in their place for 3-piece, and he finally gets MIBR to 11.
They stick to the coach plan, right? Both of these rounds, after the TAC timeout, were supposed to go fast or fairly quickly into B. And this one ends up working because KRU didn't have the flank retake going on. In fact, they were banking on the fact that they would have Shy's ult, and Shy was the first one to fall. He was just trying to get space in elbow, thought his team had secured it for him,
Good job.
but couldn't find an opportunity to unload the Vice ultimate and make the retake happen.
Zeno finding a bit more now for that space. Doesn't want to be denied just at the back of a Prowler and a Boombot. Holding down. That snake bite. Holy, okay, shots are rattled.
And it's hard to see who took the damage. He's the one that now has the ult online that can also be a huge tool for upping the tempo.
There it is. Dimensional Drift, held, ready. Time to go. Forwards. Trying to clear out most of the way here, but the Thorns deaded out. It's a stun in the choke. Addison has creeped his way all the way deep. What a shot, Melza! It's just demonic, and Addison, hello, Bucky, in your face. Mazzino finally denied that perch that he's just been laying the fire down from on high, and it's called for a slow down approach here, but Cortezia not anticipating that Shy is already onto that off-angle approach. Mid-control has entirely cruised. Smoke's fading away, looking for the fight again. Doubled up, MIBR winning it just from seemingly nowhere. Addison's still there with that gun. Look at it, you see the heads? They are none the wiser.
They thought he teleported out hours ago. What a fumble from KRU in this round.
Chaotic Kesnet trying to do the most now in this spot in a 1v3. Tons of util in your face. Lined it up. 9 bullets remaining. Steps forwards and past that seize, but not past the gunfire. MIBR find that 12th.
A little bit of a gift, this one, because that B hit did not go the way that they were expecting it to. But the re-exploration through mid, timing missed by KRU, shots missed by KRU, and now attack timeout of their own. Gotta give massive props, though, to Fraud, I think, for recovering this game.
Yeah.
Never seen attack timeout have so much value, honestly. The MIBR adjustments that they made to stop doing the slow 1-3-1 defaulting and start hitting B much more at the start of the rounds. It's worked wonders. It's actually got MIBR into a winning position. 2 massively important rounds on the board. And now, the KRU coach, Adam's got to find a way of responding himself. But they need 4 on the trot.
It's going to be tricky, especially with the way that MIBR are going right now.
One of the things that I saw them doing last time they were playing on Corrode in the offseason was that they were running the fade on B. I quite like that because against a fast hit, you've got the C's to just throw down in the choke point. And that doesn't work as well against Ardazine if he's going to be teleporting and flashing himself in. But it would kind of stop everybody else in their tracks. Instead, Mel's has been holding much more towards mid to start these rounds. Rather than playing a site anchor, he's there to help Dante and take space.
Ominous.
I mean, that, again, this is what happens
Cameraman better
with
watch
the Tacta
out.
Bears.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
They're starting a new religion, a cult.
They're grouping up.
They're also, I mean, that stuff looks powerful. I don't know what it is, but it looks powerful.
MIBR all grouped up now. This is 5 players out towards A main. I think anticipating that KRU would make adjustments, maybe move an device setup over towards B to shore up the gap. Hasn't. Shy's still here. Clone. Broken, but I think the wall, yeah, triggered anyway, so Shy's not going to have that anymore. Nightfall, though, it's primed and ready. Burner's going to let this one loose now, trying to make it forwards once more with the Thorns and the Paranoia, enough to try and stop them forwards. Artisan's just TP'd all the way forwards. Kesnit cleans him up. Kesnit going for even more. Just spam into the corner.
That is just spam.
He's feeling himself as well. Steps up for the fight. MIBR slap down. Just Cortesia and Shanum left alive, and it's a deep flank occurring. Mazzino is tightening that net.
Mazzino can't afford to die here.
Shanum was even watching for it.
But Mazzino, yeah, pretty lovely.
Potent with the aim.
This team are shooters. In fact, both teams that you've got out here are shooters.
Yeah.
The first of 4 that KRU need in order to take us to overtime. And already putting pressure, actually, on MIBR's economy. There's 2 players out here that can't buy. Take a look at how this one happened. Ardazine getting really deep past the Vice utility, hoping that he'd be able to backstab. I think himself even maybe getting lost in the source there a little. Kesnit turned around and dealt with him. They're trying to do the follow-up combo that they ran previously, where the fade ult takes away noise cues, and Ardazine is in. And now MIBR, back to the well. Let's go B again.
Yeah, pressure over towards B. Made rebounds just to clear up most of the util. Aspas is now just 2 away from that momentum. The ult on his side, potentially there with a showstopper.
A little bit of a fake over towards B. MIBR early round making it look like it's B, and then going back to try to catch players that would take some space in mid or A.
I could count on my hand, I think, the amount of fights that they've taken just with no smokes in the way. Most of this game has just been back and forth, just trying to dissect and take map control. Flash forwards. That looks a good tool, yeah. Forwards again, though, but that's going to be a haunt and a good response towards your back. Paranoia blinded up, near-sighted, revealed, and you have to evacuate. Just being sprayed down, spammed down. Aspas gonna take up that space once more, and he's got the kill he needed. That's a record broken and an ult in your hand! In towards the wall, saved Melza, the blink of an eye. Aspas may have broken records, but MIBR hoping that they've cracked open a side enough for a take towards it. A side's theirs, Plant committed, but doubled up now. KRU not trying to let anything slip. Off angle from Cortezia! Delivers the death blow!
Only 1 rifle between the 2 of them. Cortezia doubles up. Aspas as well, hitting that kill record, 2,500 kills across Americas rebounding to be the top fragger in this game after his only bad tournament at an international ever. That's why they call him the GOAT.
Consistency, just been a trait of his for so damn long, and now first player to really set that record across all international leagues.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible stuff, isn't it? MIBR were the better team here on Corrode, and I love that timeout that was called by Fraud. Really important, meaningful change to how they were approaching things on their attack side. Definitely work to be done for both squads, I think, in terms of how they want to approach their attack in general. And also, I just want to see more from Dante.
Absolutely, yeah. We're going to be stepping away, of course. Plenty more action left to come, but GB and the analyst desk are going to be breaking it all down for map number 1, so do not go anywhere.
MIBR, aspas de cortesia, tá no vermelho, gira aspas, 4K.
Kenny se pone en modo Deus, quiere ir a buscar sangre, tiene mucha sed, KRU.
Here, the coach of MIBR, Fraud, a very close map towards the end, but you did end up taking Corrode. We're going to your map pick of Ascent next. Verno said to me in our arrival interview that you were experimenting in Toronto. You're trying new things out. Are we going to try new things out in Ascent? Can you give us any hint, the analyst desk, any hint that what we're going to see on Ascent?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't really that we were testing in Toronto. It was more of like the meta changed so much that we had to really just figure out what may work for our team. Obviously, we missed totally, but I felt like we just played like crap, to be honest. I don't think it was anything with our strategies or comps. I think we just played poorly. So big focus was just to bring that back and bring out the joy and the fun of playing and try some different stuff out. So I think that we showed a little bit of what we can do, especially on Double Duelist, and you know, we'll see what we have in store for the other maps.
All right, best luck on Ascent.
You heard there from Coach Fraud. He didn't feel like the team was playing up to the caliber that he expects from them in Toronto. But this time around was a little bit different. MIBR pick up the win 13-9 on KRU's pick of the new map, Corrode, which is a big deal here because KRU came out of the gate with this one, Alexis. So you're thinking, okay, maybe KRU's got something cooked up here, but instead it was MIBR gets a dub.
Yeah, I was expecting the opposite from their comps. Like, I thought KRU would run the Double Duelist and MIBR would run maybe the Double Smokes or something different. But honestly, I was really impressed by the Double Duelist and how they made it work.
Yeah. And wasn't it refreshing to see Ospa step back onto the stage and absolutely dominate from the get-go, right? Completely bounce back after that global performance to just really run away with things. This first half was just insanely dominant from him and the rest of MIBR.
MIBR. Yeah, there were some excellent ideas as well that we were seeing from all the members of MIBR here. But, you know, also to kind of shed a light on KRU a little bit, right? I did notice you had Aspas came out strong. We were looking to see if the rookie would be able to do the same on the KRU side here for Dante, but instead he ended up meeting the hammer of Aspas there in map 2, or sorry, in map 1, Alexis.
Yeah, Aspas was definitely dominant, especially his AWP. I felt like they were having trouble shutting him down. I do think that Kesnet is still in the spotlight of trying to take that 1v1 against Aspas right now. I think he's not out of that mindset. But yeah, Aspas had a great showing.
Yeah, and on top of that, Aspas breaks 2,500 kills. First player to do so across all 4 international leagues, which is what IL stand for there. So wow, congratulations to Aspas. That actually is really freaking cool, man. 2,500 kills, I could barely get 5.
You've gotten 0. Like, what are you talking about?
Hence why I could barely get 5.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, the sentence structure still stands.
Okay, I'll give that to you. I'll give that to you. From trying to pretend like he's on the team with Aspas. No way.
No way. Man, dude, but it really is, though, something else. I mean, that dude is absolutely insane. And of course, as we look at the rest of the game here, right, and what we saw, you know, this play in particular, I actually really think was a good one to highlight here because, you know, I mean, what we're getting is we're seeing what that double duelist allows them to be able to do, really break up the map and draw attention to KRU.
Well, the round got so crazy because one of the dive players, the Raze, ends up falling down initially, but Artson wins out in the play. If Raze is able to stay alive, MIBR probably just steamroll into the site, but instead, Alexis, they go back into this like fake A pivot only to finish back into Artson again.
Yeah, they had an idea that they were reacting towards mid, but this Yoru insert in heaven was just beautiful. It gave them the opportunity to go back B main and have the B site for free, and then they were able to close out this round. They got the trades. It looked great.
Yeah, I genuinely thought that maybe Artson could have beefed it a second there because it looked like he could have died when he got over to the backside. But then after that, it's just like, it just goes to show you, like, when this team takes an inch, they'll take a mile gladly.
It's also just fun to see on a brand new map like this, Corrode, having to, like, make these, like, split-second decisions in the mid rounds as well, because, like, that round is getting crazy. Like, you've been scrimming this map, but you don't have, you know, the same amount of experience that you have on others. So to still find the winning options in that when players are dying on the lurks or on the entry and to come out on top is really refreshing to see.
Yeah, I will certainly say, though, that I really did feel like KRU had some, you know, some good ideas to start things off, but I was really surprised to see them struggle to be able to adapt mid-game there.
Yeah, I don't think their macro was bad at all. I felt like they had a good read. They played the Viper well, I think. Maybe their walls could have been a little bit different. Maybe it could have helped them gain some space.
Yeah.
I think also the Vice on A was a little bit maybe lackluster. I feel like the Vice on B is a little bit stronger. But yeah, I think overall their macro was fine, but they just weren't the better team.
Yeah, well, they're going to need to shape up as we get ready for map 2. We got Coach Adam standing by to give us his thoughts as we get ready for Ascent.
Here, the coach of KRU Visa, Adam. Now, Adam, you gave us our Corrode debut in Americas. You picked it, but you lost it. I want to ask you what went wrong. Was it you guys just not playing up to your standards of how you practice it? Was it the Aspas op? Tell me what went wrong on Corrode.
I believe that the main issue for us was like our composure on the highlight of the rounds, on the most important or the crucial moments of the round. We are pretty confident on Corrode. It's also new era for us because we changed roles, we have a new player, so I believe that Corrode was that map to take the dust away from us, so confident on that we're going to do better on Ascent.
Well, best of luck on Ascent.
I mean, at this point, right under there, they're going to need to just shake that off. Yes, this was their map pick, but there's really no other choice they have. It does feel like they want to continue the Corrode experiment moving forward. That we'll see how that goes, but for now, right, pressure's on.
Yeah, the pressure is on, but I do think they have some bright spots to lean into. We briefly mentioned Kesnet making the role swap over onto the Omen. Still looked very successful, so I was happy to see that. Mixo was even saying in the pre-show, like, he had absolute faith in Kesnet to make that role swap. And it's one game sample size, but he's clearly got the talent.
Yeah, but now we're going to be taking a trip over to Ascent, and this has been traditionally the the Brazilian playground, if you will, and MIBR make this decision here. This is a good setup for Aspas as well to get activated, right? Yeah, well, of course, folks, we are ready to go.
Give me some double senti.
Got word, we're ready to go. Let's see what we end up getting with the agent select. Send it back over to the lovely, voluptuous Brennan Sideshow. Voluptuous, yeah.
Voluptuous?
Voluptuous.
Dude, what's wrong with that guy? What a freak.
Pull out the dictionary, because my man's got no idea what's going on. The
freaky little lung.
Yeah, freaky little lung back there. I'm gonna slap on the wrist later. This is do or die. Well, not quite do or die. It's early days
do
in
or
the crew.
die. It's over.
Yeah,
Crew
I mean, that's a
lose
bit
this.
dramatic, isn't it? It's a bit dramatic. But, you know, Crew would like to stay in to this series and I think get a win under their belts nice and early into the group stage.
Well, I'll tell you what I would like to see. Not this comp. Well, I mean, it's strange, okay? I agree with Ender on the desk, who just said, as he threw to us, I want to see the double Sentinel, right? Get Shy out there on whatever, on well, let's say Vice, something like that. And then also let's get a Chamber out there as well. But instead, they've gone for a double duelist look with Dante and Kesnit playing Jet and Yoru. Now, the Yoru is pretty good, but it doesn't have a knife to be able to stop fast hits from coming through.
Nade, perhaps.
Yeah, it doesn't have a nade to be able to stop things for people from pushing through smoke.
Thinking about the one-to-one comparison against a KO.
Yeah. So, I mean, we've got one team playing Barry Basic compositions here, MIBR, that's what the B stands for. And then we've got one team playing double duelist, which, hey, that kind of makes sense because you've just brought in another duelist player. But I think there is another really popular composition Fnatic were playing at Toronto with the Yoru and the Chamber that might fit them just a little better.
We'll see though, as we get into map number 2 here. MIBR leading. Nice and early on.
One of my questions is actually how much practice Crew have had with this team. Because Dante wasn't playing with them recently in matches that they were playing in the little off-season period. So it makes me think that they might not have had a huge amount of time with him fleshing everything out. A lot of their coordination just looked a little off on Corrode.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit disjointed.
This would be the map, right? Because Kesnit, he can do stuff on his own, but he should also be using his util to set up Dante occasionally.
Looking for that strong beginning. MIBR though, no strangers to really putting a heavy emphasis onto pistol rounds, trying to win them early. They did so on a prior map.
Well, it's a trap play set up over towards B for Crew. And they're playing retake A with a trip and a cam. And MIBR, they avoid the trap and they go towards A.
You know that there's a trip close. The drone taking up most of it. Kesnit as well. Okay. Spamming away. And it's a rinse and repeat, I think, of that previous map that we just watched.
Yeah, unfortunately, Verno didn't have a shock, I guess, to be able to break that one.
Moving forwards, though. Different direction for MIBR. Trying to take a bit of mid-control, trying to not make too much noise while doing it. And this is it, tripled up. Swings coming from absolutely everywhere. Crew popping out of seemingly nowhere, but still head's going to be rolling and toppled Aspas alongside Verno. Finally put in his tracks, and Aspas dropped down. Very, very weak, skipping around, just trying to survive as long as he possibly can, trying to buy some time as well. He's doing the most at this instance. Kesnit finally shuts this guy down. Shanum. Aspas was just trying to buy time for him. 3 bullets left in the gun he picked up. And players are out wide into the open with the smokes in your face again, just ricochet down. Kesnit.
What a round. But also Crew really like the way that they bounced around the map. They started with a trap play over towards B. Somebody took contact and there would be a paranoia coming through. And then once the pressure came onto A, they immediately turned it into being a catwalk trap. So over towards short on A, suddenly there's 3 players there. And Kesnit and Dante can both collapse on you with Shy, with Mazzino. So I like how varied their setup was and how they quickly transitioned from one into another.
A big opener here for Crew. Putting the best foot forward. MIBR left to just see if they can get any sort of value onto their eco. I'd like to see as well a better beginning for Dante because that prior map was not it.
No,
new player, you want to see the confidence there.
And this would be a map to get started. You can see the Crew just in general looking like they want to take the fight to MIBR. They were doing a couple of like aggressive plays on defense on Corrode, but already here you're seeing in both of the rounds.
Melter just getting caught backpedaling. He's seeing the players. Doesn't stop them grabbing the orb though.
The spike is down over towards tiles, and they know it is. So these 3 players from MIBR are just...
Pick your poison.
Yeah, what do you do?
Now or later?
Kesnit's also close to being able to get his ult online.
Crying. Yeah, gonna be no. Okay.
Can't get it.
Didn't leave the last player for him. 2 rounds now for KRU. Looking towards that bonus to see if they can claw it out, but you're right. It's heavily, much more proactive this time around.
Yeah, much more. And also based around kind of trap plays and pieces of re-clearing with the Yoru. And that's a nice way for Kesnit to take control of some of the timing, some of the tempo, which you can't really do from smokes as much. You got a paranoia, but you're not controlling the pace of the game in the same way that Kesnit usually does. Here, he completely can. Another aggressive play.
Very aggressive. Clone just going to be eating the bullet there. Knife overhead. Trying to clear it most of the way towards Margaret Dante. It's a missed shot. No damage done, and Ardazine not to be postured, not to be denied. Finally, the drone with a tag. We'll have to respect that much. Shock darts coming in. That's long-range artillery. There's a fight to be taken, but is that a judge I'm seeing?
Yeah.
Yes, it is, and it's revealed.
Good alarm bot there from Cortesia just to clear the corner. And Ardazine, the leader, the caller for MIBR, trying to make his own way, just solo exploring down mid. Seeing if he can find any information while the rest of his team pressures over towards Cat. Shy, pretty alone here. Kesnit for backup, quite far off in heaven. Many options, the spike not committed.
Yeah, a lot of tiptoeing now. No one has the spike. Are they trying to go into a B split here? Not sure. Damage done. Easy target there for Dante. He's looking for their heads, though, to be popped off. Spam through the wall. Damage certainly done. He's softened. Has to play it back. As that door breaks, the shock dart is released. Again, just
30 seconds left.
spraying and praying, I think, from either side as flashes into your face as well, trying to slow that. Okay, approach the shorties, yeah. Just backs himself out here, and Aspas is trying to square up and take that fight!
Oh, that's gross.
That's the shot you hit, okay. Still Shayna finally gets in there, gets involved, but the time is ticking. Running short, you got a judge in your face! And it's just a mockery being made of the game. Shayna gonna have to stick this one with the time running short, and he's been given that luxury, an extension into the round. KRU are happy to take it. Round 3 for their bonus, double up, take it safely and with discipline.
Big bonus round for KRU to get online. Melzer getting value there, hopping up like a bunny rabbit.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but he was in a couple of good positions with the judge that round. You know, Cortesia had to flush him out of that aggressive position at B main that KRU had put him into. And then still finds value after he's dropped back. Oh, Dante getting 2 this round, but what is that?
Yeah.
Aspas gets deleted.
Marshall, one of the best guns in the game, in my opinion.
Okay. Are you doing stuff like that regularly?
You'd be surprised. I mean, maybe not on that level.
I would be surprised.
Maybe not on that level to Aspas.
Yeah. Well, Dante now with an outlaw that's going to act like an op if it's against Shenum or Verno, but 3 plays with full armor.
Yeah, looking to offset that.
Yeah, and they're not going in his direction either.
Zeno, quick release there with a shock dart. Paranoia glides forwards. MIBR trying to go full speed ahead.
Trips turned off.
Full throttle, updrafting, and a dash forwards. Nade doing damage to Aspas. Bit of friendly fire, the dart reveals, trying to hide. Just tucks close, but again, that reveal tags up, and the bullets through the wall lighten up these MIBR players. Calling for the pause now forwards. A refight from Kesnit does not go the way he was hoping. But tucked tight, close to that corner, finally spotted out and rooted out, and they just know that Shenum's last alive. Not long for the world. 4 rounds in a row for KRU. They have not been slowing it down. It's been proactive from them on the defense. Always making sure that MIBR are uncomfortable.
Big dart as well there, right?
Yeah.
Very well played by Mazzino. Good timing for it. Saving it, not using it early round, waiting until MIBR are committed through the choke point. Now, Sova probably going to have to be played fairly often by Mazzino in this new version of KRU. Anytime KRU want to be playing double duelist, I would imagine it's Mazzino's job to get onto that. It's his 9th most played agent. He's not, I mean, he's an initiator, right? But he's normally a flash initiator, a flex player. You see him playing the Harbor or the Breach or that kind of stuff.
Sure.
But not as comfortable on Sova and doing a decent job here.
Yeah, there's going to be that adjustment period, I think, when you introduce a new player and the roles.
Well, the roles are still fluid, aren't they? Because we're seeing Melzer play Initiator map 1, then he's back onto Smokes. I don't know what they're going to play on Haven, but I would imagine double duelist again. So probably a similar kind of setup. I don't know. There's about half the maps in the pool I think you can play double duelist on. And the others, maybe Kesnit's the Perma Smokes player. It's an intriguing look for KRU. We are learning so much about all of these teams that have made shifts and changes coming into Stage 2. Because Champs is on the horizon if you can just make them work.
MIBR back end of that timeout, looking to see if they can put a stop to the rounds that have been built up. You have guns in your hands now. Time to do some damage with them. Interesting trip setup. Whoever's going for switch is going to be very upset.
When you hit the second one.
Yeah, when you hit a second, you're like, what is this guy doing? All grouped up though. It's an early ultimate. Kesnit's going to be using that dimensional drift, gets the info, TP's back over towards A, and he's looking to try and reinforce this one all the way through. It's a updraft dash all the way up, and again that dart and a reveal, and just a heavy spray of bullets.
They did hit the second one.
Yep, they did. Artisan's just, okay. Head in your hands moment. Spike's going to be dropped down into the open, but the door can still be dropped, and the switch is hit. But players are surrounding you. KRU are fully grouped up, all 5 of them. On the site, ready for the retake, and potentially ready for this lurk play to occur. Corrode, yeah, he's found it, Shy. Go on and finish, and now that's going to put the pressure on towards the back. Corrode knows he can just play his life here, and it's going to be that wraparound Mel's looking for. He's only got the judge, though. An open door as well makes it uncomfortable. MIBR fighting a war on multiple fronts, but not to be denied anything at all. Look at that, lighting them up.
2K from Aspas. MIBR get on the board. KRU really needed to deal with that lurker. If they had flushed Cortezia out, they would have actually been able to commit to the retake properly. And it would have given them an upgrade from the judge. That is a nasty 2K. Using the movement to kind of reset the aim onto the second player. And this all in a bit of a 4v5. Dante picks up the op. We're looking for big things.
He's forwards, takes the first shot over towards A main, but there's an updraft and a dash. It's already called for. Aspas has the Blade Storm out into his hands, and Shaynum hard commits, hard sticks. He's in the back of the site.
A fake A into a TP into B, and now you've got to go and root him out.
Layers to it. There's chaos. Oh, he's just smoking out to the open. Shaynum opened himself up, and Kesnit. Feel like all the kills I've seen from this guy being through smokes this entire game. Add another one to the list and tally it all up. Don't get another one, actually. I was lying.
Could have been another one.
It could have been.
Dante picks off Verno with a really aggressive peek all the way out through Cat, utilizing that chaos in B main. And it really was chaos. They went for a full A fake. Paranoia used in A main, by the way, right at the beginning of the round to push Dante off the line with the op. And Genom instantly TPs into B, but I don't know what he was doing out in the open there, smoking. I mean, just not thinking that Shy would go for a reclear.
Yeah, potentially smoking across in mid so that his team could get over towards B. But
yeah, but you can smoke while you're hiding. You don't
that's
have
true, you can, yeah. Don't have to move around.
No, you don't have to be in the open.
Now, Aspas, knives in his hand, 30 seconds left with a spike in his lap. I don't want to count him out because he looks like he might want to go for things.
Now, of course, MIBR are not going to win a 2v5 here, though, right?
There's no way. He's not making moves now. Yeah, they're just going to be settling in.
It actually might be decent for him to do a little bit of economic damage.
10 seconds
There would be one player, Shenom, who would struggle to buy. And of course, Aspas, having already used his knives in this round, might be in a bit of a pickle if everyone went down. So instead, they choose to save. But that is going to allow KRU to build up their economy even further. Get further and further away from having to take an eco of their own. And Dante, yeah, he made a nice little play in the mid-round there, getting aggro on the peek out through Cat. Don't know if we'll catch it in the replay. Yeah, here. So, taking a bit of a risk, but utilizing that information and the game knowledge that they were going and pressuring B at that point. So, you know, finding a little bit of confidence, which I think has been lacking somewhat from him so far.
Not entirely his fault. He wasn't really being set up the best, I think, when he was playing Neon on the prior map, but again, looking to square up and take a fight out towards Cat, hoping that he can catch sightline or a body peeking out wide. In fact, even being supported, it's a turret broken, and it's a bait and switch, really. Dante's got that dash active. Can't hit it, though. Jump spot's good awareness. Heads up by Verno.
That was a three-player hold in mid. Mazzino making sure that nobody could peek from top mid. And now MIBR go back and re-clear this area. They need to make sure that KRU have not left anybody, deposited somebody in a cheeky little spot. And Kesnit would be the main offender.
Yeah, he's forwards. Wants to take a fight with his clone taking point. And just TP's back. Out of dodge here. He has given up Bit of space towards Tree, but instantly filling it back up.
This does feel like a nightmare for MIBR to play
Spikes
against.
down at tiles.
Yeah.
And
You're just constantly worried that Kesnit or Dante is going to be peeking you on some kind of aggro timing.
Shot to the dome, survives by the wall here, Kesnit. Oh, he's not shy. He's trying to get scrappy. He's an ult as well to supplement, trying to help him out, Aspas. Full connection, full sticking, and he's just potentially left his teammate to dry. My God, man! Shot in the dark, straight through the smoke. Aspas, it's a one-man army.
But the spike is so far away. Mazzino could cut it off.
Mazzino could cut it all the way off as well, and straight through the back of the site. They cannot even get in. Trying to step into this one. Cortezia with just seconds to spare. He's there, but now he's dead. 6-1 is KRU. It's dominant from them.
It's lovely watching Kesnit work the map on Yoru here. I guess he doesn't really have to be the AWPer. He doesn't have to be the focus of attention, but he gets to weave in and out.
He's everywhere.
He's everywhere, and he's constantly disrespecting utility, disrespecting timings, and looking to try to get up in your face. I mean, here, fighting on an off angle, catching Ardazine. Obviously, eventually punished there by Aspas, but I like how much pressure he's applying. MIBR are constantly worried about getting peaked.
Oh, straight back into it. This is fast. There's a paranoia. MIBR forwards. Lockdown is being used.
No real
second
answer.
Thoughts. Yeah, no real answer either. That was because the ult used prior. There's a cage in your face. Plenty of players looking to see if they can receive and spam them down before you can get through that choke. But Hunter's Fury being used in through the spawn. One tag, not enough. There's damage done. MIBR barely getting themselves in. Tight gap to squeeze through, taking a lot of damage into the process. 5v5 onto the retake. KRU gearing up.
2 players in B main. Melza alone on the flank, or at least threatening it.
Breaking that turret down already, just pressure mounting. Through B main. Here we go, fight to be taken. Aspas, he just wins it out onto the lane, immediately backs himself out and away! One adjustment, the players, KRU going to be ready for it, but now they have to deal with these backside players. How do you deroute them? Time's ticking away as well. That pressure is going to be mounting onto KRU's shoulders. Trying to square up and take those fights again, but rifles in hand time. Ticking, and he's on it.
Yeah, he's got plenty of it to work with. Beautiful there from Kesnit again. The weaponry was better for KRU in this round. Only a couple of players from MIBR even had rifles, but once they got into the site and Aspas won that fight at lane, I thought they had it.
Yeah.
This fight really felt like it could have been the difference maker, but the 2 players chose to take a timing out through the smoke and went 1 for 2. And then you've got a player with a Guardian, a player with a Sheriff. Not enough weaponry to work with, and MIBR take a timeout down 7-1.
Second timeout for them, so expending all of it because they realize at this point, if you can't get some rounds together, got to give up on the map.
Yeah. We know that Ascent can be super defense-sided, and I also think Dante and Kesnit, actually, they might be maniacs on the attack side too. It's
They
hard
could
to
just be running it down.
It is hard to know. Kesnit's 12-3 currently, so if they've got something cooked up on the attack side, it could be really fun to watch. Listen, I'm kind of rooting for MIBR to bounce back off the back of this just so that we can see the attack side from Dante Kesnit. But at the moment, dire straits for MIBR. They need another great timeout from Fraud, similar to what we saw on Corrode. He did make the right adjustment. Took them away from playing that slower default style into just focusing on one side. But this time, MIBR, they haven't actually been stuck in a rut.
No.
They've been doing a little bit of the slow defaulting kind of stuff, you know, absorbing a bit of aggression, going and re-clearing mid, but they have also tried to just do some pops into A and B, of which, like, 1 A pop has worked.
Yeah, in terms of stuff to correct, it's kind of hard to pinpoint.
Yeah, I think it is.
Very hard indeed. MIBR, though, looking to see if they can just open up the A side here. They're all grouped up. There's no slow default, no spreading out. Knife broken, dealt with. Oh my, leaping in forwards. Ardazine is bait on the end of a stick for a potential follow-up. Aspas has skipped and hopped his way into a corner to dart up towards overhead as well. How would this fight be taken? Postured off. Do they know Kesnit's here? He's at least got the teleport to potentially escape. They're all watching it. Trained eyes on him. At least onto the wine position. Expecting like it could be there. And Kesnit's taking that perfect peek.
Such great info. As long as he doesn't get punished here by Shannon. Going for the ultimate as well.
Yep.
And he already had great info in this round. I'm not sure he needed it, but there you go.
Just trying to set up Dante, I think, back up onto the line. Paranoia. Does get a near sight here. He clashes onto Kesnit. Where the hell is he? He's in enemy lines, man.
Spike down mid.
Aspas takes out Dante and Kesnit. Dynamic duo.
It's been a joy to watch Kesnit, and that round was entertaining
was
as
going
well.
on there?
I mean, he got team paranoid, I think. Oh, that's great. I mean, MIBR, though.
They've stalled out again.
Yeah, they really don't have much going on.
No, it's lackluster.
A 2v3, they don't have much map
30
control.
seconds
The
left.
players are split up, separated. Shy still has full util. It's a tough round. Shy would have to make a mistake, or MIBR would have to hit a beautiful shot.
They're together trying to make a go, and you mentioned it, Shy has full util. Cage has popped up, Aspas is left alone with only 10 seconds to spare here. Tries to adjust it, the aim at the last second, but Shy is just too sharp.
Artazine here is still sat on a goose egg, by the way. 0 kills after 9 rounds. It's not his fault that they're losing. You can't blame just a single player, but I think that's just indicative of how rough it's been out here for MIBR. A lot of these rounds are just getting
What is this? Why is there no follow-up?
I don't get it. I mean, the protocol is one player jumps through and the others swing through.
But also, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, Artizane's sending his body on the line. Why not just use some util? A little underhanded flash underneath the one-way, anything to clear it. It's
Yeah, you can do if you like, but at the end of the day, you're going to have to try to scale and, you know, jumping through and then having people swing is really reasonable. I mean, this round they do it, right?
Sending it again. Kesnit snaps to it. It's 140, and he finishes up with a follow-up, and he's going for even more! Tearing them asunder!
16-4. And Dante gets involved as well. Over towards B. He gets one.
It's another round where we're going to be waiting for a minute and 15 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, you got... you been reading any good books lately?
I have. I don't want to spoil them, but I have. Yeah.
Yeah. And it has been rough out here for MIBR.
Yeah.
It's a good job they won on Corrode, because otherwise we wouldn't be having much faith in them, would we?
No.
You know, if the maps had been reversed and we had started here on Ascent, we'd be like, oh doom
dear.
and gloom.
Yeah, we've
Toronto all over again.
Exactly.
But we'll see what happens when they get onto defense. They need some level of buffer, a cushion, just to make it winnable at all.
Just to make it even feasible in the back of their minds. But right now, KRU up to 9. It's flawless. Everyone survives. Money building up.
And as much as we were saying it's hard to know what to adjust from MIBR's side, they are running into the same problems over and over again, which is that KRU are fighting them, like refighting into areas. They're not, you know, re-clearing. It's not like they allow them to get A main and then they refight into it. But they are just contesting them for pieces of map control by peeking out with Dante or Kesnit, and, you know, it's well coordinated. A flash, a double peek, whatever it might be.
Gonna fight over every single inch, Dante.
Well, here's another fight.
You can't actually escape from this
through
one,
the
but he's
smoke.
up towards it. Okay, Aspas. Sharpshooter with a blade. Storm locks onto his head. Hearing the footsteps, though, Cortezia is going to be calling. Hold on, guys. There's somebody lurking around the bottom section of mids.
And now they're playing anti-flash, expecting a pop through that smoke. Aspas looking for it.
For the corner as well. He has an updraft and a dash if he wanted to go for something crazy.
Go on.
Does he spot the player?
His spidey sense must be tingling.
Yeah, they know that position is there!
What?
What?
How has it gone so wrong?
Surely they had the awareness, but okay.
As soon as he turned his back.
That's so unfortunate with the timing. It feels like constantly MIBR being stalled out. Wasn't expecting that. Verno matters into his own hands. He's ahead of the util for once. Inside the smoke, earns him the kill, and he's potentially given him open access to the side as well. They're going to try and shut them out here. Shy did activate all of his util, but he's been tagged up. Lit up, in fact, by the scan. Just caught onto him, and it leaves it to Kesnit in a 1v2 now. Flash forwards, not holding anything back. Not anything back at all. He's found the players. He knows the last. The drone reveals it. Right to the corner. You got to get out of it. Verno! He's caught in the corner. Don't do it to him. And Kesnit collects.
They're already dead.
It's brutal.
I mean, that is horrendous stuff.
What's happening?
I don't know.
What's happening?
Kesnit has 20 kills in 11 rounds. And I just had a feeling when he was in the 1v3. I mean, for starters,
What's going on here?
How are they so unaware about the mid play? What is Artazine doing at the end?
Both retreating into a one-way.
Yeah, he's like...
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. We can't finish it. We're on broadcast, but that's what I'm saying.
Oh, I don't know what's happening out here.
Yeah.
Oh, I refer back to my previous statement yesterday. Americas.
Okay. One last round and a half.
I mean, it is fun to watch from KRU's perspective.
It is.
20-4 for Kesnet. Oh, I mean, another kill through a smoke. Why not?
Yep.
They've just got the read everywhere.
There's just not enough nuance from the way MIBR are playing these rounds.
In that previous round, you know when they heard the footstep towards close mid? I think they probably assumed it was Kesnet and he TP'd away. You know, it doesn't make a noise cue. So they might have just become a little lazy in that moment and thought, you know what, it was probably just a Yoru.
That's a pixel to work with for Dante. Reaction time's just not quite there. He can't even escape really, but the Cloudburst at his feet, potentially.
Knives
got
gone.
backup, he's got support. The knives are gone just from that one. Suppression across the board. Xeno's trying to assist and help out. Oh, and there it is. Shot wide out. Just found the right moment and the right timing for it. Mazina still trying to fight for it. Swinging forwards with the rest of the team. And that's fast as the last one remaining. He's got to be quick with the reactions as well, but there's plenty to account for right now. They're hunting him down. Not giving him anything right now with the dash active. Still players around and closing in on him. It's 11 rounds for KRU.
Ascent is very defense-sided, though, so I think we should wait until the next round.
Shut up. Shut up.
I mean, it has been brutal out here. An absolute stomp. Everything that could possibly go wrong for MIBR did go wrong. Shadows, perhaps, of Toronto, but we have seen them already win a map here today.
Not much more really needs to be said for that one. Let's send it to the halftime break. On the other side of things, we'll see the conclusion of this map. Complete takeover here for KRU. 11-1 being that scoreline, moving into the second half as well. Realistically, I mean, a win a pistol, they basically sealed up the map, and we are looking towards Haven. It's a different direction. I mean, if you're in MIBR shoes right now, you got to be you've got to be looking towards Haven. I mean, you've got to be thinking about Haven.
Yeah, Frod's taking this halftime to talk about Haven.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
I think that's what I would be doing, guys. Wrap it up. Don't spend any extra energy doing a fake comeback here. I mean, it's got to be all smiles in the KRU camp, though.
Yeah.
You know, it's a rough situation for them. They went into Corrode. That was their pick. They got kind of blasted in the first half. Their rookie player, 18, just coming in, playing alongside his idol, Kesnet, who he named himself after, and he has been at the bottom of the scoreboard, I mean, in both maps, actually, but here he's 7-7. You know, it's good to get the vibes back up again for KRU, and it doesn't get much better than an 11-1.
Cutting through.
Slow going for now, but now the paranoia is forwards and Shaynum is out into the open. There will be that trade. Forwards again, Ada's in. Has the flash in his hands. Holding it, but already. Okay! Shots fired. 3 bullets left to really work with. It's KRU trying to slink their way into this site. They've got the plant down, all grouped up, and the doors closed behind them, but they have a player disadvantage.
It's a tough one to win. I think KRU have got to try to make a play happen, and that's why you see him go up towards Heaven.
3 of them. Up towards Heaven, inside the smoke, holding this space, and that's not where the brunt of the forces for MIBR. Verno's looking to just receive most of it, and he's going to be calling out for his team. And it's called for the call, and the acceleration by Taken, and somehow KRU have that advantage again. Aspas is left to do it. An impossibility in a 1v2, but he's iced the fight well. Still revealed, locationed up. He's got to stick it at least to half, and he's earned himself it, sticking it all the way. Drop down, Shy forcing it, but the damage done to him. Shy is tepid in his approach to Cam. Spots it, and Shy wins it.
One body shot there. The time would have been close, but Aspas almost made it happen. Almost got MIBR to 2. 12-1 though, the score. KRU one step away from being able to pick this one up and take us to Haven.
Yeah.
Where presumably they're going to be playing double duelist again though. I'm not sure. I would imagine they'd be playing the Euro ISO comp. Look at how Dante put his body on the line there, by the way. Dashing straight through Cat. Kind of dry, just so that Kesnick could come and collect the trade. If that's going to be the dynamic when they play, then Kesnick might well break kill records.
Potentially so. Slow going, mid-pressure by KRU, really asserting themselves.
MIBR forced into this one, so they're not quite in the GG go next mentality. I'd like to see one day where a team just go eco for the final round. You know,
probably wouldn't happen. I think that might be against the rules. They got a bit of a trap play potentially here, but it's an anti-flash that Verno's trying to play. Tucks his head into the corner, anticipating that they would use some util to clear it, and KRU were just running all over them. Aspas puts a stop towards the mid-pressure. Dashes across, but wasn't expecting Melter. And a well-trained eye, but just takes himself away from it. He's left it into the 2v2. Flashes, not connecting, not good. Dante could be the one to close this one up, and KRU are hungry for the blood. They're going to get it. 13-1 finish for map number 2. Haven is next.
What a bizarre occurrence there. But for anybody who's looking at this roster and expecting KRU to be playing double duelist, well, this is fuel to the fire, isn't it? Because they put Kesnit and Dante on a Jet and Yoru. And I was saying at the start, listen, I'm not sure about this comp. I was being curmudgeonly about it.
Yeah.
And they spanked MIBR.
Super active. The entire map.
I think Kesnit ended with over 400 ACS, which makes sense. I mean, he was dropping bombs on them.
Yep, just Kesnit things. That's a brutal one for MIBR to bounce back from. Definitely a much-needed banana break. We'll be finding out from them as well. It is time for a quick break. When we return, the analyst desk is going to get us nice and ready for the culmination of this series. We'll see if MIBR have got any fuel in the tank.
MIBR, aspas de cortesia. Tá no vermelho. Gira aspas. 4K.
Kenny se pone en modo Deus. Quiere ir a buscar sangre. Tiene mucha sed, KRU.
La verdad es que me recuerda mucho a mí como yo era así, obviamente cuando tenía su edad, full agresivo, tiene una mira insana. Obviamente llevamos un día, pero ya veo que tiene demasiado potencial, comunica mucho, hace las cosas bien. Nada, creo que es un buen sucesor mío.
And of course, that was Kesnet talking about Dante and of course how he is going to be working with this lineup. A well-earned banana break for the boys over in KRU. They absolutely rocked MIBR 13-1. Oh my word. Ender.
Yeah, and for Kesnet in particular too, like I don't know what he's talking about. He's a good successor to him. Kesnet just absolutely destroyed this one.
He ain't leaving anytime soon, bro.
No.
Like not when he's putting up numbers like that, but Alexis, very clear that KRU just brought it. I mean, no other words to really say. They brought it to MIBR and they were just not prepared for it.
I was not expecting that given they were having the double duelist on defense typically isn't where the double duelist shines. Like that is an attack-sided composition, but Kesnet was just farming that he can make it anything he wants it to be.
Yeah, it basically gives you the freedom to go for a ton of fights on multiple fronts of the map because you have two agents with get out of jail free cards, go for quick rotates. So Kesnet was just always in the fight no matter where MIBR were trying to show.
Yeah, I mean, just the sheer impact that this guy had in the map. And, you know, I stepped away, I went away for a sec, came back to the room, I look and I see it's 8-1. I'm just seeing him continuously add on, and it felt like it was a playground for him, Ender. Like he could just do whatever the hell he wanted and was getting away with it.
Yeah, I mean, it was really fun to watch, like, given some of these late round moments. Like, I don't want to know what was happening in the MIBR camp when that went down because Kesnet was also letting them know just how brutal around that was.
Yeah, Sideshow said he thought it was going to be a 400 ACS, 423. My guy absolutely fried in that game, Alexis, and now sets up a Haven encounter here. But what makes this really interesting is, like, I thought this was going to be a 2-0, right? Either way, I was like, maybe 2-0. But no, we're seeing a very competitive game here, but we're also seeing a KRU that's come alive in map 2.
Yeah, I mean, when's the last time you saw a player in a map with the 5 KDA? Like, that's insanely impressive. And, you know, I think we might see KRU just go off of the back of this, just powered up. I think it might take a lot for MIBR mentally to just come back from a 13-1 like that.
And I really have to question some of the decisions that MIBR were making because, like, obviously that game, like, runs away from them so quickly, but just looking at the numbers, both of the initiators and MIBR are 0-4 in opening fights. That means not just, and again, I don't care about the numbers of like KD, anything like that, whatever. That means they were taking the first fight, our initiator players, in 8 of 14 rounds that were played. For context, Aspas took 3 opening engagements.
Wow.
Like, what is going on? And it's not like, again, we're playing defense the majority of the game. No, MIBR played 2 defensive rounds. On defense, you know, that can sometimes happen, but we are choosing to put ourselves in these fights frequently, and that just has to be something they're looking at in review.
Is that KRU putting them in that spot? Is that MIBR being a little overzealous? What's your read, Alexis?
I don't know. Like, it might be a little bit of both. It's weird because as an initiator player, like, you get taught you don't want to be taking these first engagements. The whole point is that you're setting up the duelist to do that job for you.
You got to survive. You have a lot of tools to use.
Absolutely. Unless absolutely necessary, you want to be in the back, honestly, kind of baiting your duelist up front. So it really doesn't make sense that they're 0 for 4.
Yeah, and again, contextually, Kesnet also only took 4 opening fights. Like, these numbers are insanely high contextually with the other players in the server.
And also, I want to be clear too, right? I mean, granted, the score was 13-1, so I'm not expecting to see high numbers on the MIBR side, but it is a little, like, startling to see the hot start that they had, how they were able to get Corrode, but then, Ender, it felt like that game just completely absent for them.
I mean, the truth is they were just getting, like, fried by a guy. Like, it's not like the rest of KRU was putting up insane numbers. Like, Kesnet was just, bar none, the best player in the server. It wasn't close, and I don't think MIBR did enough, like, playing with each other, like in terms of like teamwork, trading off one another to actually be able to shut him down.
I think MIBR might just chalk that up to Kesnit 1v9 masterclass and think, all right, it's time to just go next, focus on the next map. I think that's all they can do at this
Fair
point.
enough. And you know what? I think we should do the exact same thing. Let's focus on map 3. We have Haven coming up here. But the thing is, you know, again, you could kind of do a variety of different things here. You know, I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to have Aspas just go back on the jet, do his thing. Great map for him to do that on Haven. I mean, where do you see the kind of like the chips landing here?
Well, I feel like there's a lot of like options in the new world of Haven because a lot of teams have started like dipping away from the breach, for example, which is so relevant for so long on the map. A lot of teams have started like experimenting more, like bringing double smokes into the equation with like the Viper, which is something we saw a lot way back in the past on Haven, which I'm a big fan of personally. But how do you feel about it, Alexis?
I think that double smokes is really good on Haven. Do I picture either of these two teams running it? I don't know. I don't know. They have such strong duelist players that it's hard to put somebody on Viper in that situation. Maybe we'll see it. I do think it's a really strong composition to run, especially in the current meta, but we'll see.
Yeah, I do think for KRU, if they didn't want to run a double duelist, right, then it would make sense to have, you know, a guy like Kesnit. He showed a good performance on the Omen back on Corrode, so I think that is something he could slot into if they don't want to do, you know, your Yoru ISO stuff.
Well, let's find out what the agents are going to be for this one and send it over to your amazing, and once again, I will say this word with so much passion, voluptuous commentators. It's Brennan Sideshow.
I'm glad that you think of us in that light, for one.
I'm not. HR.
Yeah, well, we will be getting into it soon enough. They've just hopped into the agent select, so we're going to be selecting and locking in.
Okay, well, showcasing.
Yeah, he's like, okay, I'll beat you to the punch.
Well, yeah, but I like that because I think of MIBR as being the kind of team that is going to come out here and run some like Sova Breach stuff from 1992, and I'm not going to be happy about it. But the fact that they have demonstrated already that they're going for the Euro ISO, and it's a mirror. Now that's cool. I like that. I mean, this is a good composition. It was good in the previous meta as well, but not as many people were playing it. But now it's gone from being like a niche, cool pick to being just like a default, very, very strong comp, especially when you have two big fraggers on your team. I think, though, you look at the 4 people who are going to be playing Duelist here, and yes, Dante would have to step up a little bit, but in general, I would expect the KRU duo to be able to go nuts here. Like, that is what this team is built for. If Dante can have a big performance on Yoru, then setting up Kesnit to go crazy on ISO, I think just does a little bit more than setting up Artzine. So you'd expect, like, Aspas to be a little greedier on the Yoru, maybe.
Oh, yeah. Normally the Yoru are going to be playing in the ISO, vice versa here. But I think MIBR are going to be coming into this quite determined, not looking to just lie down and take the defeat. It's they were the first ones to the stage, I'll tell you that much. They were quick to ready up, quick to lock in their agents. These guys are determined to show that they are not just a team that's going to get 13-1.
Yeah, you want to just brush it off. Yeah. We talk about this with pros occasionally, and a lot of them just say, when you get destroyed on a map like that, it's actually easier to forget about it than if it's some incredibly close overtime game where you're sweating about every mistake you made and thinking about how it could have just been different if I'd just done this. There's nothing about that when you're thinking about Ascent that you just played. No. One individual mistake in one round did not make any difference.
So let's get started then in for Haven. The final map here in this best of 3, MIBR versus KRU, and that KRU the champs.
Yeah,
listen,
I mean, they've done it every other year.
The narrative is there.
And this would be the first block on that paved road. And I think a pretty important one too, because both of these teams are challenging for that kind of spot. So if you're able to get the leg up over your opponent, heading into playoffs, get a better seed or knock the other one down.
Typically, it's been MIBR as that gatekeeper team. They've been knocking KRU down this entire year.
Yeah, beating them twice, I think it is, 2-0 against them.
Let's get started then, looking towards that pistol round. And this is it, grouped up towards mid with the barriers. Drop MIBR, trying to get active. Already, this is fast going, bit of suppression. So Shield's going to be knocked off. Cortezia done a bit of chip damage, backs himself out.
He's actually played this really nicely. Huge amount of damage early onto Kesnit. Kesnit on ISO should be able to apply tons of pressure the other way around. now they're forced to go into A.
Yeah, Aspas has TP'd though to get back into the fight. They're going to be hearing this. Rumble the footsteps, jumping abound as well. Fight to be taken. Verno can only handle really the one. Aspas backs himself out. Leaves it to the 4v4 into the retake here. Shy.
Spike planted.
Commits and sticks that plant.
One vulnerable, and that's it for MIBR in terms of retake util.
It's not much. Sheriff, though, could do some dirty work here, and Aspas is going to be trying to do it. That's a face. Preemptive there. KRU just always trying to make sure that MIBR are uncomfortable. Gutizia off to the side, but no bullets left to spare. Kesnit, he's slow. Both of them, in fact. Ardazine versus him, and a single bullet will do it. Drop down to the lowest brink of it. Kesnit, do not do it to him. Not with a jump spot, not with a peek, and he just swings wide out. Is that a right click from that kind of range?
Oh, it's rough in that final moment, both with barely any HP to work with. 22 played against 10. And Kesnit swapped out intelligently over to the Classic. But Ardazine didn't have the chance to do that himself. Only a ghost. Not really going to be able to do too much with that one.
Brawly, though.
It is very brawly. Dante with 2 big ones, though, too. Just ran out of bullets there, Cortesia, towards the end. Otherwise, he might have been able to get a bit more done. Both teams down for a scrap.
Yeah.
Could be a very entertaining haven here.
Steady as you go, though, for KRU. Looking to see if they can pick apart the defense. Make sure they don't run into a stack. Or any trap plays that could get cooked up here.
Cortesia camming and then walking down C.
Drone. Just, okay, says hello. Backs himself out. Cortesia, that's nice. Walking alone down C. He's found himself a pick. KRU, though, really inserting themselves into garage and taking hold of that space and more now. Steadily making their moves over towards C.
Standing ahead.
No smokes here for the attackers, so MIBR might be able to find a pot shot or two, but it's only Ardazine that can really do any damage.
Aspas, he was just holding with the shorty the entire time. It's a trip in your face.
Looks like a save round for Aspas, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean,
he's got to get a move on.
Miles away.
Yeah.
He is miles away.
Want to keep that one into the next.
And to be honest, you do want to be denying Kesnit ult cycles. So dying here to the spike, probably the optimal play. We were talking about that on some of the previous maps, and players not really being too close to it, and you're not having to worry about it too much. But here, Kesnit is going to be a monster if he gets that going.
You don't want to get the War Machine rolling.
I actually think Kesnit here probably should have taken a Spectre or something like that and just run forward to try to take these fights. You know where they're going to be as well. You know that MIBR are going to be waiting to die to spike. So could have gotten a little more greedy there, Kesnit, in my opinion. But keeps full armor, keeps his rifle, and still halfway or more to an ultimate.
If MIBR were hoping for better beginnings to the map, this is where it has to start.
Absolutely.
Lose the pistol, but here it is, round 3. It's going to be a healthy bonus round for KRU, though. They've got a lot of damage.
Over there.
2 rifles, 2 guardians. Weaponry is looking all right, and they're all grouped up, ready for a pop over towards A. Flash in your face. Tight to the corner on the side. Drone forwards, gets that tag. Dante backs. But okay, that is snappy. Aspas reveals his hand.
It's snappy, but he's also evacuated really far away. His gate crash took him into spawn, and now gets back into sight. KRU, though, didn't accelerate. Ardazine making a similar push as the one that Corrode made.
On walkabouts, he can hear it, though. Tip-tap with the footsteps, even just seeing that, he knows that there's pressure coming his way. Shy wins that!
Gotta be Ardazine's kill, that one.
It has to be, he knows he's coming.
On and off angle, playing the ISO. And he's now opened up C a little. KRU, though, still cautious with their calling here. Melza really does like the slower pace when he's in that IGL captain seat. Looking to try to end B. Now, B is a little weak when you play this comp. Both teams are going to have to...
Oh, Corrode, you're in a world of hurt, aren't you? Near side had flashed up, and yeah, there's a shield coming your way. Kesnit just deletes him. B side is there, plant is now down, and it's MIBR looking to try and retake at a disadvantage on a round that should have been the turning point so far in this map. They had the weaponry advantage, but now they don't even have that going for them. All the player advantage. Might have to just save.
3v4, it is brutal to make a decision to save
around
here.
it. They're tiptoeing around it. Looks like they want to commit. Making moves towards it now. Smoke down onto the plant. Tap trying to bait out some level of it, but Verno just puts his body onto the line. Melter's up and above his way, just trying to see if he can get that backstab on Shaynham. Just deletes him. And now they will back, they realize it. Have to give it up. Brutal beginnings here for MIBR, but for KRU, they are going to be happy as anything.
Winning on the bonus, and a really nice exec into B. They absolutely destroyed Cortezia tucked in that corner. He had no way of being able to get around that. And this entire round, a 4v5, quickly made it into a 4v4.
Yeah.
But those players over towards the BC side of the map got isolated and picked off.
Chuckles from them. Kesnet is currently sitting at 6-0. He's 1 away from the Gulag. Could be dropping that one down when the weaponry's a bit better on MIBR's side of things.
Yeah. And that is the worry.
Vulnerable. He's going to get the connection, suppression, but it looks like KRU are not worried about it.
You saw Frod there with his head in his hands as well. He can feel a bit of a death spiral beginning.
Over there.
Walking up, ready to explode at a moment's notice.
Deploying drone.
Forwards making it feel like there's a lot of that garage pressure. Even breaking the trip, so Mazzino doing his job here, but Shaynham with the rifle in hand. Has to be the player to put a stop to this. Will he get inside the smoke? Yep. Wants to dominate that angle.
They're trying to...
Nice and early.
That's a big pick.
Yeah, Verna's gone down. Has he spotted that? Yeah, shoulder out into the open shy. He's caught it, so now A is open for the taking.
Melzer's calling some nice stuff here. Trying to pull players over towards B to defend that smoke. And then choosing that timing to activate onto A. Really trying to make it difficult for MIBR to figure out where they're going to be ending.
Pause is inserted into the right place.
Yeah.
Rifle players. Vaspas' positioning.
Spike planted.
Really quite cautious.
If you're following that Melzer story of how good his call-ins look today, I think everything's gone pretty well for him. Even the map that they lost, I quite liked what he was calling on their attack sides. I didn't think the macro was too bad. But not as many ideas on a new map, perhaps. And a little uncoordinated with the way that they were using Dante. But overall, the IGLing has been solid.
Really good.
And here's another example of that kind of thing.
3 shots would have done it. Mazzino, though, unloads the clip. 2 rifles will remain intact.
And what do you do, Bren, if you're MIBR in this next round? Because you've got to be worried about Kesnet. And the most common play that an ISO is going to do is to go down C long. You're going to see Mazzino use some piece of utility, like a recon dart into C, and then Kesnet walks up. If the recon gets broken or if it scans onto somebody, he uses his ult. Now, the normal way to defend against that is that you put a clone down. So Aspas might be thinking about using a clone here to try to absorb this ISO ultimate. But no matter how you work around it, you've got to build your entire defensive game plan around Kesnet's ult.
Yeah.
And if you get one thing wrong, he grabs someone and it snowballs from there.
That's the issue with really letting this KRU team, I think, run away with it with the composition they were running. We were talking about it.
Yeah.
The ISO gets going. It's very hard to stop it. Partly probably what this timeout's going to be called for, to try and put a stop to it, figure out a way to nullify it if it comes out.
Aspas, by the way, has been saving these last couple of rounds, right? He's had a rifle and had to save 2 rounds in a row. What that also means, though, is that he doesn't have an op.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is going to be a massive win condition for MIBR, though it's still tough to run against an ISO.
It is, with the shield in your face.
Yeah. You're going to get droned off angles, you're going to get potentially flashed off angles, and you don't want to be shooting Kesnet while he's got his shield online. But I do think Aspas playing the Yoru op has got to be a major factor to getting MIBR's defense working. Not going to be present here, though.
This is it. The seconds are going to be ticking down. We'll see if the timeout helps out MIBR.
Aspas going for a walk.
Mid, yeah, he's going for a walk, and he's got coverage there. It's that typical util that's sent flying. Your cam in your face. Yeah, he's got the TP to back out. Shaynham does the job well. That was covering fire. offloading it towards window, so a first kill goes the way of MIBR. Shaynum is going to be seeing that. You're going to break that one. Oh, you're going to leave it. Could be dangerous. This is a fight to be taken towards garage at the same time. Fakes and layering, just trying to hide the intent.
Cortezia falling there, though, is a potential problem for MIBR. He was the guy giving them information on the C side of the map.
MIBR have got everybody in spawn.
Yeah, well, look, they've had to rotate pretty heavily over towards C to fill this gap now that Cortezia is dead. And look what it's done. It's opened up A massively. This is, by the way, that Yoru clone that I was talking about that's the counter to Kesnit's ult. But now they could just go for something totally different.
They have time to let the round stew.
If they find out that Shaynum is here, Kesnit might have a chance to grab him, but the lower the clock gets, the harder that becomes.
Yeah.
Might be a bit of a post-plant ult now. They're making it fake on A.
30
What
seconds
about Yuta
left.
with the smoke as well? Does no one to really receive this and hear that the Yuta's coming his way, but it comes down to the gunfights! Raw aim into the hands of these crew players. Doesn't matter that they're disadvantaged, somehow they still find their way in toward the side. Melzer, hold on! TPing out, can't get out in time. Aspas jumps on the chance, pounces on it, the flash is good. Connection towards the corner, but Kesnit still has that ult in his back pocket. Not for long. Suppressed out, but already that shield is gone, and Artisan just trying to square up, take the fight, wins it. He's got to know where Dante is, surely. Swinging around, unknowns abound. Dante reveals it. Just takes out that shield, tip-tapping away. What is that peek from him? Glides his way into the side as well, and Artisan wins it! Finally gets that round, and MIBR were looking for.
Big 1v2 from Artisan towards the end, taking down both danger players. Dante, bit scrambled maybe in that final moment. And Kesnit also, though, missing an opportunity in this round to utilize that ISO ult. He popped his shield, and then when Melzer died on site, he could have actually just sent it. But I think he was worried, wasn't in a safe enough position to actually get value from the ult. It's more likely to just go 1-on-1 there. Big Red Bull clutch from Artzine. It gets MIBR on the board. And you see what it means to them.
Yeah. The energy is back. We're back into the fight almost instantaneously here. Weaponry upgrades. Online, Aspas has that operator in his hands.
And again, the clone being used, deployed as a potential stopper for Kesnit, but Kesnit's eyes are on
He's popped
C.
it already, yeah, the shield's there, and he's looking for a target. He's found it right into the back. Plucked out of the picture. Shaynum now has to try and contest the tangle, but already, yeah, winning that one out. Ults used on either side, a bit of confusion into the fray. Artisan managed to pick up Dante.
That means no flash to contest backside.
Oh, that's a lot of damage straight through into the back. Kesnit, how is he winning this one out? Still finding it. Shield renewed. Cortezia finally removed. Kesnit's on for the ace.
That's madness, isn't it? He's 11-1. Feasting on them.
Flipped the script. And Aspas with that operator. Left wondering how to play this spot and this situation. Bides his time. Hoping that they were trying to hunt him out, root him out.
He has waited out Kesnit's shield. But he's got to take the risk.
With an operator taking a peek like this, there's two players watching this smoke. So damn unlikely. Shoulder peek, trying to bait a shot. See if he can go for it. The smoke dissipates and can adjust in time. It's no ace, but a round win Crew will take.
And there goes the op. Aspas choosing not to save in a 1v2. I think it's the right call to go for it. But at the same time, that means a massive win condition. Again,
see this from
removed
Kesnit's
from
POV.
MIBR.
Yeah.
So Dante got dropped in the middle of this from the ISO ult, right? And that means that you don't have a flash to actually fight into backside and root Cortezia out. But everybody from MIBR just kept kind of peeking in. They didn't throw their own smokes over towards logs or in the center of sight to get these flood players in properly. So Cortezia, whenever he was calling for reinforcements, was essentially just feeding people into the mulch.
The util to step forwards and past it, and it's dropped the money down into an awkward spot once more. MIBR, they're going to be getting used to it at this point. Last two maps, things have not been going their way. Aspas, TP to get away. Steadily stepping up over towards C now, and they have that garage control. Crew. Spike isn't in their hands, but they're definitely applying that pressure. Flash start. Doesn't connect onto Cortezia. Obviously willing to take risky plays himself, but in through the back, it's all cleared out. triple face together with a TP into the back.
Yeah, and with Dante being alive there, that flash protocol into backside is well executed from KRU.
Yeah.
No danger in this round at all. I mean, no player from MIBR that even looked like they were in with a chance of stopping the death ball.
No, getting silly with it, I think, as well. Shy just using the ult towards the tail end.
Yeah, that doesn't seem particularly necessary, does it? But you're up 5-1, about to go up 6-1. And you've still got, next round, Yoru ult into Sova ult. The ult cycle has just been going nuts for KRU.
It's brutal. If you don't stop this competition from rolling.
And MIBR will have access to the same tools themselves, but just been
damage.
They've been having such rough beginnings to halves.
Yeah. 6-1. Looking quite familiar, I think, as well to that prior map that we saw.
It really is. I mean, Kesnit also just smoking. He is 13-1. He's on fire.
Yeah, these last few maps.
270 ADR?
That's unheard of.
That he had on Ascent. That is bonkers.
Right now, I don't. Now listen, we don't know what he's on, but he's
it's a lot.
coming close.
It's a lot.
Yeah, the kills are racking up right now. And honestly, at the beginning of this series, all of our eyes focused on Dante. Seeing if he could fill those shoes that, you know, Kesnit just kind of stepped out of himself on that opening map, but Big Brother picks up the controller, and now look at what KRU are doing. Forwards here, shield in your face, making sure to remove most of that util. Suppression, making it really feel like a full frontal hit over towards C. Splitting it, they're obfuscating it. I mean, there's a lot of nuance in the way that KRU are playing their attack.
Yeah, they've taken Garage and they've actually inserted Shy in there, but Dante falls.
This is good.
As does Shy, so the insert dies. And this should be the second round for MIBR. 5v3.
Paranoia, TP. Cuts it up across here. Shanham's hunting for it. Attempting for a kill, and a bit of a half clearance, just traded. Kills flying through Aspas. He's got his sights on it. Make sure that the round does not slip out of their grasp. There's the second for MIBR.
And a bit more proactive in terms of clearing these people out. The op gets a bit of value. Down goes Dante, and then Shy, who had been pushed into Garage, tucked into a corner, gets cleared out as well. You can see what KRU are going for in terms of how they're working the map. This time, MIBR had the answers. However, KRU didn't actually get the Yoru ult online. Now they have. So now you've got Yoru ult to give info for Kesnit's ult or to give info for Mizzino's ult. Either way, insane ult combos that KRU could just use to win this one.
Okay, Hunter's Fury. They got the tag and they spot Aspas. TP back towards it. Dante's going to be clearing most of the way. Hunter's Fury. Yeah, just pinging them out. A lot of damage done to these players. A site is entirely theirs.
Kesnit still with an ult.
Yeah, the kill contract is saved for that rainy day when the retake starts to come off. Ult of their own here. Aspas wants to see if he can clear the way. Dimensional Drift. Just pinging out the players. Seeing where they stand. Hunter's Fury from Spawn. Looking to see if they can get it. That's going straight into the ground. Dante trying to remove Shanham. Bit of damage tagged off onto them while the flank is being pressured. Cortezia is making a go for it here. And here's that kill contract finally wrapping it up. Collecting up Cortezia, looking for the kill, and he snaps to the dome. One brought down here. MIBR are running away with a tail between their legs.
They're giving up in the 3v4 retake. While there was two players looking backwards. Kesnit was tied up in his ultimate. Shy was running back in order to collect Cortezia's body in case Kesnit lost the duel. There were actually only two people on site there. And yet MIBR gave up, lost the confidence.
It's heartbreaking for MIBR. I mean, at this point, the amount of rounds that they've had to just give it up, 3 players alive, saving guns.
Yeah.
It's constant.
It is constant. That's one of the worrying parts on Haven. If you decide to... If you're one of those teams that likes to save a lot, like Leviathan, for example, MIBR here today, you get put in some bad spots.
Yeah.
You need to find where KRU are going and fight them before they ever get in. Silver lining, though, KRU had to use all of their ults in order to secure that round. It was a great round, but now they don't have them anymore. MIBR should be able to take a little bit of a fairer fight.
There's pressure over towards A, just trying to keep players cemented and rooted over towards it, while the real hit over towards C. A lot of util expended to clear out most of the back side. Cortezia wants to stay alive. Backs himself out. Xena with the plant though, no pushback from this one. All 5 players of KRU are playing on side, looking like they want to take this one step further. They're gearing up for it. Maybe thinking twice against it. Doubled up with a high-low, but that paranoia connects, and it is a beautiful one. Still, Melzer has to put a stop to it. Dante over towards the shoulder, but that backside control is given up. Dante! It's monsters with the shots, rattled back and forth. Mazzino just taking chunks out of them, making it awkward, making it tricky. And this guy wants his time in the sun. Wants his time to shine as well. He's moving around all over the place. And listen, KRU have got it all covered from those long angles. Not a worry in their minds when he got to that spot. 8-2.
Very simple round, well executed from KRU there. That combo of Mazzino setting up Kesnet, who's just been storming through this map. And Cortezia couldn't hold on. I think at the very start, there's a recon dart in, forces Cortezia back, and I believe he even got hit by the vulnerable, the suppression, just turns off all of his stuff.
Yeah.
And opens up a clear path for KRU to take C.
Revealing area.
The money is just disastrous again. KRU. 2 players there. Spotted it out. In through window, and Aspas is getting risky with his positioning.
I've not been impressed with Aspas's Yoro either. I don't think he's getting active enough. I don't think his gate crashes are in great positions either. You know, if this is a fast hit at the start of the round over towards C, his gate crash is in spawn. It's not, you know, the nice tucked one that you often see over here towards top garage. Instead, he's looking to try to take fights down here. He's got to get value, and nobody's really scaling short.
KRU were looking like they wanted to make a go of C, but they're actually backing up.
This could be the round for Aspas if they end up going over towards A.
He's going exploring. Going exploring, and he's tucked deep in towards the lobby. We'll see if the diligence is there from KRU. He could light him up. I'm not sure where the gate crash is, or if he even has one! But does he need one? That's 2. Taken out at a moment's notice. It is answered back here, but there's that player advantage for MIBR. They needed a big play out of him.
The call from Melzer is good, though, or the rest of KRU. Just recognizing that if Aspas was that pushed up, nobody's actually defending the site. So they get onto A, and they've got a 3v4 with better weapons. Can they get the job done?
Artisan, you got an ult and you got a sheriff.
You got a sheriff,
You're
man.
gonna go for this? He is. Plucks out one of the players, but you got to try and win this one out, or maybe just buy time for your team to flood all the way in. Tries to take it, tries to steady the aim in the hand. Take it out though. Dropped out, but MIBR still had the control going.
Yeah, pretty good. They're able to collect Dante. The rest of the players on KRU getting overwhelmed.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is a bit of a demonstration of why in some of these other rounds, maybe they should have just sent it on the retake.
Sure.
We've seen 3 different opportunities where they saved. You know, if they had just gone for some of the previous ones, maybe they wouldn't be in such a ditch right now. As it was, though, good round on the Thrifty for the Brazilian squad.
Addison's job there, really, just trying to buy as much time as possible for the rest of his team, this part here, to flood in and take the fight against 2 unsuspecting players.
Final round of the half.
Yeah, they've got 1 chance. Get a 4th on the board for MIBR. Maybe they can feel a little bit better as they head into that second half. Quick going. You can see in that one there. Oh my god, the spam into the corner. Didn't full commit to it though. Did not full commit. Time to strike is nigh. Artisan pounces on it.
Melzer still has the ultimate to collect this spike, so even though it's dropped in garage...
Aspas, yeah, running rings around these players.
It's going to be very tough to be able to collect this and do anything with it.
What is that? Just spam into the corner. Artisan, he's feeling himself.
And Melzer, he got the spike, but now he's in a 1v5. I don't see this one going anywhere.
And there it is, MIBR. Earn up a few rounds at least, 4, potentially to make the difference.
Bit of a rebound in the final 2, bit more confidence going perhaps, but a rough half overall. KRU completely in control. MIBR are got to be hoping that they can get a good start to this next half and get an ult cycle going. Because they are so powerful if you can combo them together.
Yeah, ever since Ascent, pistol rounds have not been going the way of MIBR, but they need it to now. Second half, and that opening round, round 13, is going to be so damn important for them, just to get the spirits a little bit higher. said it needs to be an important round 13 here for MIBR. Looking ahead at it. It's 8-4 is the final map here in a best of 3. And MIBR, they need this pistol. They need it. Don't start. We've already seen you. Okay. I mean, what is happening here?
Revenge
the fight back. He's trying to make it happen. I think you need a few more buddies. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
A few more pals to be backing you.
I mean, that's giving man fighting the mirror. Just
yeah.
Coming back after a night out and headbutting the mirror.
I was wondering what production was cooking because I heard them giggling to me when they told me to head into the second half. So I was wondering.
All right.
Something was planned.
MIBR have got to start off well. They need this pistol. And they need to generate some value on Artzine, I think, to get this ult cooking early.
It is drone. Okay, that's going to be tagging, but that paranoia is perfect. Near-sighted. Whoa! Melzer! Right-click in hand. He's doing all the damage, and there's that backstab creeping, crawling all the way around. KRU will not let any momentum slip. They're going to be taking it all for themselves.
That is brutal, sickening, disgusting. Well controlled there and well anticipated too. MIBR go for a garage play on their pistol round. Not the most common pistol, to be honest with you. And yet KRU have a bait and switch. Paranoia instantly there, blinds up Artzine. And Melzer, bunny hopping around the corner, also lands, a bit of a gifted right click on the second one, isn't it? All 3 of those bullets landing on their target. Well, I fear that might be curtains for MIBR's chances. It is going to be tough to come back from this.
No plan. Can't opt into a force.
No, they've just got no money.
Nothing to work with.
They're going to need a miracle.
Melzer might have seen the toes. Suspects it.
You know, the silver lining is, at least it was Melzer getting those ult points.
Oh.
But the luck is with KRU today.
Yeah. I mean, I think suspecting that Artzine is going to be going for some of the orbs, potentially, especially when that smoke goes up. Bit of spam there just really doesn't hurt your chances, so KRU rewarded for it. MIBR could potentially overwhelm, though, here. I don't think the gate crash was seen. There's Util sent flying forwards, maybe. Oh, they could do some damage, but they're just revealed up. Too spotted, and still Verno just committing and sticking, going for that one. Anything they can get going.
One enemy remaining.
Lights out. And good night to MIBR.
Like I was saying though, silver lining is KRU are not close to any important defensive ultimate. The Sova ult is huge on this side of the map. The ISO ult is always huge as well. But if MIBR want any hope of coming back into this one and keeping their 100% record against KRU this year alive, it's got to be here. It's got to be now.
The energy is high. First time this year, KRU would love to take a win against MIBR and are looking to take a bit of pace here. Oh my, I mean, it's just straight shots, straight through. Complete collapse. They bait MIBR in to try and take the lobby control, and Verno will look to see if he can punch back and bounce back potentially from this. One kill going away, vice versa here. Cage into your face, Shy. Forward.
MIBR anticipating that KRU would have reinforced the A site after Verno got that kill and pushed back the A players. KRU actually looking to go and push down mid for information. It's going to set them up quite nicely to retake Garage on a C retake.
This timing is everything right now. Cortezia just sees it on the top of the head. That's a bit of a gun difference, honestly, but Cortezia happy to take it. That's a C site now theirs.
MIBR need this one. They're in a good position to be able to convert.
Smoke's fading. Kesnit. Here he is, trying to lay claim to most of the sides.
Oh, God.
And the body's one, he's at it. Almost snapping to the side. Artzine puts a stop to it. Gun picked up, darts an upgrade, and still the off angle. Mazzino expecting it. Cortezia, the last one left. And he saves the day for MIBR.
Has to hit the headshot, and he's the guy for the job. MIBR get up to 5. Well, that came down to the wire. And I love KRU's decision. This round, on the bonus, to decide to do a 4-player crunch into A lobby. It's a great tool to have in the strat book. Puts a lot of pressure on MIBR as they're playing in that area. Completely crunched Aspas. But it's Verno tucked into this corner that's unexpected, who gives them an opportunity just a toehold back into the round.
Nice!
The economy, though, is not in a great spot. There's 2 players with Guardians coming back in
Into
here.
it, man! What is that?
Aspas has died instantly to a vulnerable shot combo.
In through the lobby. It's full throttle, and the action's kicking off. 2 players dead already.
He's evaporated into pink mist before you can even see what's happened.
Right here. And that's a lobby control. Earned with blood.
What a diabolical way of beginning. I mean, Aspas has got to be fuming about how this map has gone. Couldn't really find any value on defense, and now on attack, he's getting obliterated in the first 3 seconds.
Clearance, though, up towards heaven. TP forwards on top of it. Clearing up, though. Shane'em, that could have been a bit of a problem for them. Verno just trying to evacuate, trying to escape. The C-site's been opened up. Cortezia's got that space, getting a bit of a move on and a run on, but a player advantage for KRU. Going to be playing this one tight together.
Not a huge amount of util for KRU, but they're a team that likes to stick tight. Spacing's good.
That's a lovely first shot, though. Cortezia! He's unleashing right now. And he's revealed his hand. Dante just steps past that cage, the final position for it, trying to ice on a fight into the 1v1 Verno. There was a chance, a very real one for Dante to really get going. But MIBR, they hold on.
These rounds coming down to the wire as MIBR try to get back in. Look at that.
Getting it
Honorable
around.
shot combo instantly, doing so much damage. And yet MIBR persevere, even without Aspas. In both rounds, Aspas has hit the deck instantly, and yet MIBR still find a way of muddling through. In this one, getting through to the C site and holding strong. Atom's gonna call a timeout here. KRU knocked down onto poor economy.
Yeah.
You don't want to make the comeback too much of a reality. MIBR can start snowballs of their own. And this is where it starts to happen. Because you're looking at this one, MIBR. They've got the money, KRU doesn't. Okay, that means you probably get more ults than the other team. So it's actually round 18 where you're starting to think about, all right, how are the ults going to work against each other? Both ISOs about to come online.
Coach Adam having a lot of impact, a lot of input too into what the direction should be for the team. Like you said, Josh, I mean, it's the next round really that you're looking forward to, but there's no reason that KRU can't throw in a cheeky play or two, just anything to throw a bit of a curveball at MIBR right now.
I think Adam's job is actually quite clear as well. They're dominating the early round. The early round engagement over towards A lobby, I mean, MIBR are getting destroyed there.
And this is going to be bloody.
Yeah, another early round play where KRU are looking to come out on top.
They're taking
4
contact
players.
with only Shy. They're
What a
trying to
read.
hide the intent. Trying to make it seem like it's just Shy. Looking to bait MIBR in, and they have taken it. And it could be dire for them. Waiting for it, jump spot, seeing it. Now it's scored for. 3-2-1 onto the swing. It's the better weaponry, surely, that saves the day for them. 1 bullet. Melzer is dismissing them.
Have they heard any footsteps of Cortezia? I don't think so. Started walking as soon as he got into B. And he could be the playmaker. Shenom, double teleport to escape.
He's got the spike and he's retreated.
Melzer could be the playmaker again.
Guns drop down. No! What is that? Disgusting.
He has no idea where Cortezia is, but he knows he has to come and get that spike.
This could be the ace he was looking for. With shots like that, Melzer feeling himself. It's a 1v2. Cortezia back against the wall, doesn't know where any of these players are. He's left guessing. Look at him. Head on a swivel, spots the first. Dart sent wide, barrels poking. Melzer wants to try and take this together. There's your ace.
A sick play from Melzer. So well played. It looked like that eco play had disappeared. And yet he's there on an off angle, hits the final shot, and then that flick at the headshot box on a jumping player. Beautiful.
There's your iBuyPower ace. Make sure you follow iBuyPower on social media. Hashtag #UnlockYourAce. Plenty of gifts to be given out and rewards every single time there's an ace in Americas.
And that one, that is a huge one. Knocks MIBR's economy askew. recovers for KRU. I don't think Atom during the tactical timeout will have been saying Melza go ace, but it works anyway.
Atom's just going to send it to Blind Fire with the ult, but it does get a connection. Melza, though, is that the play you wanted to grab? Is it really the play you wanted to grab? He does win it out.
3 players, though, coming to reinforce and re-clear.
It's a flash and a pop-out. Players are holding tight to the corner here. They want to fight this one all the way over. Body blocking, ult offloaded. Kesnet. That's how he survives, but he needs to win this fight, and Shaynam's just cleaned him up.
What a mess from KRU.
It's all over the place. They're body blocking each other. They didn't know if they wanted to commit or not.
I mean, Dante got the 2 openers, but now it's all on Shy.
Want to commit to this? Shy is in position. Got to be drilled, disciplined, playing shoulder to shoulder, leaving no gaps for this one because Shy is lurking around the corner. No coverage is there, but where's the last? He's got an inkling and he spotted him out. Shy into the 1v1. Could seal it, could save the day. He's right out into the open with the paranoia. Dante juking, spotting it out, but where's the kill? Collected, Shaynam finds it.
That paranoia should have just checkmated the entire situation towards the end. Shy tried to spam a cage on the floor, but realized he was out. Shaynam took a little longer, kind of toying with the prey. This re-clear, it looked like it started well. It was a 2v4 that they lost. A 4v2 rather than they lost. The KRU players just sticking around maybe for a tad too long. And just like that, momentum flips the other direction.
MIBR just holding on by the fingernails here. Ready for that repeat, ready for the aggro plays. Slow going on the attack for MIBR, looking to absorb most of it. But Kesnet, walkabouts, he's got Melza by his side.
They do like playing aggressive. And this is a pretty cute bait and switch kind of setup. Kesnet can play to draw all of the attention, and Melza, close range, probably going undetected.
Try and break that one though. Drone's going to be gone. That's a Hunter's Fury. Anything to try and cancel it out. Big damage, connection at least. It's done to Aspas. MIBR stuck. Left wondering how the hell they want to take this one here, and the answer is they don't. Different direction entirely. Shaynam full commits.
Yeah, Dante hears it as well.
Hey, up.
Everyone's been hit with a large grey paranoia.
Yeah, of course. So now we see it. I mean, listen.
Hunter's Fury being
Hearing
used.
it. Hunter's Fury.
Someone died. Recon.
A dart. Someone's nearsighted. That's a paranoia.
Yeah, that's a paranoia goes through as well.
And here we go.
And
Back
here we
into
go.
the fight. There it is.
B-side.
Mazzino clearing the way and clearing up a path. That's a spike drop down. Can they reclaim it, Cortezia? Going for it. Seeing if he can seal up those gaps, but he's missed the timing as he hops up to the side. Melza making a go. Trying to hide and fake it out, at least with the TP there, but Aspas now sticking this one. It's an open C site. Given up. And Shaynam's still not rooted out through spawn, but they've got 2 players watching to game with these timings. They want to fight this one together all the way throughout. Trying to swing forwards again. The expectation is there. MIBR are doing the damage. And staying cemented here into this site.
Really nice coordination. Utilizing Shaynam.
Oh, okay.
Oh, go on then, Melza.
Okay. Gotta calm down at some point. Gotta calm down at some point indeed. If he had more bullets, maybe. He's 11 HP though, dropped down. Left guessing. Cortezia doesn't want to let anything slip.
Comes away with the win, and MIBR creep a little closer. That's 4 out of the last 5 here. You got a flash of it there.
Let's see which direction this really goes in. Because right now, MIBR, I mean, they're holding on.
Yeah, they are, just about. I mean, when things are looking the most dire, somebody on MIBR steps up. And this round, Shaynam really making the play into spawn. KRU, though, looking to explore down mid really early, playing a retake style over on A.
Deep push out. Cam needs to be broken. A lobby, though. That was the goal here for MIBR. They're going to be making it a good go of it now. Dimensional Drift clears one of the worrying aspects of trying to just rush into this A site, so they're going to get access. Giving it up. The dart needs to be broken, though. It has done so, but no! Verno's still in a spammable spot. Dante capitalizes.
Still with an ult to play with here.
Spike finally down, but the player advantage is theirs. And holding forwards, MIBR, they want to take this close quarters. Flash into your face, Aspas trying to at least make the fight and make it difficult for KRU to try and step over that boundary. Past the cage, can't adjust in time. Dante's already out into the open and there was nobody revealed. They weren't ready for it. KRU are overwhelming.
What a retake. Powerful there. Coming off the back of Dante, being able to get that spam kill was unexpected at the beginning. And then being able to hop out into hell. The chaos of the rest of the pack coming through the choke point just allows Dante to go utterly undetected here. Artazine full focused on trying to keep the rest of the team out. And throughout all of this, Kesnet at the top of the scoreboard, 20 for 9. Just monstrous what he's been able to do across maps 2 and 3. Yeah. Turns out he's actually a very good duelist player. Kind of weird they put him on smokes for map 1. I think Kesnet is going to be playing a lot of smokes though, so get used to that across a couple of the other maps in the pool.
MIBR have their last chance to really call for a pause. Taking a time out here to discuss, but you are so close, but really so far as well.
Yeah, they need 4 in a row, and they've just been hanging on. It hasn't really felt that there's been any portion of the game where they've been dominating.
And here's the round, at least a section of it that we ended up missing. Hunter's Furious user straight down mid. Seeing how Shaynan was just that problem player from that early TP into spawn.
And it's interesting because Dante knew that he had teleported into spawn, but they couldn't really find the timing by the look of it to go and flush him out. And it's always a pretty risky play to go for something like that, where you TP deep, because if there's a player holding Garage passively, or holding on C that can go and run and clear that, if there's any anticipation of the Omen ult, you can just end up feeding. But yeah, nicely executed round. Having said that, I don't think it's something that they can really use to get another 4, right?
Hard to replicate.
I think you're looking towards Artzine, to be honest. 14 and 16 right now on ISO. 1 away from the ult.
That's not intended, all good though.
That's actually a really elaborate position for the cage. You just don't understand.
Just beyond my understanding, I think. MIBR putting all the eggs in the basket that is the C site hit. Trips need to be broken up here. Artisan's just spamming away, just trying to at least preemptively take them out. And he has got one of the players, Dante, in his grass, in for that 1v1. Dante makes a good go. With the shield in play, Artisan is surviving this one, and MIBR looking to take it one more step.
That's what they needed. Big play from the caller.
Double face, got to clear up kills like this. Shy was just out into the open, spammed into the corner.
Cortesi is coming behind.
He's scared for his life right now, but as that paranoia, plenty of util going to be used and expended. Aspas just the one before he's taken out. Addison trades inside. MIBR still kicking, still around, and up to 9 rounds themselves. 3 more to try and bring it to OT.
Big round from Artzine. He rockets up to the top of the scoreboard for MIBR. That's what you need from the guy. We've seen him. He's impressed at various times this year playing duelist. But sometimes he does play a bit more of a selfless setup kind of role, often throwing guns to his teammates and trying to make them the star of the show. Good to see that when push comes to shove, crunch time happens and he can step up, but they need 3 more of those. This one should be a little easier.
The money definitely lacking on the crew side of things. Full aggro aggression over towards A lobby.
But baiting them to go for the B react.
This could be dangerous, especially with that Bucky into the hands. It's a Hunter's Fury trying to push these players forwards and about, but it's a bit of a missed opportunity, I think. Not really too much damage done. Spraying away with the bullets, the rifles in the hands of these MIBR players.
And now Artazine should realize, okay, well, if they were fighting A lobby early, but they were still ready for our B react, they must have left A. So now calling for his team to get back in here. Drone plays the drone.
Mazzino seeing his chance. It's risky business, but you can do it when you're on the weaker buy.
Scanning ahead.
Going for the dart up close here, and this is a lurk happening. At least a full rotation is pulling the players. Nevertheless, Kesnet making moves. I guess the one gets out, expecting that they're going to be pivoting in a different direction. KRU are already making movement of their own.
Yeah, I mean, these players, Shy has just run from C to A, and now he's running back over towards C. They're already anticipating what Artzine's calling. But they are going to be late.
He's the only player left available into the site, which is the classic in hand. Shy can't really put up much of a defense. Cages are up though, gets them into the fight, and that's counter spam. Straight following the traces. The rifles don't do you much good there. KRU, surely not. This is how you take it. And around like this, down in your body, Shaden's going to do it all. He's battering back and fighting back, but it is relentless from KRU. And Aspas is the last one left in a 1v3. Stay alive in a series. Double face at the end. KRU deny it all. And they take it by storm.
Exceptional performance from KRU across maps 2 and 3. They ended up losing on Corrode, brand new map in the pool. One where they were taking a risk by picking it into MIBR, but on more conventional territory and playing the double duelist, KRU kind of wiped the floor with MIBR.
Yeah.
The final map score here on Haven, not quite telling the story, in my opinion, that KRU were really in control. Came out to a big lead with Kesnit, almost 300 ACS again. MIBR felt like earlier this year they were kind of keeping KRU down. They'd meet them in playoff moments, and MIBR were the consistent ones, constantly getting towards third place. They're coming off a rough Toronto, winning in map 1 here. We thought might be a bit of a different story for MIBR. Back to normal in Americas, but they're taking a loss early here, and they still have to bounce back. Today belongs to KRU.
And they have cleared that hurdle, as you already said. The losses were racked up against MIBR this year, but today they are the victors, and it sets them off nicely, I think, on a potential path to playoffs, a potential path to Paris as well. Best start that they could hope for.
Yeah, it feels written in the stars, doesn't it? Every year, KRU somehow manages to get to champs. And whether that be through points or whether that be through making the grand finals of Stage 2, remains to be seen what path they'll choose to tread. Good to see Dante get in here. Didn't have the most electric showing of all time. Kesnit really stole the show across maps 2 and 3.
Definitely so.
But I think getting a win early on, maybe we'll see something a little more confident, a little better from him coming out in match 2.
It can sometimes take a bit of time to shake out the nerves, and you got to remember as well, I mean, KRU, I don't think have played with Dante in their lineup for long.
Yeah.
So, you know, give him a bit more time, maybe Dante will look a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, I'd actually like to hear from that. I mean, we're about to go into an interview. Presumably some of the players will be talking in our post-show as well, but I would like to know how long they've been playing with Dante, because like I was saying, they were playing an off-season tournament without him, with Adverso still in the lineup.
The rest of this KRU team, they created enough space as well to give him that time to relax and ease in, I think, to the big stage.
Yeah, Kesnit just decided to annihilate the competition.
Definitely helps.
Got to be somewhat easy playing with a guy as talented as Kesnit. Like we say, Dante's been looking up to him for a long time. Kesnit spent 4 years at the top of the LATAM scene. Easy guy to look up to in terms of his individual performances.
Yeah. Absolute domination, really, from them as well. I mean, good signs of life from KRU. For MIBR, they're going to be reeling, going to be hurting, I think, as well. Hoping for a bit more of a bounce back after Toronto. Wasn't the case for now, but we're going to send it down to the floor. Liz is standing by for that Verizon post-match interview. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Brent. And I'm here with Kesnit. Now, Kesnit, Dan told, yes, give it up for Kesnit. Because Dan told me something, Kesnit. You have not beaten Aspas since Copenhagen. That is 2022. And this is now your first time beating MIBR this year. Tell me, how do you feel? The revenge match, you won it. It was you who won it. Tell me how you feel.
Creo que... No sé, es difícil porque obviamente enfrentarse a Aspa es un jugador increíble. Creo que llegó el momento que la era del miedo se acabó. Así que nada, feliz y orgulloso de los chicos y sobre todo del Dante.
It's obviously difficult because Aspas is such an insane player, but it's also difficult because, you know, that era for...
La era del miedo.
The era of fear is gone, so now we get to win here.
And it was an incredible match. The Haven that caused you so much trouble before it now was just in butter in the palm of your hands. Or yes. Something I want to ask you also is about Dante Deas. This was his debut on stage. Talk to me about getting him acclimated to the team. How long have you had to practice with him? What has it been like?
Dante, entrenamos con él hace una semana, pero yo realmente me di cuenta que es un jugador insano. Creo que tiene mucho que aprender, pero se toma las cosas muy bien, así que creo que tiene un futuro demasiado insano y ojalá que nos siga carreando como lo hizo hoy día con la actitud que tiene, que es increíble.
Dante's an insane player. We've only been training with him for a week, but right away I realized how good he is, and I really hope that he is able to continue carrying us. He has a really good energy. He has still a lot to learn, but he's an amazing player.
of course. And this is maybe a bit of a longer question. I'm sorry. I stalked your Twitter, or X, and I saw you tweeted on the 29th, I'll fight 3 times harder and keep striving to always be a better version of myself. On the 26th, you tweeted, if you want to beat them, work as hard as they do. Kesnet, you are someone who has worked so hard for so long, but maybe doesn't have the hardware to show for it. You know, everyone considers you one of the best duelists in the world, but you don't have, you know, the hardware, the places to show it. How do you find that passion? How do you not give up? Because I know many people who would just say, you know what, I tried, didn't work, and that's okay. But you have fought here for years, Kesnet, proving how often you deserve to be on that stage.
La verdad es que he pensado mucho en retirarme. Creo que, o sea, con esta victoria me cambia mucho más los pensamientos porque lo que dices tú es realmente cierto. Yo he tenido muchas ganas de retirarme, como de no intentarlo más, pero hay una cosa que me dice siempre que lo debo intentar y que los sueños se cumplen.
The truth is, I have thought about retiring a good amount of times, and you know, the win today kind of changes a little bit of how I feel. And I've thought about it a lot, but there's always something that pushes me to keep going.
Oh, I think I can speak on behalf of the entire VCT community. Do not retire. We need you here, Kesnet. You are incredible. Give her Kesnet one more time. KRU, I see you back there. We'll be at the post-show match point, and we'll send you right there.
Thank you so much for that, Liz. Of course, Dryad, and always great to hear from Kesnet. Now joined by Mazzino as we are going to be yapping about what we saw in that series. But before we do that, you know, this is match point. We would like to play some games and have some fun and get to know the players a little bit more. So we're going to do a simple game. Okay, this one is called One Word. That's it.
That's
just
really
one word.
simple.
Just one word, all right? Here's how it works. I'm going to give Mazzino a word, all right? And then I want you to tell me the first player that comes to your mind. So the first word is aura.
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 I would say Aspas.
Aspas.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's
Yeah.
a good one. Well, now you can't say Aspas, so Crispy is the next one.
Crispy.
Yeah.
I would say Leaf.
Leaf? Leaf
That's
is fair.
fair.
That's okay. All right, but this is another one that might apply for both. Aimer.
Aimer. I would say Kesnet.
Yeah,
okay,
I like that one.
That's
That was
real.
good.
Okay, now
This is a fun one.
Lucky.
Lucky. Me.
You get to play with Kesnet.
Yeah, of course.
Very lucky. Very
All
lucky.
right, number 5 is mentor.
Mentor. Oh, it's gonna be an old one.
Yeah.
I would say Meltzer.
Meltzer? Okay. Throw him under the bus. He called you on your age, man. No, I'm kidding. All right, next. You got the next one?
How about late?
Late.
Yeah.
Swanku.
Who's showing up to scrims and not on time?
Doesn't have to be your team.
That's a problem.
That's a problem.
Because I'm the latest one on the team.
Yeah, come on, we're making you up there, man.
I would say that, I don't know, Jay.
Okay,
They used to
okay.
throw something.
Okay, okay. All right, next one. Clean.
Clean.
Who's clean? But also could just be clean.
Shy.
Cleanly. Shy.
Shy, yeah.
Okay, all right.
In every sense.
Okay, in every sense. Okay, okay.
I like that. What about dad?
That. Superman.
Superman. Okay. You know, I've heard that a lot. Like he's the responsible adult in some instances, so that's kind of
I respect that.
All right, cool, man. Well, there you have it. One word. Why don't you guys go ahead and let us know in the chat for each one? Why don't you pick Aura or Crispy? Let us know. Sound off there, and we love to see your thoughts here. Now for day 2, ending here for stage 2. Let's take a look at our standings because, of course, we got some new winners today. You got KRU as well as Evil Geniuses, and you guys actually end up with a +12 differential, which means you take that first spot over Loud. But let's talk about that series and how things went, because you started things off with Corrode. Ender was excited. He was losing his mind.
I was ready. We finally got to see the map. You know?
He was stoked. We got the KRU Corrode. What happened? Well, what happened?
We think that we have like the best comp on the map. But we, of course, it was the first match of the new stage. We were a little like shaky.
Yeah.
Of course, we haven't screamed that much because not many teams are doing it. So we got like surprised a lot, and that cost us like the game. You know.
Fair.
What did you think of like the double duelist ideas that they were running?
I think it was good, especially I would say the main point of that comp is the Astra. The Astra like really helps with the double duelist, so it was a nice combo.
Now, we shift over and map 2, completely different story. I mean, we were like, oh, it's Ascent. You know, Brazilian teams love Ascent. This is great. Turns out, no, maybe not today. You guys dominated. Was that at that point, did you guys have a conversation after map 1? Or what happened after that loss that made you guys so strong going into map 2?
I think after the loss, we knew that mostly we lost to ourselves, you know, like lacking details, like just going one by one.
Need to be more lucky, you know?
So yeah, like we were kind of trolling some rounds. So
Fair.
we focused that, we started the defense, and we just played really clean as a team.
Yeah, what happened with Kesnet? Like
he was just going there and killing everyone.
What did he do between games 1 and 2?
Like, he was saying a lot. He was saying a lot. Like the ideas, every idea he had, he was making it and it was working. So it was like perfect. Like just do your thing, you know.
Yeah, that's the best though. When you guys, when you all hit that flow state. And before we wrap things up, I want to ask you real fast about Dante, new player on the team. How's it been incorporating him into the lineup? You know, let people know how that experience has been like.
We have been with Dante here in LA 5 days, or this is our 6th day.
Wow, really?
So he's incredible, like, as a player and as a person. He really wants to show himself, and he's gonna keep doing it, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it helps when you got some absolute aimers and lucky guys and some clean players on your team. You know what I'm saying? But of course, folks, you don't want to miss the action tomorrow because we have 4 NA teams that are going to be facing off. We've got 100 Thieves versus NRG, and then it's going to be Sentinels versus G2. Let's hear from our pro. What are the Preds?
I knew it was coming.
Hit me with the Preds, baby.
NRG. I think NRG is gonna win.
Yeah.
I really like the change they have made. And about G2 and Sentinels, it's gonna be a tough one. Of course, everyone is gonna think that Sentinels is gonna win, but I think G2 is.
Yeah. Have you run into Baby?
I was gonna ask. Yeah.
How is he in ranked?
Nah, he's good.
He's good. He's good. Okay. He still got it, bro. He still got it. Let me tell you. Just because he's 30 doesn't mean he loses his ability. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Actually, Dre, are you 30? That's funny. In any case, though.
just a roast him like that.
I know, right? Hey. You know, us 30-year-olds, we have feelings too.
Yeah.
Of course. So
more feelings than hair.
Shut up. Mazzino, thank you so much, brother. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for
As
having me.
always, congratulations on the win. Folks, that is going to do it for us here today. A fun day without a doubt. But tomorrow, oh boy, that one's going to look like it's going to be an absolute banger. You don't want to miss it. Same time, same place, right here. And for now, enjoy your Samsung SSD Fast Replay. Adios.
We've got to talk about the debut of Spike, because this is the long-awaited return of the prodigal son.
It couldn't be at a better time, because stakes are huge for 2G. Paranoia here.
Had the flash in hand, but what's the play setup on the other side? It's a crunch, and Spike gets away with 1. Make that 2. A beautiful setup for the youngster. IC gets away with this 1, almost lands the second. Derek, again, left alone, 12 seconds left, waiting for the swing, trying to bait them into it, steps in front of the stun, but he can't do much more.
Hell of a round for Spike.
Superman's left alone. He was the catalyst for them in stage 1. Can he deliver for Evil Geniuses again in a 1v2? Tries to settle, and does. The Red Bull clutch for EG. Will he be allowed out? No. Gobert is there to punish. 2G, even in numbers. 12 bullets left, has to be careful. Gobert threatening, pushing, swinging, and delivering for 2G as they take map 1. Last round of the half, no stone left unturned. Spike with the ult, Gobert with the utility. It's a bloodbath, and it's 2G who seem to be walking away unscathed. Manages to get across somehow, slips the net. Ye gets his 2 on the round.
And now a backstab coming, Derek on the way. And he ends the round 12-11.
Derek drops, Silence has to take a step back, while Icy satchels into their faces. As the pick goes up, utility source through 4 bullets left, and that's it. EG stay alive. We're going to map 3. Round 11 and the Spike out of reach. Has to win this fight and cannot. It's a free one for Derek. Elsie's here, and that's such a deep angle. Do you really check it that far?
Does.
Yes. Oh, Derek!
How the hell did Derek just win that? And remember the op dog, it's still here on A.
Can Ye find a mark? Yes, he can. Patience out from the duelist. Now pushing the pace. That's 2 found, 3 on the round for him. What can Gobert and Prize do? In the face of the blades, they will fall as it's an ace for Ye. Evil Geniuses come back with a perfect second half on Ascent and take down 2G.
We got Corrode for our opener here between these two teams, KRU and MIBR. And this is such an interesting matchup. Off to the side, definitely just isolated completely. It's a pull alongside the nades. What a combo just to unleash and a reposition of our span. Completely unanticipated.
KRU coming from both sides.
Be a brawl, and already Dante, look at that, showing them the business. Paranoid up into his face. He's got players on multiple avenues already approaching, collapsing. The house of cards might just be crumbling now. Bit of a pause into the round now. We're trying to, again, steadily move forwards again. How these fights go. Goal comes down to the rightful play. Finally, these honest fights that MIBR have just been hunting for, hoping for. Burno puts them in their place.
But the spike is so far away. Mazzino could cut it off.
Mazzino could cut it all the way off as well, and straight through the back of the site. They cannot even get in. Cortezia with just seconds to spare. He's there, but now he's dead. 6-1 is KRU. They know that that position is dead.
What?
How has it gone so long? Just caught onto him, and it leaves it to Kesnet in a 1v2 now. Not holding anything back. Not anything back at all. He's found the players. He knows the last. The drone reveals it. Right to the corner. You got to get out of it. Burno! He's caught. 13-1 finish from map number 2. Haven is next. Plucked out of the picture. Shanum now has to try and contest and tangle, but already winning that one out.
Contest back side.
Oh, that's a lot of damage straight through into the back. Kesnet, how is he winning this one out? Still finding it. Shield renewed. Cortezia finally removed.
That's madness, isn't it?
And now it's scored for. 3-2-1 onto the swing. It's the better weaponry, surely, that saves the day for them. One bullet. Melzer is dismissing them.
That was be the playmaker again.
Guns drop down. No! What a shot! What is that? Dart sent wide, barrels poking. Melzer wants to try and take this together. There's your ace.
A sick play from Melzer.
KRU deny it all. They take it by storm.
Bandolero no me voy. I want a world in my head. I hate the beach, but I stay in California with my whole distance. With my sweater, it's an invention. Turning the clothes in my administration. Touch my neck and not touch yours. You're not with my waist is yours. And what I think about,